Ladies and gents, welcome to the EGL Open Series split number 2 finals. And my name is Chris Stone, and I'm joined by Fru and Toby Campbell as per usual. But very, very excited to get the accumulation of what was 10 weeks of play through our website, through the tournaments we've been putting on, has sort of led us up to this point. Very excited to be joined by these gentlemen beside me, of course, as we kick off today's proceedings. Things have already been going on over yesterday, but Fru, we're finally here towards the finals, the final day of it, of course, as well. Excited to crown a champion.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been doing it for so long now. It's good to see and get there right to the end of everything and kind of find out who the best team in Europe is. We've been going back and forth, and we've got 3, maybe 4 really strong contenders and a bunch of others still fighting for that bit. So yeah, absolutely interested to see who's going to win this one. And I think it's going to be a fantastic tournament through and through.
Toby, it's 10 hard weeks of work all the way to this point, and as Fru said, it's been backwards and forwards. And as he's mentioned, we've got some strong teams, and I know a couple of people will lean in one direction, a couple in the other. For you, is there any clear favourite here going into the finals?
I think you have to give it to EXES at the moment, really. They've come out of nowhere with this amazing roster change. Crimson's joining the roster, and they've seemingly just won every single week from there, right? In terms of EGL, not only that, community tournaments, whether that being the new control mode or escalation, even 2v2s, they have been dominating. So you'd expect them to finish off this split in style as perhaps the number 1 in Europe.
Yeah, well, that's what they will be aiming to do. But let's run through what the Open Series has been and what the finals look like as well, just to break it down for anybody who's unaware. It's obviously a combination of 10 weeks of play, a double elimination bracket, which obviously kicked off yesterday, best of 3 games all the way until to those grand finals. But just to let you guys know, the winners bracket team in their grand finals will start with a 1-0 advantage and a best out of 5. And of course, $2,500 on the line. The majority of that going to first place as well. We like to award the victors here at EGL. But of course, that EGLRP is still up for grabs, as it will be important. But I think, looking to Team EXES, they really have been the standout the past couple of weeks. And I think we were quite happy to see somebody come in and challenge highly rated who had looked so dominant for so long.
Yeah, they had highly rated. They won 7 in a row, I believe it was. In the weekly tournaments, and they just look phenomenal. And it really took a team change, didn't it, to come through with Crimson's joining that EXES roster to really shake things up a little bit. But I think Toby's exactly right. The EXES team coming into this are definitely at least my favorite to win as well. But there are those challenger teams in highly rated in Champs OD who can put a little bit of a spanner in the works there. They are looking good though. I think EXES team to beat today and team to beat in general in Europe.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the brackets, though, because as mentioned, today is not the first day of the EGL Open Series finals. Of course, things did kick off yesterday. This is the teams we have left in our winners bracket, and we will be kicking things off with a winners bracket semi-final between EXES Esports and Champs OD, which should be a spicy one, as it usually is. On the other side of things, though, highly rated there against PhantomT. Toby, any particular surprises here? I think it's quite uniform. I think that PhantomT Team XENEX game is probably the only one where we could have thought that it might have went the other way. Other than that, though, it looks pretty standard.
No, yeah, I completely agree with you, actually. It's the top 4, literally the top 4 seeds getting to the winners semi-finals there in front of us. And yeah, I think you're right. PhantomT XENEX was kind of the closest game, perhaps, that could have gone either way. But of course, PhantomT coming through in the end. They have Death Dancer on the roster for the finals. And they're performing very well themselves.
Yeah, interested to see if they can continue. Let's have a look at the losers bracket now as well to see who's sitting down there. Of course, XENEX dropping in, and we'll have to continue to advance through. We will be keeping an eye on them. But I think U-Dog's an interesting one to keep an eye out through. Anyone in particular here you're looking to make maybe a bit of a deeper run?
I mean, Nuked is the team that I'm looking at right now out of all of these teams. XENEX obviously are a very good team as well, but Nuked are a team that's kind of come out of the woodwork a little bit, very late on in the EGL Open Series, to be honest with you. But yesterday, they played Champs OD in that quarterfinal game. They looked so good. They took Champs OD right to the wire. It was 5-3 in map 3, but Nuked had the chance to win that map on a couple of occasions, and they looked really strong yesterday. So if they can bring that energy, bring that performance to today's losers bracket game, I can see them going quite a long way.
We'll keep an eye out for them. Of course, we couldn't quite fit all of the losers bracket games on this graphic, unfortunately, but we do have some video footage of what went on in some of the lower games. I'm not quite sure. Toby, do you want to talk me through what happened
no
here?
way.
Dear.
We don't see the name on screen of who's controlling this quite yet.
That was great teamwork, though. I have to give it to them. That was great teamwork. Lancering me from the side, from middle, was really, really good.
Oh, your angle as well.
There's no way.
You know what? Fru made this out that he texted me and he said, "I've just smoked Toby top table."
It was exactly like that.
Quite a lot of team shots coming in fairness. But look, I am devastated we didn't get to stream this yesterday. Of course, Dark going through, obviously going up in a team up against Toby and the boys. I was texting you during this in the Gears casters chat, and I was trying to stir the pot, I'll be honest. I wanted much more smack talk from the two of you, but you were like, it is what it is. No, I'm sorry. I wanted you to have it out, and Toby, I thought today was going to be a lot more painful for you, but he seems to be being quite nice about it.
Yeah, I'm fine. I had a great day yesterday, my friend. A really, really good day. But I've never been one for trash talk, mate. Like even at LAN events, and I might have made a good play or something, or whatever happened. That people are screaming at me. I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna carry on playing and do my thing. And that's just me, introverted, I guess you can describe it as. But no, yesterday was good fun.
It was. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, through probably a little bit more fun for you. I know you boys did eventually drop out in devastating fashion.
Yes.
You can solely blame Elliot for it if you want. He's not here to defend himself.
Yeah, so. I mean, absolutely. To be fair, the crossfire coming up to shoot Toby was Elliot's Lancer, so I'll give him his due on that one. But
2v1.
Yeah, it was
even more
2v1. But yeah, it was a great day of play yesterday. Really enjoyed getting to compete. Good playing with the two Italians and movements and Dario as well. Those guys are very good players, and I hope to see them do well in the future. And yeah, as you said, devastating fashion. It was a 5-4, 5-4 loss. It breaks the heart. We had chances to win it. We were up. We had comebacks. We choked, and we're out. So we're here today instead. The broadcast is equally as fun though.
Oh, well, at least I have you two here. I imagine if you'd both made a run and I would have been sat here, I wouldn't even be able to get Elliot in. Me and Matt would have been casting at this point, so that wouldn't have done anyone any favors. But nonetheless, it's great to see how many teams signed up as well. Of course, the skin incentive definitely helps, but at the same time, 64 teams, I feel it's a big statement. I mean, it's a big statement from Europe to say, we're still here, we're still hanging in, and, we're doing a good job, I like to think, for everybody who did show up. Of course, not just in Europe and South America as well. We've seen good numbers there too. Thank you to everybody who has committed their weekend to the Open Series finals. But we have the business of crowning a champion, which is something we're going to have to start getting on with. The first game coming up is, of course, going to be OD Champs going up against EXES. So, I mean, it's an interesting one. Toby, let's start talking about it. It's one that we seen in the final week of the Open Series. Of course, it was a relatively close game, I want to say. But it was one of those things where we expected EXES to come out, and we expected them to win that. They did, but do we think OD Champs have a shot here? You look at that roster, we know they're very well versed, that the history behind the squad. Do we think they have it in them to beat the number one team here, Toby?
That's the question. And typically you'd think that OD Champs are a little bit better at your major events, right? Your 2-day, whether that be online or offline. But yesterday they weren't really performing that well. I was just speaking to Alex about it. We'd hope that Champs OD would get better and better and have a big jump in the last weekend, but their performances weren't really up to par. They were struggling against teams that aren't seeded anywhere near them. They were struggling in different rounds, so it wasn't just a one-off. It wasn't just a bad map or bad match. And so when you look at that alone, you think maybe not. Maybe this is just going to be another week for them, and another week for EXES, honestly, is just flawless play from them. You have to be really, really good to defeat EXES. And right now, Champs OD are not looking the best they ever have on Gears 5. They're going to have to really show up now on Championship Sunday.
Through that begs the question, then this is a comfortable game for EXES, looking for a winner's bracket final placement. I mean, they're looking to go on to win it. This is maybe just a bump in the road, potentially. Is it going to be difficult for them? I'm not sure.
I think possibly more of a hurdle than a bump, but I think EXES really should be looking at this as actually the better route through. I mean, they should have a Champs OD team that they've beat quite often in the past against them here. They didn't look great yesterday. They were losing maps yesterday with Champs OD, and EXES have looked pretty flawless all the way through the winners bracket so far. So yeah, I do think EXES can quite easily walk through this. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-0. It's not saying Champs OD aren't good, but EXES really are fantastic.
Yeah, XENEX looked very, very good the past few weeks, and that is really what's given them the credit for this game. But let's have a look at the maps to see how things are going to break down in this game. Let's have a look at it. Training Grounds District Exhibit. Oh, hopefully it's a 2-0. No, I don't mean it. But, I think, what do we think then? I mean, Toby, looking towards the maps, we've seen District go over, if I remember correctly, last week over to the side of XES. Do we envisage the same sort of thing again when we get the map 2?
Potentially, I definitely favor Access on the first map. It is their pick after all as well, so that makes a lot of sense. District, I mean, Champs OD have had really good district games in the major events, that I was just alluding to, right, in your 2-day events, and they've done really well in the past, and it was typically a map that they picked against former rated R when they were Elevate back in the day, so it is kind of their big map, their more certain map, I think, Champs OD, for when, of course, Bunker was still in the cycle as well, kind of their alternative choice to that. If they can get it to Exhibit, Chris, given the stakes of today, then maybe, just maybe, they can hold out, those corridors. They can play a bit more passive and rely on your Slayers like Hydrone, Crazed, who's an absolute animal in this tuning as well, to just go off in the individual battles and then give them a leg up. I kind of like this cycle for Champs OD. I won't lie, but they do have to get to that map number 3, I think. I don't think they're going to take Training Grounds, that's for sure.
Drew, any other thoughts on this one, or same sentiments?
Similar sentiments. I mean, XS, they've obviously opted for Team B in the pick and ban process, which means they essentially get the choice of the last 2 maps there. So they're the ones that have essentially said, we don't want to play what the other map remaining was. We want to go to Exhibit. So that for me says they watched that game yesterday between Nuked and Champs OD on Exhibit, and they are confident in beating Champs OD on that. So I think it's a good pick and ban process, throughout and through. I think District is a good map, as Toby said, for Champs OD. They have had very good games on it. It's also a map where you can just place a big weapon down and run that set play for 7-8 rounds. So it'll be interesting to see how they play that. But yeah, I think it does lean towards XS, and that Exhibit pick I think is a smart one from XS at the end there.
Yeah, well, let's see if it does get to that map number 3. I think that was our query, wasn't it? Is it really going to get there? The other side of things, though, let's just mention the other winners bracket final, semi-final that is going on, I should say. Of course, that is going to be highly rated, taking on PhantomT. We probably expect highly rated to make it through, don't we, on this one? They have faltered the past couple of weeks, but maybe let's touch on that as well. They probably feel they have a bit more to prove here, I would say. XES the past couple of weeks have looked like the best team, highly rated, looked unstoppable up until XES turned up, and obviously got Crimsons on board. Going up against PhantomT, though, Toby, what do we envisage for that one? A similar sort of affairs to what we think is going to happen here, a comfortable 2-0?
Yeah, I think in theory, this should be a more obvious 2-0 for highly rated, and it's kind of a game that they've had great practice on, right? With the similar rosters. Yes, they've had slaps recently added on to the new roster, but they still play the similar way. Death Dancer has been in and out of the roster, yes, with PhantomT, but he's played enough himself. So I think this is kind of just like another Sunday game potentially for both teams, and whether highly rated crumble under the pressure given the new context of this being a more major series final split event is going to have to be something we see. But I think 2-0 should be the simple vote for that.
Yep, true. Same sort of idea with that one. I mean, for highly rated, they've got to be looking at the grand finals. That's where they're looking. We do feel as if there is a gap between the top 2 and third, fourth, isn't there? So if you're highly rated, this is just one of those that you need to get done because you want your shot at XS once again.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is going to take a massive performance from PhantomT here to beat highly rated. They've had similar routes through. Highly rated beating UDOG in the round before, PhantomT beating XENEX. They're both similar teams in terms of caliber. Both teams won 2-0, but highly rated, I mean, to come through UDOG, who looked very, very good the last week we saw them, I think that's actually the tougher challenge at the moment. So I think highly rated will take this, absolutely. They're the better team. They're the higher seed, and they should go through this one pretty straightforwardly.
Lovely. I mean, I just want to see that final again, though. I think that's where everyone's kind of leaned into. XES, of course, are going to be the favorites going into this one, but highly rated, you've got to feel as if, they had a bit more time with slaps now as well. The last week was probably the worst that we've seen them, in the sense that slaps had just come in, so that change has just been made. But as mentioned, they've had that time to sort of settle them in a little bit now, Toby. And I wonder, do we expect that to? Well, of course we do expect that to be the grand final, but do we think it's going to be a close affair? Of course, as well. That's the question. Do we think that they've had enough time to integrate slaps into the roster? Is kind of the question I'm asking.
You'd hope so. I think, given a lot of the time, Highly Rated have been the most practiced team in Europe, I want to say, especially compared to the likes of Champs OD. And XES have had a bit of a roster swap as well, you know, kind of losing a fellow Italian in the form of Crimsons, who probably came in and give them loads of tips and education, I guess, in terms of how to play on a big day and add-on strategies. Meanwhile, with Highly Rated, I think it's more of a shoe-in. It's more of a slip in of slaps, and you'd expect them to keep up that amazing consistency with the practice scheduling and stuff. I've seen them playing loads of community tournaments as well. So yeah, all in all, I think this should be a formed team now, and Slaps really shouldn't feel like a new player anymore.
Good, good. Just an update from the admin side of things. The last map in this series that we are actually watching between XES and OD Champs is going to actually be Harbour, not Exhibit. So that's a mistake on our part. But at the same time, Harbour coming up instead. Through anything to add on that one? Do you dislike that one? I dislike that a bit more for OD Champs, if I'm honest with you. I really like Harbour on the side of XES in this one.
See, I actually disagree. I think Exhibit would have been the better map for them. I watched Champs OD struggle on that map a couple of times.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Then I agree. I did watch Champs OD play Highly Rated yesterday on Harbour, and Champs OD actually looked pretty good on it. They were doing very, very well on it, the first few rounds at least, before I jumped over to a different stream. So, yeah, I don't like that pick. I think Exhibit would have been the better pick there, and that kind of makes it a little bit more even for me. I think Champs OD now have a better shot.
Okay. Well, let's see. Toby, any thoughts from yourself? I just, for me as well, I've seen XES look good on this map in particular as well, so I'm curious.
Yeah, I'd have preferred Exhibit for Champs OD, honestly, given the circumstances today. Harbour, Champs OD have not had a great time on that map, and there's been loads of maps, actually, of XS and Champs OD playing against each other, even back when they were called Maradona, and Maradona have just come out of nowhere and just won the map out of nowhere, right? And so I wonder, you know, are Champs OD consistent enough to really take it to map 3? I feel like they need map 3. So that, you know, that's another map that they really need to really perform on. I think Exhibit would be a bit more simple for them to do so and take advantage of their composure in an individual sense in those shotgun battles in those lanes. Harbour, it could open them up a little bit more and show more of their weaknesses and inexperienced Champs OD in the new meta in 4v4.
Well, I do believe the game is nearly ready to go. We're getting the players in the lobby, but as it is the Gears community, it does take some time at the moment. I think we were waiting on one of your games, Toby, yesterday for ages. I think you were the last of the losers rounds that we were waiting on for quite some time. I'd just like to point that out. I don't know if it's just you loading into lobbies. Is it the Welsh people? Breaker's notoriously bad for it.
I want to say Fru beat me yesterday,
might
so
he
would have been further on in the back in the bracket. So you might be thinking about my co-caster next.
Yeah, I think I got away with that one. I think I got away with that one pretty well. Yeah, that was probably me.
Again, I can just probably blame Elliot in this sense. I haven't heard Elliot's voice in a while, and I'm not too sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We would love to get him back on at some point. See how he's doing. Yeah. His young Elliot. He's been committing his time to playing, hasn't he? He's been committing his time. How's it been going for him? Has it been going well for him? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, like, to be fair, he's playing well. He is playing quite well. He's still himself, still all over the place. But I mean, 67 rounds of it yesterday with him. I played, and I'm not fed up of him just yet. So maybe we'll play a few more.
Did you ever get your glasses back?
Nah, did I, heck?
You didn't know. Well, we will be jumping into this game through, Toby. I'll let you go and put your feet up, get a cup of tea down you. Maybe find a different chair. I wonder what kind of chair we're going to be getting from you this weekend. Of course, it's been a running joke for me, at least. Anyway, I'm not too sure if you've appreciated it or not. But we'll keep an eye out on how the chair situation's going through. We're jumping into training rounds. XES versus Champs OD. Interested to see which way this one goes. Need to see a big performance out of Champs OD this one, though.
We do indeed. They need to step up here, and they need to open strong. That's going to be an interesting kind of thing that I'll be keeping an eye on, is these initials. The slaying power really on the side of XS is massive, and this man Payne's on the screen right now is one of those really strong opening slayers. And you know, he's a big force for this XS team, so if he can get that opening kill, which he has just managed to do, that'll be a big way just to win the rounds for XS just in general. Yeah, you would imagine so. This is kind of what I was alluding to in that opening segment. Really, was just how quick and how great the Pain's steam train is essentially. When he goes to those initials, there's very few he loses, and there's not many players in the European community or the worldwide community that are at his level when it comes to those opening shots. But here we go. This is the Champs OD that we come to expect, isn't it? The big weapon down first round, something practiced, something slightly out of the unordinary, I guess. And it's a drop shot down at the B, straight off. They don't want to play that U fight, and it's going to be interesting to see how they do play this, because PhantomT is getting run out very, very quickly, and it looks like EXES, they've come out with the better strat here, to be quite honest with you.
And it's not really a surprise. Like, we often see this strat come out from Champs OD, but for me, going up against highly rated or EXES Esports, I feel like they're outmanned in that sort of battle at times. I know, like, way back, it was one of those where they would be able to win that fight. But now, I don't know, I feel as if maybe... I don't want to say it's an ego thing by any stretch of the imagination, but at the same time, I just don't feel as if they're as well equipped as EXES to deal with these mid-fights. No. It's kind of EXES's bread and butter.
It really is. It really is. This is what they're really good at. They are good at those initials. They are good at those big team fights. And Champs OD, they are trying to make something play there. I saw what they were trying to do. They were trying to play this B fight quite cleverly. They sent one up to the overlook. They sent one round through the middle as well. And when it didn't go so well, and when they realized what EXES were up to in pushing the lane at the back there, they rotated around to homes and just made sure that even though they lost the drop shot, they had those points ticking through. And actually, Champs OD looking pretty good now. They've got some kills down. They've got this B control fully, and actually the fight over at the A hill is still going on as well, where we're seeing a potential triple cap opportunity coming here for Champs OD.
See if they can get it going. PhantomT run behind. Pains will drop, and that's a couple of kills going to come on through. Crazed, so you've just back on this roster recently. Trying to help out lock in A here, but it should be enough for EXES to try and defend this. But COG team win condition. Still looking to lock this round in, but they're looking to do it in a quicker fashion. A couple of kills still going to come on through here for Crazed and PhantomT, who've been at the front and very much dominating. Crimson's very, very tagged up as well. Only if I can be won by Pains on the other side of things, trying to bait him out, but Crimson is dead. That domination will take. And Champs OD, very much life in this game from them. One apiece now. After what was a slow start, the settings are wrong. Crimson's, that's not ideal. Either way, 1-1.
That is 1-1 indeed, and that was a nice round for Champs OD. It really was a nice round. They come through. They don't really worry too much about that drop shot, and they just have full control over those homes pretty much the entire way through. Be interesting to see how EXES kind of respond to that now as they wait for Crazed here.
Yeah, okay, so not ideal. It seems as if there's been a case of setting up the game wrong, potentially. Only one drop shot in there. No, that's surely a lobby thing then, isn't it?
It is a lobby settings issue, yeah. If there's only one drop shot in there, usually it spawns with 2. Or at least the current settings do say that it spawns with 2. Then, yeah, there'll be a lobby settings issue, and we'll have to go back and reset this one.
Yep, we're going to have to go out of this one, and we will get this one set up again, as far as I'm aware. So we will be jumping back in. Do you think it would be... I don't know if we're going to have to go back to 1-0 in that case, then, because they got a hold of the drop shot at the beginning of the first round and only had one shot in it. So I would argue that, they had a good opportunity. If they had a second one, then it maybe makes a difference to that round, of course. So, yeah, we're going to have to probably start from 1-0. I'll get the admins to confirm that's where we're going to go from. That would probably won't make more sense. But for Champs OD, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Because, they found themselves not in a bad spot. And I think, irrelevant of the drop shot, they may have found themselves there anyway. So that's unfortunate, but we will head back into this game and we'll let you know exactly what's going to be going on as we head into it. But not a bad showing from Champs OD to initially kick things off anyway. Round 1 was not good, but besides that, round number 2 looked fairly decent from them for hopefully a good series going to come out of the back end.
Yeah, round number 1, we're looking at it as a very, very quick initial right from EXES. They come through, they slay out, they get the triple cap. I mean, that's how a round you would like to go on round 1. That's how you want to open up your championship Sunday. But Champs OD, they bounce back. They always bounce back. And I like the the kind of gumption there just to drop something down and let's play something big. Let's bring out a strat, right? Like it's Sunday. We're here to win. This is one of our biggest opponents in the whole bracket. We've got to bring things out of the backpack now, because if not now, when's the time? So they dropped that drop down, and I like the play. I said it, I said it as we were going through it. I do like the idea that they kind of brought out. They decided to try and play around the drop shot rather than jumping into that huge fight at the kind of low side. But you got to kind of think, is that ultimately the right play? If there was 2 shots in that drop shot, they would have been able to rotate that drop shot back around and recapture the home hill. So it's one of those where you're kind of sacrificing full drop control for a home hill attempt, or at least the attempt not to lose the round so quickly. But it's not really confidence inspiring for me that they decided that they can't win that brute force fight. And XES just ran it down that back lane. They really did, and found some easy kills, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, the teams have actually agreed to start at 1-1, so we'll just run it back from where we were. Let's see if they can do something else towards this drop shot fight, though. I mean, as mentioned, you can't let XES freely have a complete run of that one. It's one of those where they are very good at finding those initial fights, and at the same time, they're good with the drop shot as well. It's very rare, top of my head, to see them really waste that one. They're very, very efficient when it comes to using these power weapons. The drop shot is one of them as well. It's interesting to see it be put towards B rather than up towards where E will obviously spawn in, of course, in the second half. It's usually the spot you would put it. Any theory behind that, I would wonder, from OD Champs?
Yeah, you don't want to get wrap shot by Pains. That's my theory, to be honest with you. We saw it in the first round, right? Pains on the bottom of that U. He's so dangerous up there. The flashbangs are almost always perfect at this level. And if you can't respond to that player running at you and getting that first shot off, there is almost nothing you can do about that shot. So I think it's the right play. A lot of teams are super practiced at the U shape. If something's going wrong, the weapon usually goes over that side, as you said. So a lot of teams have played that fight through and through as a team, right? And usually what you see at the B side is 1, maybe 2 players over that side, if something funky's going on. But you never really get those big 4v4s. And that's because the weapons never usually get placed there, truthfully. So that, for me, is exactly why Champs OD have done it. They've gone, where is the least practiced fight on this map? Okay, it's probably over at the B side as a full team. Let's try that. Let's play that. And that, for me, is probably the reason. They want to get away from that initial, and they want to play something that XS probably aren't quite as practiced at.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's something different, so at least we're going to potentially see that. I do know that the game is currently underway, and we are just getting us back to where we were, and, well, it looks like we may well be there anyway. So here we go into round number 3. Drop shot back down, but this time with 2 in it. And, of course, now we are going to go back to where the weapon picks were, but the issue was already in before this, so the players are free to go off where they want to here, and we're back into the game at least anyway. We've had a couple of bumps, but we're fine now. Get them out of the way now.
That's it, isn't it?
Into the game we get them out of the way in first game.
we want to iron out these little wrinkles now, and we're back in with that drop shot fight. We are. We're going to see how the teams play it this time around. It looks like a similar strategy. Pain straight on down into the B hill. That loop coming around from Champs OD on the minimap. They are taking that overlook. They're going to get the crosses in a second. Drop shot is picked, but this is a better collapse here from Champs OD, and Jackfex coming in with 2 big kills as well. Should secure this here. Oh, look at the B hill. They know now where XS Esports are sat, and that's a much better initial from Champs OD. They cleaned that one up.
Yep, much better. The initial working out well. Jack being the talisman for this team at times, and he's going to need to continue to do so if he wants to come on through and help his team find themselves in the spot that they believe they should be in. That drop shot's still down there as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say, is he going to go for that one? It was down there all that time, and I think they decided that it was just probably too risky. If they go down picking that drop shot up, it's a 2v3 that's easily winnable by XS if they just land a couple of flush shots. So I think that's the right play by Champs OD. Just get the neutral cap, let the drop shot expire, keep yourself alive, live to fight another day.
Looks like a push over towards A, potentially coming through here from XS Esports. Bouncer's looking to try and find the picks with the full talk, of course, but Hydro, the only one left back there for now, but the cover coming in from the other side of things. Champs OD very happy to play this slow game. That win condition is ticking down. XS become further and further away. It's going to be getting to the point of where a one cap will do for ChampsOD very, very shortly, but not quite yet. Hydron's done his best to try and keep them away, but needs that support to start coming on through quite quickly. He can keep them out. The flash comes through. That's a good spread onto one of them. I think it was onto Pains. Bounces goes down. Pains follows as well. Good defense from ChampsOD. Whilst all that is going on, fight is being won by EXES Esports over towards B, but that one cap will be enough. Just about be enough. They have the numbers though. They want to press this if they possibly can, and they want to try and get B back.
Yeah, they should be able to get this one back pretty easily. 1v3, ChampsOD should not lose anyone here as they cap this one in. They are going to get flanked here, but this is why Hydron is in that little pocket. Jack's in a fight as well on the other side. Good shot by Jack, but not quite enough, and Hydron also falls behind. Craze has to go big here. He's got to get one, but the second isn't available. D-cap coming through, but we've got to look over towards A. The down there on Crisis comes through. And there should be a little bit of a scrap here on the A-hill for this round here. If the D-cap comes through, there's still chance for XS, but it's going to be a real tough challenge here. They're going to get the D-cap coming through. Craze now in the fight. Drop shot goes away, and it's not going to actually explode there. It goes out the map. Second drop going to come out. Bounces is going to get one. This is big plays from Bounces. If you can get this next down, he's able to do that, but the B-hill is going to get capped up. And ChampsOD, they've put the numbers in the right place there, Chris, haven't they? Really well played, really good heads-up play to move on round. 2-1 ChampsOD, look at this.
Yep, that's one of those rounds where you'll sometimes see teams just headbutt their home hill consistently to try and keep a hold of that one. But they decided to extend themselves over towards B. Get a hold of the fight there, and all of a sudden, everyone concentrating over at A. It doesn't really matter. It's a free B capture comes through for ChampsOD, and that will be 2-1 to them now. Big round. Curious now. Oh, a long shot is going to go through here as well now. So that makes something a little bit more interesting over towards the E-hill when it does appear, of course. You're still putting a lot of stock in this drop shot, though.
You are, and that's kind of an interesting placement because it was ChampsOD that realistically were playing that side for this drop shot, right? But now it means that this fight at the B-hill is a 2v2, essentially, as the fight at the top side is also a 2v2. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, and Pains is able to get that opening kill once again, and this is what we were saying, it's difficult here for ChampsOD to really have an impact, and we're going to see a trade out there. Jack kind of saving his team's life, but full control of the B-hill really goes to XS at this point. They're going to get that pickup. Bounces quick off the mark there. Drop shot in hand. We'll get that one out, and this is a good play by XS.
Very well played. It's enough for Bouncers just to get that one out. Lots of shots coming in, though. They could do with getting rid of him, and, well, he needs to probably try and back on down, but Crimson's the one to try and do something with it. Obviously, he's going to drop Bouncers. And Crimson's is just about going to get out, and he does have that drop shot, so big place to get him out with that. Well, because of it, ChampsOD will get a hold of B. Now Pains putting shots in, and that was Hydron who'd already been down a couple of times. If anything else, here, good shot from Pains. Craze is going to go down. Can he find Phelpsy as well? He doesn't poke his head out. B now being capped over towards X's, and it's a good shot from Pains that sets it up.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. Drop shot in hand as well on Crimson's. Second shot is going to tag up. Nothing coming through, but good damage down. Jack Fex is able to get the one trade out there over towards the U side, but honestly, the sniper is going to come in real useful here. There's one down, looking for the second, able to get the headshot. Pain, stop it. Fantastic sniping from Pains early on here on Championship Sunday. Going to get the break here, looking towards Jackfax. Isn't quite able to get that, but did manage to get the spot. Knows where he's going. His team will be able to pick that one up in just a second.
Yeah, domination was taken for just a second, but Phelpsy is here to try and fight with Jack to win this fight down low. He finds the shots. Is he going to be healthy enough to get back up and get a hold of B? Yes, he is. This points difference is not too much, though. So XS Esport, yes, okay, they have taken the lead, but this is not unachievable for ChampsOD. Should be in a spot to try and get their home hill back, but there is a sniper over there. The long shot's going to cause issue. Phelpsy is going to roll into that one, and Hydron's going to drop two. That might be a nail in the coffin for this round in particular anyway. This is Esport now in a really good spot to lock this one in. The domination's going to start ticking into the second. Is anybody near enough to see for ChampsOD? It's going to be the run over towards it. They've caught them off guard. EXES Esports probably would have walked away with the round anyway, but two apiece nonetheless. Fire and domination.
Nice play by XS. I like the second kind of attempt at that initial there from XS. We saw Champs OD when they traded out 2 for 2 over at the top side there. They decided to send all their numbers back towards the B hill for that drop shot. And XES, quick off the mark, picked that drop shot early. Yes, they relieve a little bit of pressure over at the B side because they were able to get that drop shot out as Champs OD were rotating that way. XES then had free pick on the snipe as well. Really good number play there by XES just to set them up for huge success with that power weapon. Now the incenders are going to go down. That's going to make this one a little bit hotter down towards the B hill. It's going to be a bit interesting to see where those are placed. As I said, not many teams practice this side, and incends and drop shot all to play for. Definitely looking a little bit different to usual.
There we go then. Push towards E. Right hand side here with Champs OD though. XES is not necessarily going to commit too hard to this one. Crazed will get a hold of the drop, and Pains will drop himself as well, but they could do with getting rid of this final player. Crimsons gets a hold of the drop shot on the other side of things after Crisis goes down. Good start by Champs OD to the round, but they've lost their home hill. And we'll gain the other side though. Shot coming in from Craze, not quite landing, but plenty more bullets in the chamber to try and do something with the long shot. Who'd you rather be in this spot though? At this point, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy round so far.
It's really difficult to say. I mean, if Crazed can make work with that sniper, actually Champs OD, the snipe, I think is more useful on this map. If you can get the headshots landed. The drop shot's quite easy to dodge, it's quite open. Unless it's a perfect shot, you're not really going to get through. And, you know, 1 kill for 2 drop shots. XES trying to make it work here. Crimsons, though, able to get the kill on Phelpsy. Interesting round here by both teams, actually, as XES opted to play as usual, but Champs OD, they sent 3 to snipe at the start there. For me, that's kind of an interesting turn of events.
Yeah.
They're putting more stock in the weapon that XES placed than the one that they did.
We just didn't expect a fight over towards the snipe, and that's maybe where they've sort of lent. They say they don't want to go just toe-to-toe and swinging with XES Esports, as that's what they're trying to do right now, and they're being beaten to it. 1 win condition of 120 seconds. That will obviously be cut in half by this E capture coming on through. XES now will be less than a minute away from finding themselves in the lead. Obviously got some defensive work to do here. Crisis putting the shots in. Here comes Pains, somebody you never want to have to try and fight against. Obviously waiting for the flash. There it comes. Now can reposition as well. This is a big fight for Phelpsy to try and win. The rest of the team did overextend over towards F. Or D, I should say. And they did get the capture over there, so these points on the board for Champs OD put them in the win condition now, but the shot from behind, Crimsons walks on through. You can't let that happen if you're Champs OD.
Yeah, nicely executed play there by XES. Had the crossfire as well. Just a little bit more damage coming through. Jack able to make a little play, but stuck under the overlook now. Might get downed here as he's putting himself in a bit of a rough spot. The Lancer angles are good though. They will force Crimson's back. He can't jump down to take that one. Can't push down the alleyway either. And actually the push down the back lane is going to come from Champs OD. Jack Feck's going to lead that charge. The flashbangs have worn out, so Jack has to go back now. But the drop shot is in hand. Look at the points though, Chris. 230, 170.
Got to do something here. High drawn over towards E. We'll get the decap. Needs to help them get a hold of F though. Crimson's already winning the fight over there. Pains is there to hold on as well. 5 seconds. They got to get in. I don't think they've got time. Pains will drop. It's not enough to get in. That will be EXES Esports taking the round 3-2 now. Yeah,
strong round from them. A really strong round. Just not able to make the sniper work. Honestly, that's kind of the crux of that round for me is Craze just not able to hit those headshots. And that's really down to the good positioning from XES, not his ability with that weapon. We all know that Crazed is, you know, one of the best snipers in the game, or has been at least for a long time on previous titles. And in the end, it's unfortunate, but his opposition just don't give him the heads, right? If you don't see the heads, you can't headshot them. And simple gears, simple simple mindset, but it does work. XES playing that really well, respecting that power weapon and what the other team can do with it.
Can XES close this one out then? 2 rounds away from them. After maybe a little bit of a shaky start, you would argue. Champs OD this time, sending 2. XES sending 3. Up towards the long shot and of course over towards E. Champs OD putting a lot of stock in. Over towards the other side of the map. Hydron going to find the down tier as well, though. Momentarily, Pains is going to be left all alone. He will find the kill. Drop shot going to go over towards Champs OD, though. Pains, can he conjure up any magic here on his own now? Jack Making the push now has Craze here as well. They're really trying their best to get rid of Pains, but he's just delaying it so long. Eventually will fall. Craze was in danger there for a second. Pains might have just done enough to allow his team to respawn back up and get a hold of their home hill, which they will. But damage potentially done. Champs OD lock in a 2-cap, have a hold of a drop shot as well.
Yeah, this drop shot's going to be huge. If they can get that drop shot to just defend the lane that XS are going to push here, which looks to be the E hill, should be a really strong defensive tool for this next push. And the longer the XS delay here, the closer we are to seeing that drop shot spawn up on the opposite side. So have to see what's what as the teams actually start to move around. And Pain's a very strange push through the middle. That is not advisable whatsoever. I mean, he just ran out into the open there. A moment of madness, it seems, from Pains. Easy down coming through for Champs OD, and you know what, that'd have been an easy down for any team, any competitive team, really. That really wasn't the best play at all. And Champs OD now in a drive-in seat because of it. Look at this, the domination about to tick through. There really isn't anyone there to stop it.
Nope. You get the fight over towards E. They lock it in there. Really wish the sound had been fixed before the weekend. Here we are. The domination takes through either way, though. 3 apiece now. Yeah, it's a strange push from Pains, isn't it? And I find, like, as someone who, you know, still relatively new to Gears, he has that talent, and, you know, in those close quarters fights, he's very, very quick and can get things done that you wouldn't expect. But sometimes there's something, the brain just maybe switches off a little bit, and it's like, no, I'm going to go head first down mid-map. And yes, okay, I think you can't leash somebody like Pains. You've got to, like, kind of let him do his thing, but on the odd occasion, things like that will happen.
It will, and you know what? Like, if he thought he had the right play, 90% of the time it probably would have been. But that time it just wasn't. The Champs OD team was set up perfectly to counteract that, and unfortunately it is what it is. But 3-3 apiece now. Champs OD, they will take every round they can get here. They're keeping it very close against XS, and this is really good to see. Damage going down. Craze will fall. Hydron also going to go down here. Pain starting to push, and look at the bodies piling up here. XS Esports, they are the butchers, especially over towards this U fight. The E-Hill is here as well now. Easy cap for that. And they're going to start to make a play over on Phelpsy, who is in a little bit of a rough spot here. Incen going to come out
well done.
And that is a huge play there, just to put a little bit of a dampener on XS's spirits. Phelpsy will fall, I believe. Drop shot probably still on the floor here.
Should be.
Can't see it in any inventories just yet.
Yeah, I think it's just about there, isn't it? It's just right next to the cover in the middle. But still, I like that from Phelps. He knew he was, well done. Nonetheless, we'll make sure the drop shot doesn't quickly go over towards the other team. I can't see it be picked up quite yet either. Hydron, he may be punished for that, though. Bouncer's making the push. Crazed, is he going to be there for the trade? Yes, he is. The other side of things, though, the fight still continues down low. Over towards the B side of things, and EXES Esports just about coming out on top. We'll get a hold of D for their troubles as the fight was continuing at E. It's a good job that Champs OD did win that one, but it's been a very tight game so far. We expected maybe a little bit more comfortable from EXES here, but Champs OD very much bringing the fire on Championship Sunday so far.
Yeah, there was really, honestly, between Toby and myself, really no surprise that we're seeing these big weapons go down and the kind of strats come out from both sides, to be quite honest with you. You bet both teams are practiced and will be trying different things today. Not the usual kind of run-of-the-mill scrim strats that you see, the bases. It will all be about trying to mix things up, trying to confuse your opponent a little bit. And good play by Craze to keep this hill alive here. But yeah, very, very, very interesting to see it go down round 2 of Championships. And I thought it might have maybe at least lasted till the later rounds of the losers bracket before we started seeing some big placements, but no. Champs OD, they are happy with how they want to play this, and so far it's working well for them. You've got to say that. 3-3 apiece. You take that against XS. About to go down 4-3 though. See what they can do here.
10 seconds to get going. There's one guy over towards F. Jack Fax will be brought back up by his teammate, but that fight's lost over towards the F hill, and that means the round is lost. And that will be won over towards XS. Once again, one round away from going to 1-0 up in this first winners bracket semi-final. 1-3 now, as mentioned, and starting to turn it on a little bit more now. They lost the fight over towards E, but still, they win the round.
Question is what's going to go down. I think the blocks, to be honest, on the incendiaries are a good shout here for XS. I think that really is the kind of piece of the puzzle that ChampsOD were relying on there to make that big push towards the sniper. Blocks on both sides, though, which means teams are probably going to maybe put a few more numbers towards the drop shot this time. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 2-2 here again.
Let's see then. Yeah. Concentration over towards the drop shot a bit more for XENEX, and the smoke's going to go out. PhantomT concentrating the fire. I'll get it quite locked in. Team will get a hold of E though, and they will get a hold of the long shot. But look at this push over towards F immediately from XENEX. I think that's through the middle of the map as well. PhantomT going to go down. Next is Esports, happy to lock in the 2-cap over towards F and D, and they may just get a little bit more. The fight's going on over towards E as well. That drop shots went deep. My goodness me, from Pins. I think it might just been the cleanup. But Craze now left, and it's just been a swarm of Esports players across the map, hunting like wolves as they managed to get a hold of the 2-cap to kick things off. That was aggressive.
That really was aggressive, and that is pretty much the definition of what we like to call a wolf pack. They absolutely just ran as a 4. Took whatever was in front of them, hunted their prey. That was beautiful. Drop shot going to come out. He's going to miss this time. Payne's not able to find the shot there on PhantomT as he scarpers through the middle. Advantage, though, XS Esports, in my opinion, here, is they've got 2 hills locked in. They've got that points lead. They should have a kill coming through on PhantomT in just a second here. Good down coming through. Really well played.
Continue to pick up kills as well. Hydron is going to be able to answer back, but if you look at the score on the top left corner, it's getting a little bit dangerous now for ChampsOD, specifically that they do lose this round, they will lose the map. XES Esports in the perfect position to close this one out. Payne's at the front line. Try and slow down this ChampsOD push that's about to come through. Crimson's going to back on down. Has a little bit of support here as well. ChampsOD just don't have a route through, so D is what they're looking at now. Can they find anything here?
They're going to make this rotation here. ChampsOD are going to push up, but I'm not sure they know. There is 2. They do know, actually. There is someone in the middle map who will have just called Crimson's rotation out just there. Here comes the flashbang. ChampsOD trying to push around the spawn side here as XS just doing their best just to back up, back up, back up. The longer they can delay this fight, the closer they get to that win condition and the map itself. But good kills coming in from ChampsOD. We've got to look towards the E-Hill. Can they do anything about that one? I don't think we are going to be able to see anything come through from ChampsOD here. XS Esports, map 1 in the bag.
There you go, 5-3. Wasn't without its trials and tribulations, but they get it done nonetheless, and we'll be happy to head into map number 2 with the lead. Good performance in the end of XES Esports. A strange training grounds, if anything, there through. A little bit different, of course, and interested to see that ChampsOD are bringing something maybe a little bit spicy to championships today, but not working out in that scenario for them this time around. 5-3 as mentioned. But for XES Esports, I mean, it was a bit of a slow start for them, but business as usual to close it out.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they were absolutely the better team in those big team fights, and that kind of what it boiled down to for me, at least. It was those larger team fights. We saw the initial to start with. That was pretty straightforward for XS. They ran through that, and they did really well. And it kind of came down to that in the later rounds as well. When those big 3v3, 4v4 fights happened, XS were the ones that came out and kind of took it, really. So, yeah, really well played by XS. Really well played by ChampsOD, actually. I like the idea to place those big weapons, to try different things, but ultimately the double smoke coming out from XS at the end to secure the drop shot was great. And we got to kind of think back as well to that second round, where one round that Champs did get was when that drop shot had one less shot in it. So there was potentially another round that could have gone towards XS there. XS definitely kind of performing as we expected.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting if they can keep it up, of course, but we will be heading into map number 2 very, very shortly, which will be District, and then Harbor if we do need it. But you fancy them on District as well, wouldn't you? I mean, this is the one where ChampsOD, we did expect them to maybe put up a bit more of a fight, so potentially something could happen, but maybe we'll see some different drops coming on through. You know, we often do see the cinema drop being the priority, with Bandstand coming in after it, maybe 70% to 30% the other way. So interested to see if there's anything different going to come out from them here through. Are we expecting it? I mean, there's not really much you can sort of turn away from. I know when it comes to training grounds, of course, it's usually over towards the U where you would see things drop down, not necessarily over towards B. So but for District, it's not necessarily one of those that really could change up too much from what we usually see.
Yeah, I mean, the usual placement is that cinema side, isn't it? I mean, you don't often see something big placed in the middle. If Champs OD are going to play something strange and they're going to go against the norm, it will be something large in the middle. And actually, I quite like that as an option for them because it just spreads that fight out a little bit. You kind of have to play bandstand side, you have to play cinema side, and you absolutely have to play someone in the central room. So it's kind of keeping the map spread out throughout the whole breadth of it, and honestly, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. The cinema fight is most likely, but if we do see something in the middle, yeah, be interesting for sure.
Hopefully we do. Champs OD needing 2 maps in a row now. As mentioned, we will go over towards Harbour if we need it. The other one going on right now, PhantomT against Highly Rated. Streams are up. Curious which way that one is going. Also an interesting matchup, of course, but we do expect Highly Rated to probably come out on top of that one. Looking towards that now. Just keeping it up, just to keep you all up to date as we load into map number 2. It's looking as if it is 4-2 to Highly Rated on training grounds in map number 1 and that one as well. So we'll keep you up to date with how games are going across the board. Oh, into this one, into map number 2. Champs OD need to find 2 maps in a row now. XENEX Esports 1 map away from that winners bracket final now through.
Yeah, look at this aggressive play by Pains. He's just on a tear already at the opposition home hill, and this really is an interesting play from them.
Wow.
They've decided to play this so aggressively. They realized that Champs OD had put 2 into the middle here. And look at Pains, already behind Phelpsy. Phelpsy had no idea where he was. And realistically, this is almost round over already for XS. The speed at which they pushed through it, it looked like they had a speed mod on their account there. Pains is so quick to the back.
It's just head down, wasn't it? Trying to make the push for the rest of his team, really feeling it so far. Crisis is going to fall though, so maybe it makes this fight a little bit more interesting as Pains now drops as well. Good player by Crazed, who finds another as well. Jack there to help out on the other side of things, and all of a sudden this round has turned completely on its head. And well, that's Gears Esports. They're locking this one in. This should be a domination. Crisis should struggle to get there, not at least very weak. A domination will tick through, and Champs OD very quickly turn this round around. 1-0. Very well played.
Yeah, that was a real quick turnaround. And off what looked to be a really shaky start as well. A good push by XS to kick things off there, and I like the idea to go for that home hill push. It's a map where you can quite easily loop back around towards the neutral after you secure the homes, and a lot of teams really put a lot of pressure up on that mid street, but XS this time deciding that actually points are king here, and the more points they can get, the better. Champs OD, though, coming back. Fantastic play on the return. And able to lock it in just as quick. So, yeah, good back and forth in that round, and be interesting to see where they go this time around. That marks are going down, though. Did you see that? Champs OD placing something at the cinema so that XS cannot drop that big weapon over towards the cinema fight. Good play by Champs OD. Good idea. Let's see what they can do this round.
Probably not a bad idea. They don't necessarily like that fight against XES, so nice to see the marks are going to go down. Might actually encourage something to come out from XES early on in this next round, but the pickup's going to come through and not quite quick enough. Crimson's now making the push over towards C as Phelps. He's going to have to probably back down. Well, he's going to drop down, and all of a sudden, fight once again is won by XES Esports. It was in the previous round and didn't result in anything, though. Champs OD still have presence over towards B. Is it going to be enough to stop this push coming on through? Pains and Crisis both here. Crisis going to drop, and Hydrant will quite happily pick this free kill up, it feels. The rest of his team now back up off spawn to try and help him get something back here. Win condition with XES.
Yeah, definitely so, but map control really with Champs OD here. They've got control of the cinema. They just need to be able to get into this B hill, get that decap. Problem is that Boltock's going to be rough, and this is where Hydron will jump in and decap here. You see Phelpsy trying to make the play, but a good defense coming through from XS, and they're able to get the kills. Headshot coming through as well on that Boltock. Such an influential weapon.
Games now. Trying to get something going in B. Crimson's here as well against his old team. And we'll clean up the kill onto Crazed. Like to see the Markster in the hands of somebody like Pains. Very accurate at range, as he is up close, of course, with the Nasher. And it's such a good weapon to have a hold of. I remember at the beginning of the game how strong it was. But you look at C and B, you got that control. The Marks is a good weapon to have a hold of just to lock this one in. 48 seconds now for XENEX Esports to tie things up.
Yeah, the Moxer is fantastic. I mean, it used to be the meta where it was placed both sides and kind of just left there, right? As it was that home hill weapon, now only available on that center line, and actually, I think probably for the good of the Esport, to be honest with you, as you see the damage it puts down here. Bounce is able to get that down, but a lot of damage coming through from that Moxer. PhantomT making the rotation through info after Pain's moved, but this defense is quite strong over at the B side, and now they will overtake towards this home hill.
They're trying to force their way through here. Good work by PhantomT, but Cogwin condition is still there and will continue the tick and will reduce actually now. The fight being won on the other side of things. Bounces find it over towards A. This round will go over towards XENEX Esports now. PhantomT just kind of faltered all the way through there. 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Very long round. A very long round indeed, and honestly, District, it is looking like a better map for PhantomT so far. I know they've just lost that round. XS were able to find the points lead, but they're able to draw out these rounds, and we're not seeing any of those quick initials where, 30 seconds, done and done. Hydro now has the option here to upgrade towards this hotel side, and we'll probably go for that Boltok, as he does place that one down. Boltok at the moment, super strong weapon. A lot of teams that like to play this mid line are leaving that Boltok up, giving it to one of either the home hill player or someone who's kind of set up in a bit of a defensible position, because it's such a strong weapon at the moment.
Crimson's now 7 kills, 1 death so far. To help out with another one there on Jack Fex, and the Lancer's just uncontested in the middle from Crimson's, and he'll pick these kills up with the rest of his team, but it looks like they were just about to lose the fight over towards B. Now he's going to come in here and back up as well. Has to be a push through from Hydro, and he's just a lamb to the slaughter. And that is a very, very fast round out of XENEX Esports. 2-1 now. 35 seconds, and that could not be further away from what we just seen in round number 2.
Yeah, perhaps I shouldn't have said what I said. I said it was long drawn out rounds, and it's good for PhantomT that they're not losing, in 30 seconds flat. But well, look at that. Look at that. Very, very good initial there from XS, and I don't quite understand just how Crimson's was given so much space in the middle there. Usually, if you're playing one middle, they'll sit up there and they'll not cut straight down. But Crimson's, just kind of left alone, just to cross behind, and I think that's the power of having a player who can really read the map. He really understood what was going on, where the players were going to be, and put himself in the best position for it. Got a lot of Lancer fire down and helped his teammate win that fight down towards the bandstand.
Well with it. Can he continue to do so this time? It looks like PhantomT's not going to allow him to have so much free space, but Crimson's closing that space very, very quickly and will find the kill. Ends with the boom over towards the bandstand. Hydron's the only one who can answer back. XENEX Esports really starting to get away with things in the middle of the map now as Hydron's starting to push. Maybe not the wisest one that he could possibly have done, but will get away. But eventually will be dropped. He is now in the sights of XENEX now as PhantomT back on down and get a hold of A. A lot of power weapons in their hands now, XENEX, to try and hold on to this 2-cap and very likely push for the 3. That is dreadful.
That really is. That really is a terrible boom shot. But Pain, he'll make up for it, I'm sure, with the shotgun in a second. As there we go. Headshot coming through. Able to get out alive, I say that, just as he gets taken out. Obviously able to get that return kill here, but the Marks are doing a lot of damage. Crisis should go wide on this. He should have the damage down, but not quite making that move quick enough. And he's given time to Hydro just to regain health. Going to roll into him, and that really wasn't good play across the board. Boom shot was pretty lax. The Marks of play was good to start with, but the positioning was pretty rough after that. And now it's the Pains to make some moves here.
Another kill comes through for Pains, and it will not be the last one we see even in this life. Never mind today. Crazed going to fall as well, but Crimson's was there to help out. So B retained by XENEX. So what's the push coming over towards C, though? Can that be defended by Crisis? Very, very weak. just about surviving whilst the rest of his team start to converge in and around the site. That's coming through from Crisis. Teammate here to help him now as well as Bouncers finds the kills. Well played by EXES Esports. We've seen Crisis was in trouble. Had to go and support their boy, and now push over towards A could potentially come through to close out this round, although they do not need it.
Yeah, they don't need it, but, you know, if they can get another kill here on Hydron, that'd be big. Trying their luck a little bit here as Hydron is going to push up, but Incendiary's going to go back out, and the bait almost successful. Incendiary just slightly to the right, but the boom shot will connect this time around, and there's going to be the kill as well onto Hydron. This should be a round over. This should be EXES Esports going up 3-1, and this really is good showing here on District from the COG side.
Yep. Very good so far from EXES Esports. Of course, Champs OD did open things up, but since then it really has all been EXES. Staring at a loser's bracket run here, Champs OD. And you would have put it past them to make a big one, of course. Boltok going to go down over towards the cinema side of the spawn for EXES Esports. And just an upgrade over towards that retro for Champs OD for the fight over towards the boom shot. Can they close this out now? A couple of rounds away. It's felt like they're really starting to get warmed up, if you like, as this game has gone on and Champs OD become less and less threatening. I think the forceful play through the middle doesn't really have a lot of support, but Crimson's going to drop very, very quickly. Back also going to be traded out, though, as Pains goes through, picks up the boom, and finds the kill with it straight away. And these initials, every single time, are going over towards EXES Esports now, and this may well be a domination about a lock-on through. Crisis, can he find it in 5 seconds? Needs to keep Crazed away. I think he's the only one that can get there, and yes, he is. He drops. So with a Champs OD in this round, that's 4 very quick rounds in a row. This one's turning into a very, very comfortable game for EXES Esports.
Very comfortable indeed. They really are just rocking these initials, and I think that boom shot down at the bandstand is kind of what's turned it a little bit. It was close in those first 2 rounds, but after that, I mean, the initial down at the bandstand has to be played for now. And that really is similar to the U fight on training grounds. It's a very, very tight corridor. It's super influential for those grenades to come flying in. And if you can land those and get a good shot off, it's a free boom shot every round. And EXES aren't going to miss that. They really are not going to miss that.
Can they close it out, or can it be some comeback from Champs OD here? Dak making the push forward. Pains once again, the first one there. It's just such a scary prospect to have to deal with every single time. Pains is going to drop this time, though, and this bouncer is going to be able to do anything to support. Not quite in this fight. Eventually, it's going to be won by Champs OD. Rice is finding some luck in the middle of the map, though, so they don't get away unscathed, but nonetheless, a much better start for the side of Champs OD here. Maybe can get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, very close, though. I mean, Bouncer's just a couple of pellets away from winning that fight himself, so I wouldn't say that's a landslide win for Champs OD, but I will say they've played that one well enough to come out with this boom shot. And the usage of this is going to be interesting. Gets the kill on Crimsons, that will keep the points in their favor. Craze misses the back A. Bouncer's able to get the kill here, and now we'll try and get the second. Gets a shot down, and then gets the meat shield. That's a beautiful play by Bouncers here to secure this E-hill, and just like that, they're going to have the 2 hills back and back.
Very well played. Bouncers is being that ever-present in this EXES Esports lineup that just does the dirty work for the team, but so solid across the board. Hydron's going to drop as he does manage to decap F, but that will only stop EXES getting a few more points on the board. That win condition will be with them as we change things over now. That 2-cap will be enough, and they're overextending over towards D. What are Champs OD going to do here, though? Phelpsy from behind. Can he do anything to slow this down? Team win condition is still there. The push over towards E comes through. I like this from Phelpsy, though. Through the back and around, you will find something. Domination for Champs OD could potentially chip in here for a second, but the fight is won by EXES Esports over towards E. A back and forth round here through. It's very, very close on the scoreboard in the top left corner. Ultimately, it is Champs OD who come out on top. EXES Esports have plenty of members left alive to try and get a hold of F yet.
Yeah, they do. They've got time yet. They've got to be looking at when that next boom shot is up though as well, because they've got to put numbers towards there. They've got to get their home hill back. They've got a lot of questions being asked of them here in this round, and PhantomT doing their best to put pressure on at the other side of the map, just to ask one more. But again, a 2v1 that doesn't quite go the way PhantomT would have liked it to. It is a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but look what they've given up because of that. Full bandstand control. Hydrone now gets caught out and not able to get a kill. Hydrone is going to relinquish that boom shot. Crimsons will pick that up, and EXES Esports advantage them. They've got everything.
Should be able to close this out now. 40 seconds away, or Champs or D are heading into the losers bracket. Kind of being pinned in over towards D as well. Good shots by Crimsons, and that's just going to make things so much more difficult. The Champs need to continue to push. Crimsons finds one with the boom. Extension over towards D is going to come on through. Pins is here to help deal with Hydrone, who is dealt with. The domination ticks on through. EXES Esports will find themselves in the winners bracket final here in the EGL Open Series finals. 5-1 on map number 2 after a bit of a topsy-turvy map number 1. 5-3 on training grounds, but they will get it done comfortably. 2-0 for them.
Very comfortable indeed, and Little Bouncer's MVP for that match. Honestly, no surprise. Very, very well played over on the home street. So GG's coming in from Crimsons, and GG's from us here on the stream as well. There's the score for you. EXES Esports going through 2-0, 5-3 training grounds, 5-1 on district. And that second map, it looked a little bit too easy for me to say it was Champs OD pick. Really, really solid performance there from EXES.
Yep, really, really good. As said, 5-3 training grounds, 5-1 district, and yeah, it felt like those initials were just far too easily going over towards the side of EXES there, it has to be said. So interested to see if the other side of things can bounce back. Champs OD, let's see how they do in the losers bracket there. But if you're EXES, you've got to be happy with that performance. 5-3, 5-1 against one of the top 3-4 teams, you would say, in the tournament. Puts them in a good spot heading in the winners bracket final.
It puts them in a great spot, honestly. They will have come in expecting a close game, and honestly, I think expecting a closer game than that. And EXES, they look very, very good today. They were winning their initials. Their weapon placements were pretty good to say what was going on, especially in that first map. And they strategized well as well. They were throwing some curveballs, and they caught them all. So yeah, really well played by EXES. Looking forward to seeing them in the finals, or the winners bracket finals at least, against whoever that may be.
Yep, we'll be interested to see who that is going to be. Highly rated 1-0 up. We'll keep you up to date with results from that side of things when we do come back after the short break. But we've got a losers bracket run to keep an eye on. We're going to go over towards that side of things shortly. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EGL Open Series finals of split number 2. My name is Tony. I'm here with Toby this time, and into the losers bracket we go. Toby, of course, we've just seen one of the winners bracket semi-finals. Our winners bracket final is pretty much ready to go, but that will be coming later on this evening. Until we get to that point, though, losers bracket is our focus, and we have 2 teams in here that we know very, very well. Toby, it's going to be XENEX taking on OD Champs. Excited to get in this one.
Absolutely so, and we haven't seen Champs OD like this slow down in the lowest bracket for a very long time. I can't even remember an example of it. So it's weird. It's different, you know. It just goes to show how much Europe has developed, I guess, over time. Of course, Rated R started off with that theme previously, you know, defeating Champs OD and knocking them off the #1 spot. But now we're here. Team XENEX is a Champs OD, and both teams looking to win.
Yeah, for XENEX, they dropped obviously a little bit earlier, but have been battling through this losers bracket. I think a couple of games it took them to get to this point. So interested to see if they can keep that momentum up. I think it's one of those things that always sort of reigns true with the losers bracket. You know, that if you start winning a few in a row, things do get quite interesting as you see some of the higher seeded teams dropping on through. But OD Champs will be disappointed with that loss up against, of course, in the winners bracket semifinals. There against EXES, I should say, and they'll be dropping into this maybe a little bit worried about XENEX, who are a solid team. But let's have a look at the maps to see how things are going to break down in this series, Toby. And anything in particular standing out to you here? The fact that we don't have Exhibit is one for me, but...
I mean, we see District being the pick for Champs OD once again. It's clearly their main pick, right? I'm not too sure if they'll be happy about Training Grounds being the last map, but they definitely didn't ban it out at least, so that's something. Foundation, a strong map for Team XENEX, their go-to pick usually, and Champs OD, of course, very experienced on that against good teams, and given good teams some good maps as well on that in particular as well. So I think so far I would favor Champs OD overall in terms of the pick ban process.
Well, let's see how they do here. Foundation's going to be an interesting one for me. District, obviously, we just seen Champs OD struggle a little bit on that one, with a closer game on Training Grounds than maybe we expected for them up against EXES. But now heading in to #1 onto Foundation. And can they kick off their Sunday a little bit better than initially went? That's what they'll be able to do, but XENEX are not an easy team to beat. It should be an interesting game, Toby. Champs OD on the cog side, XENEX on the swap.
It should be indeed. Champs OD, they've had their warm-up for the day, if you will, and it wasn't close at all, really, was it, between the 2 teams. 10-4 map score. And you'd expect Champs OD to perform a lot better on Districts, and now hoping for their sake that they come out swinging in this game and show that they're a big contender for the event overall.
I think that's where we want to see them, isn't it? You know, it's coming to the point where they need to start producing. Obviously, the roster changes across the board haven't necessarily helped them too much. XENEX, though, going to fall for the most part. Crazed will lock in C. B. Big fight going to go on there, and I believe it is actually just going to be on the side of Simples to try and get himself away. Elpsy and Code up, still here and fighting back. B's locked in, they lose C. It's a nice chop and change.
Absolutely so. Phelps in a little bit of trouble here, actually, getting caught out on that cover, and Hydra not close enough to help him out. Numbers definitely not in their favor on that one. Hydra getting flown at full red immediately. Good crossfire from Team XENEX, clearly, to kick things off here. And now, the question is, are Champs OD going to play for that overextension? It seems like Jackfax and Craze try to, but Breaker with the double. A little bit of help from his duo, Sarkster up top. Points fairly even between the 2 teams currently.
Yep. Even want to kick things off, and I expect that to continue throughout the rest of this series as well. Simple's trying to get himself away. He's going to drop on down, and that's the domination. Oh, that was just about locked in there, but overextension came through from Phelpsy. XENEX was threatening. Now have got themselves in a good spot here in round #1 now. Saki gonna have to drop on down. Whole of Champs OD pushing out here. Can they try and find the kills just to make sure they can make that break? Oh, that's not ideal. Chris gonna take down Jack. Ultimately, they will survive. That win condition will stay with them, but not for very long, as that B hill is now going to go over towards XENEX. That prolonged fight works out for them. The longer this continues, the better situation they'll be in. Swarm win condition of around 30 seconds.
Good shotgun in there again from Breaker. Seems to be playing as fast as possible these days, and I really like it from that player. Now, score lead for Team XENEX. Big game against a really difficult opponent. They need to make sure they hold out in this round, take their opportunities, and 2 kills to start things off on Craze and Hydron. We're pretty much secure that, bar a miracle, as Phelpsy tries to overextend himself. Zaki, of course, the man who's very much accustomed to that strategy as well. He overextends himself. And Team XENEX 1-0 up now against Champs OD.
Good round to kick things off between these two. Just rotating around, but ultimately it is Team XENEX who out-rotate. 1-0 now. I wonder if Champs OD will force anything here. Something that they're accustomed to doing. And I'd like to say that they probably would fancy themselves a bit more up against XENEX than they would against Champs OD, but it is actually XENEX that dropped that one down. Now the turn of Champs OD to answer in kind, and well, it's nice to see XENEX drop that in there, but I mean, it depends what you want to do with it. Do you want to distract? Do you want to just go for that fight down the middle? You can't really ignore the drop shot.
It's an interesting decision, actually, because I think it would be Champs OD that would be the first team to place down a drop shot. And honestly, XENEX's strength is not necessarily the shotgun battles against Champs OD. It's more the organization and experience, to be honest with you. They don't really want to be going for that triple cap play necessarily. But yeah, I mean, Team XENEX have come away with that. So we'll get downed on the process. I think he'll be fine. Yep, Breaker will get back to him. Drop shot secured for sure. And they won that initial overall. B-Hill, of course, still under a fight, but I think just about XENEX fighting that. Hydron coming through, though, with a double. Or rather, just a single. But Zul, the most important man on the team right now, still has that drop shot on his back with 2 to fire.
Looking to defend B here. The push going to come through. It's a hard position. Do you use it? Yes, you do. And oh, very well played by Zul. He was patient with it. Crazed and Phelpsy both dropping on down. That's a big moment.
That's the composure you need on Championship Sunday, for sure. Precision drop shot there. Ensuring he doesn't kill his teammates in the process. So much pressure right there for him to deal with that, but did it really, really well. Now XENEX winning the initial, getting control of the B-Hill, utilizing the drop shot effectively. And now with a score lead. They're playing very well, Chris. Very impressed so far. I know Champs OD have to perform. Keep up with them.
Yeah, and we said that Champs OD hadn't necessarily impressed too much. Well, it's a wayward one. I think, is that bounced off Hydron there? Strange one, nonetheless, though. Zul's going to have to back on down. Back in Hydron, waiting for him to push back in. He doesn't do so, and the trade's going to come on through. Are they going to be able to make this work? Team XENEX holding on. Fight over towards B is going to be interesting in a second. That domination's starting to tick on through. It has to be over towards C, where they break it. They break towards B as well, but which way is this fight going to go? My goodness me, is that Breaker pulling it out against Craze? And there's the domination. XENEX 2-0 up on the back of a big play from Breaker.
Yep, and lovely emoting from him as well as he's starting to get into it. I was watching a stream actually earlier, Chris, and his comms, his IGLing, the urgency in his voice as he was calling out everything for his team. It was definitely there. He definitely is playing like he's in a Championship Sunday right now, and the team, everything is working out for them. And that's the issue for Team XENEX historically, right, is their performance consistency. It goes as far back as Obey, right, in the Pro League. But even now, week in, week out, the different weeks they have, they get knocked out in the first round or the second round in the weekly cups. But no, Championship Sundays here, and no issues there, it seems like, right?
No issues so far, at least anyway. A lot of gears to play, but they won that initial fight and really ran away with the round because of it. Breaker in the middle though. Yeah, he's feeling it. Craze is going to get dealt with again. Breaker's having his life here so far. Drop shot goes over towards Team XENEX. B should be following suit as well. There you go. Trade comes through before the player on XENEX drops as well. That's a pretty flawless initial. Team XENEX looking in a good position to go 3-0 here.
Well, they're correcting the casters perhaps a little bit now with this drop shot placement. They seem to have it on lock. And it's surprising. Champs OD usually go for that strategy themselves. I think me and Fru have actually criticized them of going for that way too often against top teams and losing out on that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, OD Champs has been one of those that, as mentioned, if they drop it in against EXES, etc., you question it. Up against XENEX, you'd like to think, well, okay, yeah, we can at least go toe-to-toe here, but XENEX have really had the better of things, and Zool's going to find a kill with the drop, then with the shotgun, second drop's out. Oh, well played. Hydron will fall. A being locked in, domination ticking in 5. Chris should be able to get there, not quite in time. And it's Zool who steps up and finds 3 kills. That's 3 rounds for XENEX now. Minute and a half, and these rounds are getting shorter. XENEX walking away with this one at the moment.
They certainly are. Zool again. He is the MVP right now of this map. He's doing so well with this drop shot. Again, the active under pressure, Hydra and Landstring. It's a 2v1. You know, you're debating with yourself, should I use this drop or should I just try and hold on to it and play the 2v1? No, there was no hesitation. Instantly getting that kill off on Hydron. Perfectly placed, and now 3-0 up against Champs OD. I'm telling you now, Chris, if Team XENEX can do it, if they can knock out Champs OD, it could be the upset of the entire tournament, the entire split, in fact.
Could be. So far, so good, though. You'd like to think Champs OD have got a bit of an advantage when it comes to this initial fight, as they now do have that incend available. The smokes have come out as well. Zool, is he going to get out with that as well? Yeah, the shot's going to continue to come in. The revive chain, though, for Breaker, he's not going to choose to go with it. Hydron and Craze combining well on the other side of things, though. Breaker will get away with his life, but that's the first time we've seen Champs OD really get anything going here to kick things off, and they will win those initials. They won't get a hold of the drop shot, however. So not quite as bad as a spot as XENEX could have been in, and they still have a hold of A, but they really are pinned in here.
Here we go, though. Champs OD started to push in for that triple. Craze will find one. Hydron gets the other. And there should be a very simple triple cap now for Champs OD. Coming off a much, much better initial than them. Finding Zool as he tried to escape. The Lancers was spot on. Champs OD are going to try and get back into the swing of things now and do a lot better in the shotgun department. You can see the kills, right? They're not really a testament to what we expect from Champs OD. Usually they have a lot more kills even against the top teams, it seems, but Team XENEX have been doing so well with the drop shot so far. Champs OD haven't had that much of an opportunity following the initials that they keep losing. But second half now, of course. And the E-Hull, a lot closer to that drop shot off the rip. Let's see how this one pans out.
There we go, then. Can XENEX continue their good fortunes here on the second side? 11 kills, 3 assists, 2 deaths to Breaker so far. Definitely a good showing from himself, but the smokes caused issue in the previous. Good shots on the Craze, though. He was tagged up. Very easy to find those shots, and there you go. There's the second as well. Breaker having a hell of a map so far here on Foundation. Hydro going to make the push. He will fall as well. It's another big, big win from XENEX to kick things off. And I think the difference is that Champs OD, when they won that initial in the previous round, it wasn't clean. Every time XENEX have done it, it's been so clean. Oh my goodness me, Zool. There's 3 with the drop shot, perfectly placed. Domination ticking, Hydron dead. And that's another round over towards XENEX, and that is a quick one as well. 4-1. And they are cruising at the moment against Champs OD.
What more can you say? Zool's drop shots are absolutely perfect every single time. The composure on this man is obscene. 14 kills right now to 4 deaths in 5 rounds, Chris, against probably the best players Europe has ever seen across the board in Gears Esports. Totaling every single Gears title together. Simply incredible from these guys right now. Of course, Breaky, you mentioned it, stepping up to the plate in the center of the map, winning his shotgun battles each time, playing with aggression. Now 4-1 up against Champs on none other than Foundation itself. My goodness me.
What a round out of Zool and what a round out of XENEX. Can they continue it here, though? Obviously could really do with winning this fight, but Zool has just not stopped moving. He's just not stopped killing everybody on Champs OD. What a performance from him so far. 17 kills, 8 assists, 4 deaths. What a sensational game out of the bag from Team XENEX, looking to lock this one in. The drop shot sends through. That's Phelpsy going down. Zul trying to get in around behind Craze. Oh my goodness, if he turned and found the second, that would have been something. It doesn't matter, game's done. 5-1, just like that. It will be XENEX who take a lead in the series, and that was fast.
And there's the MVP. No surprise about it at all. Let's check these stats at the end. Look at this. 19-5 in the end. I mean, just look at the slaying department. It was mostly just Breaker and Zul off the rip, right? Sark had 3 kills and 14 assists, by the way. Playing his role spectacularly from different ends of the map. My goodness me. Team XENEX, fair play. Absolutely incredible from these guys. 5-1. And yes, Foundation is their map pick, right? We will remember that fact. And we're going to District next, which is, of course, Champs OD pick. But it's still Foundation for me, Chris. Their experience on this are Champs OD. On this game, on Gears 4, right? They've played plenty of this map. Drop shot went down in the center. We thought, hey, Team XENEX maybe not this early at least. I mean, this is Champs OD's kind of go-to strat, if you will. If District is their go-to map, this is their go-to strat. No, they played it so well. They just won out initial after initial. They looked incredibly dominant. To be honest, I think if you asked a lot of the European fan base right now, they would have predicted the other way around, that it could have been 5-1 Champs OD. And this would have been an easy prediction for this match on stream. But now, Team XENEX are 1-0 up.
I think when you look at this map for XENEX and you say it's a strong one, it sometimes comes down to that playstyle of, especially on the first side of things, they're really good at playing both home hills. That's something we see them do quite often when they do overextend. Saki's always on the opposite end of the map to where you would think he was going to be. They're good at being a nuisance, and that's, I suppose, Foundation is good for that kind of playstyle. But the fact that they just ran down the middle and just punched Champs OD all over the place is kind of the thing that's sort of not settling with me, right? In the sense of that if they were going to win that map, I didn't see it being that way. So, I mean, nonetheless, let's give them credit for it. This losers bracket run continues from them. With a 1-0 lead up against Champs OD, this would be a huge upset if it does. Well, I say a huge upset. It would be an upset. Nonetheless, I think if this does come out, you expect Champs OD to at least get themselves into that losers bracket final. You would expect, but I mean, let's see. XENEX looking very, very good so far. There's other teams left in the tournament there as well. Of course, I believe, well, we were going to be watching, if I'm correct, it was Nuked against... What's the
Zero Cells.
Sorry, I'm just looking... Yeah, we were going to be watching Nuked against Zero Cells, but that one went to a map 3. Nuked are 4-1 up in map number 3 now, so we'll keep an eye on how that one's going. But everyone in the chat, let me know what you think's going to happen here, because XENEX frying. Absolutely ridiculous from them. We're heading into map number 2 in just a second, which will be District. That's a hell of a way to kick things off if you are XENEX, Toby. And I mean, if you're Champs OD, where do you go from here? It's a very different map, yes, but they just got beat 5-1 off EXES previously on this map as well. The heads are going to be in the bin. Those initials were lost nearly every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were playing themselves either, Champs OD. If anything about Champs OD going for them in this tournament is their individual shotgun capability, right? That incredible composure as well in those 1v1s that can see them perform as a team. But no, it wasn't there. It wasn't there for me. Craze was losing shotgun fights against Breaker a number of times. The duos that were matched up on Foundation right at the center, they didn't seem to be working too well together cohesively. It was all XENEX who was shooting the right player and pushing at the right moment, going wide at the right time. Honestly, apart from that one round where they lanced Zul as he tries to escape, there wasn't really much going for Champs OD, and I'm wondering if they can pull themselves back up, pull themselves together and perform now on District, because they really need to just focus now. Otherwise, this could just spiral out of control, and Champs OD just see themselves drift off now against a Team XENEX roster that is performing so well.
Yeah. There's nothing more to be said. Champs OD really do need to turn this round. And I wouldn't be surprised if they can do. And that's not to undermine XENEX here by any stretch of the imagination, but we know what Champs OD are like. We know that they're a very, very solid bunch of lads, and we know that they can go on to do something good here. But at the moment, I feel as if, like, since Crimson's has left this roster, then they've not looked the same by any stretch of the imagination. And I hope that even if they do drop out here, that this doesn't like sort of capitulate in a way. But at the same time, hopefully we do continue to see them in the scene. irrelevant to what happens here, but there's still time for them to turn this one round. District is coming up. Training grounds after that if we need it. But Toby, to be honest, based on what we've seen from XENEX in map number 1, I don't know if we will.
It's just planting doubt in my mind for sure, but I don't know. I mean, to vote against Champs OD on their map pick now to not take it to a map 3, it's still difficult for me, despite that map number 1. And so it really is down to Champs OD, I think. Yes, Team XENEX playing incredibly well, but a 5-1 result, I think Champs OD can do better than that regardless against that XENEX roster that we just saw. It's down to Champs OD to mentally pull themselves up now and perform like they usually do.
Well, do or die.
It is. Yeah.
Losers bracket 1-0 down. Has to be something coming out the side. I mean, and that is just says a lot, doesn't it? The fact that Jack is pushed on through like that and has to back on down. His teammates not there to support him. XENEX with the opening kills there, slightly traded away, but we're going to see a little bit of magic from Champs OD from these individual players like Jack Fex. Can't find anything there. Zool will deal with him. And Zool really has been a thorn in the side throughout the 6 rounds of gears we're already seeing. Into the 7th, it does continue. Zool going to drop though. Hydron will get this one done. And I think XENEX, even though they won map number 1 in the way that they did, will not be underestimating Champs OD by any stretch of the imagination.
No, that's for sure. That is for sure. They will not be underestimating them. They'll still be firing on all cylinders in the comms department, but it's looking like a triple cap for Champs OD, so that's better for them. But as I was saying, they definitely won't be underestimating them. The question is whether the Team XENEX can stay composed and keep up the form that they just had on Foundation. You'd very much hope so, that they could ride that hype train all the way to the final station. They'll be looking at a 2-0 as a potential result.
The first round goes over towards Champs OD. Be happy with that. Voltalk's going to go down. Now, if you're XENEX, do you sort of say, right, well, you know what? Those initials went really, really well. Let's just keep it rolling. Yep, that's exactly what you do. Drop shot going to go down towards Cinema. XENEX want to get swinging immediately.
Oh, they do. They certainly do. And you know, I like that pick because it prevents Champs OD from putting the drop shot down in the archway, as we've seen plenty of times. Bandstand, of course. And this is a lot weaker for them, I want to say, Champs OD as a team fight. So let's see if Team XENEX can get the success that they saw on Foundation with the pick. Zool on his own is going to be essentially 2v1. Does Saki and Breaker do turn at the same time? Breaker still fighting, though. Jack Fax should find him, but no. Just a down for Breaker. And now Sinful's to try keep the fight alive. Jack Fax not having any of it. Staying wide. Good shit from him. Excuse me, good stuff from him. Craze finding the cap on B. And
it's all right, man. It's not an official broadcast. Don't worry.
First for anything, my friend, in life. The caffeine's getting to me. It's safe to say.
He's getting excited. You know what? Swear away, Toby. I don't care, man.
And then the drop shot, of course, picked up for Crazed. Let's see if he can do as good a job with that as Zool in the last map.
Oh, nicely done, Crazed. We'll find 2, one of them being Zool. Push going to come through now. Breaker not in the best of spots. They're going to roll into... Oh! What is that from Crazed? The push forward comes on through. He's now going to be in a good spot to lock in this round for his team. Times that one. Well, not well enough to beat the spawn protection, but it will not matter. I'm so deep. 2-0 up now. That was much better. Much better. That initial fight won, and they make the most of it as well. Kills just not on the side of Team XENEX here so far, Toby. They haven't been able to win these initials, and it really has curtailed their round-winning abilities, hasn't it?
It has. And the thing for me as well, in particular, is this cinema fight can be so volatile. As soon as you start playing it really aggressively and really well, it can sometimes go incredibly well, and you can wrap shot that pillar instantly, or it can go really, really badly, as there is simply zero cover in that area. You know, you want players like Pains and co to be able to just fly in and get into chunk range, rather than the more organized, sophisticated game players we usually see from these two teams. So let's see. As you can see, Flashbang's already locking Champs OD out of there, but they do need to fight their way back in. And Saki's going to fall to the right. I think that's Phelpsy, yep, coming round the back. The cross from Jackfax as well. And Zool will fall too. Much better again from Champs OD in this map so far. And already the overextension for that triple.
So much better. Champs OD looking like XENEX did in map number 1. I think we might get a quick series here because both these teams are just laying waste to the other, depending what map we're on. District very much going the way of Champs OD so far, though. 3-0. And every fight is just going their way. What, that's 5 kills on the side of XENEX combined. Or the course of 3 rounds. Not good. Bad shit, Toby. Bad shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Team XENEX now, they place the drop shot. And this is the difficult part about it, right? If you place the drop shot early on, you're betting on the fact that you can see it out and win consistently towards the end. But now Champs OD have just turned it on his head. Said, you know what? We're not going out just yet. And we are going to fight our way through on this cinema. I think Phelpsy's enjoying his flank at the moment round the back. This is better from XENEX. They're changing it up completely on the aggression. Breaker finds 1. Bouncing around finds 2. Zool is down, though, in the process. Phelpsy has come around, beaten Saki to the team fight, leaving a 1v1 situation for this drop shot.
Oh, well done from Phelpsy. Held the angle. Nipples will pick Saki up, though. You would have thought that's a perfect moment for Phelpsy to do something with the drop. Turns it. Will drop eventually, though, and good play by Saki. That drop shot will not necessarily be influential now, as it's had to get backpack before it did go down anyway. XENEX, a little bit of a better start to the round, but not nearly as clean as what Champs OD have been doing. Zool and Breaker will find the kills, though, and all of a sudden this turns into a potential B cap. The XENEX now, as the push comes through, and if you are Champs OD, you'll do well to get out of this one. Raise drops as well. Ops is able to find one over towards the other side of the map, but that is it. Much better from XENEX so far.
Indeed it is. Phelpsy again looking to be aggressive on the 1Bs. So weak though. Sinful's just keeping his distance, and Phelpsy, of course, not quick enough before the pinch finally comes through. Good job from XENEX. And they'll be thinking about the drop shot next. We're still early on in this round. No triple cap will be attempted. Breaker in a little bit of trouble. He will go down. You'll need some help. Saki will be there for the revive, but will Craze try and apply the pressure with his teammates.
Phelpsy now, flash up. Pushes through. Saki, oh, he's very dead. Breaker should be following as well, but the revive comes through. Saki finds a kill on the other side, and the other one as well. Saki's the one that's been finishing it off. Nonetheless, XENEX worked that one well. Zool wins a fight on the other side of things. On top of that as well, there's only one player left, and that's going to be Hydron. Break around on the other side of things as well, but the respawn's starting to come through from Champs OD. This should be around over towards XENEX to close out their very first round win. Breaker trying his best to survive, will eventually drop, but that air cap's starting to come through now. XENEX putting the pressure on. Domination was ticking for just a second, but it may well just be a formality. 20 points away for them. Not very much time for Champs OD to come back here. That's A and C capped in. Obviously will get a hold of the drop over towards B, but just not enough time. XENEX will lock in their first round here.
Good job from them. Stopping the bleeding that Champs OD was forcing through those initials time and time again. This is a lot better for them. For Champs OD. The kills now are starting to spike up a little bit in their department, of course. The rounds do show that as we go into the second half. Of course, the drop shot opposite side of the center hill now. Shocks have been building. I'm sure the retro will be exchanged for Shock 2. And that's the thing, right? Or rather, Incend is going to be the choice. This is going to enable Champs OD to play a bit more aggressively, perhaps. Meanwhile, Team XENEX going for that shot grenade. Perhaps they want to play a bit more defensive, right? They want to just block off the quick pick on the drop or try and stop the choke point. Still, drop shot remains the focus, though, despite that B hill moving. Let's see. Team XENEX, yeah, playing super passively. They don't want any of this.
Phelpsy having to go around from the other side, and we'll have to pick his teammate up. Momentarily, though, it is a 3 versus 4. Race was the first one to drop. Pressure coming in here from XENEX, I should say, sorry. Phelpsy just going to be choked out here. There you go. Big win for them. Get a hold of the drop shot, and well, unfortunately, if you're a Champs OD fan, it's also in the hands of Zool. Two shots in the chamber still, and it's a dangerous prospect.
Yeah, with how he's been performing with it for sure. Be careful though, of course, that he doesn't get isolated. Phelpsy and JackFax. Awesome initial though, has to be said from Team XENEX. I was saying the word passively, but they were super proactive in that strat, right? They shocked the drop shot instantly and then went round for the pinch, lancering from all sides, all on the same page, and Champs OD were really caught out there with nothing to do. And with this points lead, Zool, of course, rotating over towards that center hill to try and defend it from a closer location, while every other XENEX player is sat all the way back waiting for Champs OD to make their move.
XENEX happy to sit tight, especially with this drop shot. Why wouldn't you? Oh, the insend comes through after the flash. Saki staying alive and just trying to keep them at bay. Thing he can do, yeah. Oh, Zool gonna follow through. There's another one. Wasn't quite the double. I do believe that was both used, but Saki will come through. Jack will fall. XENEX now can start to stretch their legs a little bit here. Looking to lock in the domination, which they should be able to do so in just a second with the rest of Champs OD coming in off the respawn, but Zool at the front once again will find 2, and this deficit is reducing. A much closer game than a map number 1, has to be said. Champs OD still with the lead, but it's a slender one now.
Yeah. Textbook, honestly, from XENEX there. Super impressive. I mean, what more do you want? They waited for Champs OD to make the play. Team Zool, Team XENEX, of course, playing extremely well, and then Zool for the team got the first kill with the drop shot, then the double as they were trying to escape, making that an easy triple cap. Textbook escalation on this game, and now only 1 round behind, right?
Yep, much better from them. They've got the read on it a little bit more. You feel over towards this drop shot fight at Cinema. Well, the lock going to come through now. So for Champs OD. Then get rid of the shock on the side of XENEX now. So should have a little bit more of an advantage heading into this drop shot fight. Very good, the first one here. Flashes out. Push it on through as well, but we'll have to back on down. Takes a little bit of damage that he wouldn't have liked to. Saki gonna fall as his sin falls. Oh, this is not a good fight for XENEX. It's a really bad fight for XENEX as everybody drops momentarily. That would have been an elimination a couple of months ago. Push over towards F's gonna come through, and well, it might as well have been an elimination because that should be that. Can XENEX get here? Saki first on through. You will get that. If you're Champs OD, you didn't necessarily put yourself in the firing line to stop that happening, but Zool are going to chase down the drop shot player, and they're going to get out of this, you know, and they're going to get out of this pretty cleanly. My goodness. XENEX on the brink of defeat in this round may well turn this on its head, and, well, they'll lock in E. That should be a win condition over to them.
And that right there for me, Chris, is why I like coming back to the standard escalation rules from Gears 4 of not having the elimination victory, because it means the team has to see the domination out from the initial. It gave Team XENEX there the opportunity to perform and showcase their raw skills. All well played, finding Phelpsy, taking him down, and the rest of the players winning the shotgun battles. Now we've got a really good round in front of us. Both teams defend this E-hill and then look for the drop shot.
Zool going to get the corner and get rid of Jack. Saki's doing well just to stay alive, but Zool needs to win it, and he does. Just important fight after important fight starts to go over towards XENEX. Win condition of about a minute. Sinful's going to get caught out in the middle here. Zool going to go down to high drone as well on his way over, but looks like Sinful's back up and running. Breaker's able to trade that one out. But nonetheless, though, Team XENEX definitely the ones in a bit of a better spot here. Craze putting down a lot of pressure, though, with the Lancer. Shots into Breaker are good. Can he find them into Sinfuls as well? Push going to come through. Breaker will find the shots, but it's Zool there actually to clean things up, and he will find the kill at the Craze. So this works out for XENEX. The 30-second win condition. Kills just about going in their favor as well. Phelpsy could do with winning this one here, Toby, but XENEX have held on really, really well this 2-cap.
There's the drop, though. That's the ticket back into this game. But they only have 15 seconds to do it, Chris. No one over by the E-Hill. Phelpsy needs to make sure he wins at this F-Hill with the drop shot. Here we go. 2 players to F. You expect two to fly over to E and watch the overextension. But no. Just inside, but they're losing numbers. It's not quick enough. 3 in a row now for Team XENEX. After 3 for champs at the start of this map. This is turning around fast, Chris, and look at Zul right at the top there. 14 kills, leading the way.
You just think it has to be a lot quicker from champs OD, don't you? As soon as that drop shot's up, they need to be moving. Not necessarily good enough there.
Yeah, it's
I
unfortunate.
think the flash that comes in slows it down, doesn't it? But you just need to... It just doesn't feel as well coordinated as it has done in the past with these guys. 3 apiece now.
Yeah, that's probably the word to use. Coordination right now for champs OD is not what we're used to for sure. If anything, it's Team XENEX. To be
100%. Brutally
honest with you, who are coordinated as hell this game. Doing a super good job in the strats and teamwork department. But this drop shot fight will continue. And I wonder if either team has kind of learned now to respond and outplay the other team, seeing how they play this. Team XENEX keep it mixed up. They play aggressive some rounds, they play passive others. Nice shock to block off the choke point, but Zul does need to finish it off. Will get shot in the back though. Jack Vex holding his ground, and drop shot there to be picked up. They can just about snag it. Yes, they can. Direct hit to Sarkster, and now a 2v1 in front of them.
Simple should be gone as well, but they probably want to try and do this without having to use the drop shot. Shots at range aren't needed from Jack, and he will back on down and help his team trying to get something going over towards E. First one's down with XENEX though, so they're the first ones back over towards it. I'm so you'd not put it past them to get this one back. Oh, he's baited it out. Oh, not quite. Zul, as soon as he heard it whispering above his head, has to back on down. Zul will then come around and help his teammate clean up the kill. So that drop shot results in categorically nothing for Champs OD here.
Yeah, stark difference, isn't it? For the previous round or for Team XENEX utility of that. Once again, it's like deja vu. Team XENEX back to the 2-hill cap setup and then play passive in their positioning with this setup. And this is something Team XENEX have been doing for a long time in Gears 5 Esports on this map. Time and time again, Breaker prefers his team to play the strat. Here comes the offense from Champs OD, but Breaker again, outnumbered, right? Why not get back to the spawn and defend it with a Lancer, but be close enough when Champs OD start to rotate? Question is, can they react to this?
Zul's in a bad spot. The retro coming out from Jack, and there you go, the wraparound from Phelpsy. Typing one over towards E. Champs OD are able to lock it in. One will do it though for XENEX. I don't think they're going to have one for very long here, as the fight's completely been lost across the map yet. All of a sudden, Saki needs to run the gauntlet. Are they going to be able to get there in time? They are not, and Champs OD turn that round on its head very, very quickly, 4-3.
That was nice. That was nice from Champs OD. You know, we saw it play out right in front of us from Breaker's point of view, right? The 2v1 to force him off green, so he can't be lancering for his teammates. And as soon as Breaker runs out the door, they're like, you know what? Turn around and now let's make the play on E with that 3v2 advantage. Of course, Phelpsy leading away at the front with some great shotgun action. Well played, Champs OD. 1 round away from taking us to a map number 3. But the question is, can Team XENEX keep performing in this initial, keep getting this drop shot and turn it into a triple cap potentially that they need?
Can XENEX send us to a round number 9? Let's see if they can win this fight. It didn't go well for them last time around. Flashes out. Zul, I think he's avoided. The majority of them needs to be putting the damage down if he can as well to help his teammates out. There's one. Can he find a second? It was a good spread, but Craze turns it round. And Zul just cannot press his trigger quick enough. Jack will get a hold of the drop shot. Can't find much off the original. Saki just playing his life as best as he can just to try and slow them down, but Jack now making the push here as well. Saki will drop.
Yeah, there's one down. Breaker and Sinfuls are trying so hard to keep each other alive, but it might cost them here as they're just snowballing their deaths and giving Champs OD free reign across district. Azul and Sark are here. 2v2 on E. Incend, tactical in nature from both players, actually. Just from the right, Zul will find one, though. Drop shot. Oh, the meat shield just about saves him. He's so red. And now he's going to get the flank.
Oh.
That meat shield has played off amazingly for Zul. And now a potential pinch on the FL 2.
Oh, this is perfect now. XENEX can really get something going. Craze needs to go big here. You'll just be another lamb to the slaughter. And D's the only thing that Champs OD have left. It's a decent little lead for them, though, so they don't need to rush into anything here, Toby. Still a good, solid 50-60 points difference.
Yep.
Still, that round was within their grasp there, and it just sort of fell out a little bit.
Well, the play right now is evident from Champs OD. They're setting up for the drop shot. No one really positioned for anything aggressive out to the east side. Phelps even reinforcing at the fountain there. Team XENEX are responding. See if they can get a little bit of an angle on Craze, maybe a flank through green. And they are trying it as well. Craze is caught out. Look, no one near him. And he's going to be on the D hill now for a nice cap for Team XENEX if they can see it out.
Trying to push on through here. Champs OD just to keep something going, but Sinfuls will find the kill. The domination does tick on the other side of things, though, over towards F. We can see Champs OD amid the push. The lead not theirs any longer, but it will be very, very shortly. The fight's going in their direction, Champs OD, which has ultimately found them in the spot to lock this one in. 35 seconds before sending us to a map 3.
And the drop is up as well, Chris. Big 1B. Saki will find high drone. Craze is here. Breaker is reinforcing. Gets the kill. Almost gets a kill, rather. Someone else actually is going to fall. There's the drop shot kill. Saki finding Crazed. Now 2 dead with 1 drop shot as well. Saki has to be careful. He's so red. I think Breaker's completely left him as well. There's Breaker. Saved just about. But look at the score. Champs OD currently leading. But a drop shot to be played with for Sarkster.
So on this. Hydra going to get dropped. Saki could do with getting his teammate up, but here comes Craze. Zul behind. This is a domination. It's surely going to be locked in. There's nobody there for Champs OD, and XENEX do it with 10 points to go and send us to a round number 9. The fights were going on across the map, and in the end, they win just enough and have the numbers over. It's Zul on the flank to eventually get them there. 20 kills to his name, and we go to a round number 9.
This is unbelievable. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a block on the drop shot from Champs OD for this final round. As Team XENEX really have been performing so well on that cinema. Overall, the better team for sure. And perhaps just one round for them to change things up might be the play. What's Craze going to do?
Gotta be about the shock, right?
Or is it just going to be something else in the middle, perhaps?
Have they already blocked?
Attention? Yeah, no, they haven't. Interesting. They've taken the entire time to select you. It's frags in the middle. Wonder if anyone will try and play aggressive for that and just throw them into that mosh pit in the center. This is going to be an all-out war in the cinema now for this drop shot. Champs OD, their life on the line.
Gotta be done if you're Champs OD. This is not where you would have envisaged yourself dropping out. And losers bracket at round number 8. Sinfuls will open things up over towards the frag grenades and will go for the pickup. Drop shot over towards Zul. Jack will deal with Breaker, but Zul once again with this in his back pocket. It just doesn't miss. And it's an incredible start to the round for Team XENEX now. Zul in a good spot. XENEX don't need to step any further here. I say Zul in a good spot. He's a little bit cut off from the rest of his team. Can he find anything with this drop? Not quite. It's the first one I've seen him not find kills. Is he going to get out? Just about. Pressure going to start coming through now from Champs OD. They know that XENEX have to back on down, but Sinfuls finds another kill on the Hydron. Zul find himself in maybe a little bit of a better spot here, but ChampsOD very much not out of this round, but it's about 40-point lead and a 70-second win condition for XENEX yet.
Back to it. Again, Team XENEX back with the double cap and the passive positioning across the entire width of District. And all the pressure on ChampsOD to make this one work, this push, this play. Just one player inside Cinema. Ready for that drop shot. So
That's
much
all they
pressure.
have. That's all they have. He eventually starting to go over towards ChampsOD, but it's just a decap. Prolong the round, at least. Obviously, goes down to make that push on through. Sinfuls will be dropped. Now, can they continue this run through? E now going to go over towards ChampsOD, but that win condition stays with XENEX. That drop's going to be coming up very, very shortly. And that's where XENEX are concentrating a lot of their resources here. You can see them making the move via D to try and make this push. They're setting themselves up to try and defend this, but that drop shot's coming up very, very shortly, and the shots are starting to come in from ChampsOD. 30 seconds they've got to hold on here now of Team XENEX. There's the drop. This is the game.
Comes down to this. Crazed has to be spot on. 2 players on D. No one's there. No one's on the left. We can see from the X-ray. He has no idea. Might get caught out here as well.
Push out. Oh! He finds nothing for it as well. There's a big fight going on over towards E, but Jack needs to go massive. He drops down. XENEX only need to hold on to 1. Saki finds 2. That's 2-0 to XENEX. ChampsOD are out.
Who would have predicted this? ChampsOD out this early on Championship Sunday. My goodness me. And Team XENEX 2-0 as well. 5-1 in the first map. Closer in map number 2, but we didn't even see the final map in the end, Chris.
It was the... I mean, if you're ChampsOD, you're 3-0 up on District. Oh my goodness.
So disappointing for the guys.
Yeah.
Unbelievable that this has occurred. You'd expect them to perform better. They usually do on Championship Sunday. Both in their highs, their lows. Throughout Gears Esports, they have done better when the pressure is on their shoulders. But here, Team XENEX are the ones that are playing the much more composed style of Gears gameplay, and the ChampsOD just not like themselves at all.
Well, there we go then. Team XENEX, credit to them as well, though. They really did have a fantastic game. Zul was a big standout throughout that whole series, and if he can continue to play like that, I don't know how far XENEX can go, because, I mean, at this point, they look very, very strong. You have to give it to them, as well as sort of say OD Champs were disappointing, because they were. You have to say, XENEX really played it well. Zul, Breaker, all had good games. Saki came up with a couple of huge kills when they were 4-3 down. Let's have a look at the losers bracket, at how it lies at this moment in time. Yeah, a big shout out to every single player on that XENEX roster, because they all stepped up when they needed to. Fantastic performance from Team XENEX, and this is where they now find themselves going to losers bracket round number 9. Well, they'll play the winner of PhantomT and Nuked, and that puts them in a losers bracket final. It's a really good opportunity for one of these teams to find themselves in a grand final here. Yes, okay, we've got who we think are our clear-cut top 2 teams in that winners bracket final, but I mean, that game says it all, and nothing is written in stone by any stretch of the imagination. XENEX take it 2-0 there, Toby.
They do, and they perform so well. What more can you say, right? If you flip the gamer tags and on that map number 1, and you thought it was Team XENEX that got 5-1, you know, you'd be closer to a prediction, I think, for the majority of EU. But no, right there and then, I think that map number 1 says it all. I explained my doubts, right, of ChampsOD earlier on when the show started, right? They weren't performing at the usual selves yesterday against different teams. It wasn't just one map. It wasn't one match. It wasn't one opponent. It was pretty much a lot of teams yesterday that they were not struggling against, but having to play a little bit harder and clutch up as an individual here and there for their mistakes. And unfortunately, it's a shame. It's a shame for them to be knocked out this early on, and it really is Gears Esports history for them in Europe, because I don't think they've ever been knocked out this early. I can't even think back to UE for one-off online tournaments or community tournaments that they've been knocked out this early. There you have it. Of course, Team XENEX, Breaker, and Saki have been playing together for a long, long time, formerly in the Pro League under Obey. They'll be very happy with themselves to finally get some revenge against those guys and actually get this far here now today in EGL Sunday.
Yep, plenty of gears for them potentially still to play as well, but we have plenty more gears to watch for you guys at home also. We'll be going to go for a quick break, but we've got plenty more losers bracket action, winners bracket action, and all of it still to come here on Championship Sunday here at twitch.tv/EGL. We'll be back in a second with the next game. See you soon. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series finals, and of course we are continuing with the action. Still in the losers bracket, still in losers round 8. We're going to the other side of things, but of course we just seen Team XENEX beat Champs OD, sending them out of the tournament. A surprise there, but we have Nuked taking on PhantomT here, with PhantomT taking the first map 5-1. We're going to be heading into map number 2 before we do continue on with the rest of the tournament. It's the only game we're waiting on, so we thought we might as well jump in. I'm, of course, joined by Toby here. What are we expecting out of this map number 2, Toby? Are you leaning towards PhantomT? Because I think that's where the smart money would be.
I think you have to, Chris, honestly. PhantomT, seed number 4, of course. They've performed really, really well, super consistently, actually. A lot more consistently than XENEX historically, week in, week out. And so far, both these teams have been doing really well. Of course, the roster they're against is essentially a different version of 1A, if you will. I know Brazilians was in the chat earlier. He said he couldn't play, but he's happy to see Marco has joined, Zenji and Jimmy B. And then Enigma is a very new pickup as well, who's been doing really, really well and super passionate on Twitter recently as well. He used to be in the same team as Fru and Jay Sugar, actually, until recently. But no, Enigma has been changing rosters very fast. Of course, Zenji, former teammate of mine, or I was a former teammate of his, I should say, as he's been doing incredibly well himself with different pickups and teams. Seems to have found his home, though, now, Chris, in this roster, and they've been doing really well. Question is, can they come back, though? I think my prediction stays with PhantomT for a 2-0.
You would think so, considering how the first map went. That was a 5-1. So I'm just having a look at what map that actually would have been on. So it would have been on Exhibit. Okay, but now we're going to be heading over towards Foundation, if I'm correct. Oh no, Foundation was number 1, and then we're heading over towards map number 2, which is, well, we'll figure it out. Okay, it's going to be Exhibit. There you go. The math just confusing the hell out of me as we are going to be heading over towards Exhibit second. But which way we think? I mean, we have to presume that's going to be PhantomT. Exhibit's a bit of a different map, though, Toby. So any queries around it?
I think it doesn't change much for me prediction wise. Honestly, I would love to see Nuke just come out here and perform really, really well. I just feel like PhantomT have just been too consistent for that. If it was, Team XENEX and we hadn't seen Team XENEX today, and maybe we think, yeah, maybe they could do it, maybe they could come out and really blast away with the shotguns and do super well. But no, PhantomT have just been impressive over time. They've never really faltered. Yes, they've had the roster inconsistency, if you will, of different players, Warrior Guns coming in and out, Death Dancer likewise. Of course, it's Death Dancer playing today. And he's been doing really well, though, individually, it seems like. The whole team have been doing really well. I'm really happy for them that they're performing today as they have done throughout the entire season. They're seed number 4 for a reason, right, Chris? And you'd expect them to do well and continue to do well today.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue to do well. Hopefully, we will be jumping into the game very, very shortly. We're sitting in the lobby. We're ready to go as far as I'm aware. So hopefully we can get things going. I believe we've actually just started. So here we go. Jumping in just a second to Exhibit training grounds if we do need it, but PhantomT on their map did well, 5-1. But heading over towards Exhibit, as mentioned, it is a very, very different kind of map to play. And if I remember correctly, was it Nuked who actually beat Champs OD on Exhibit? Am I making that up off the top of my head?
It might have been. It might have actually been. I'm not too sure about that because I don't want to confirm. But yeah, the thing is with Exhibit in general, right? We know how this map plays out, and this is why we were alluding to Champs OD perhaps having a good chance on this map versus XES. Is that if you're playing really well, if your team is a shotgun heavy team, strats can be simplified a lot. You rarely see a weapon placed upstairs, but of course, I'm being told that there has been a weapon placement upstairs from Nuked historically on this map. In the last round, winning 5-3. This is a thing with Exhibit. If you can throw a curveball in like that, then maybe it can really help your chances, because typically, Exhibit weapon placement wise, you know the drill, Chris. It is cut and dry. Both teams really match each other's placements, and there's never really a placement in the middle until the very end, if at all possible, for either team. So let's see. Can Nuke whip out the drop shot top on the top bridge today, or they try and keep a little bit more base against PhantomT? Let's see.
Hey, I'm all for any sort of weapon drop when it comes to Exhibit. It's the one that I have a bit of distaste for at times, but if we see a drop shot up top, then maybe that can change. But either way, it is going to be PhantomT with the slightly better start here, finding the kills down low. So the aggression, no doubt, is going to start coming through, but it's actually over the top. It's looking for a push over towards potentially C. Nuked we're going for, but PhantomT defend it. Now PhantomT will transition over towards B, and the kills are being found in their direction. This should be good for an early lead and early control.
Absolutely so. Good little initial for PhantomT, as you'd expect. As Nestix and P-Vision just holding up close. Try play for the kills as they start coming in. Perhaps a potential overextension falling. Ricardo, though, very good in the 1v position. Very smart player. Likewise, Zenji. We've seen plenty of him in the past, too. In the EGL Cups. Ricardo's going to get the better of him there, though. And that might be the ticket to the overextension. Has to be careful, though, as two turn around on him. Oh, my goodness me. Good kill on Jimmy, but will get cleaned out.
PhantomT still in the driving seat here. 60 seconds for that win condition. Rocker now making the push, trying to set up these angles. The push out on the other side of things needs to work for PhantomT. It does not. And Nuked will get themselves set up here. And that's a win condition over towards them now. 60 seconds or so. Rocker taking maybe a little bit of unnecessary damage there. As the smoke comes on through, not too sure if that was necessary. And Ricardo will find a kill on the other side of things, and we'll continue this pressure. Now it's the push over the top onto the jump up. Enigma goes down as well. Very well played by PhantomT. Ricardo going for that 3-cap. Wants to try and lock this one in. At least a D-cap would do him very nicely, but the domination was ticking for just a second. Just trying to be a nuisance here, as Ricardo is eventually going to go down. Vision will come through and trade out a kill, but the damage is already done. PhantomT actually managed to lose B in the process, so maybe you can query whether that push towards C was worth it.
Yeah, Vision in a lot of trouble here, and the thing is, they can win off one, Chris. They don't want to lose lives at this point in time and open the door for Nuke to have one final push to steal a triple cap away. Here we are. Enigma pushing up, right hand against Ricardo. Big fight. But they need to get to that hill. Enigma still pushing. Will get flanked though from Vision off spawn. The overextension towards the B hill for Ricardo as well. And that should be all she wrote for this round. Just about. PhantomT holding on.
Yep, just about 3 minutes. A long round. When it comes to Exhibit, though, maybe not so much. 1-0 now to PhantomT. And deservedly so. They found the kills where they needed to down low. They made the most of what time they had to make the push. Expect them Boltox to come through. Nothing too crazy, I would imagine. Not yet, anyway.
Not yet. I was told, in fact, that it wasn't Nuke that placed that drop shot we were talking about up top. It was their opponent in Zero Cells. But, you know, Nuke did respond, though. And they did win. In the end. Let's see. Can PhantomT keep up with their form? Will Nuke try and change things up? Will the Boltox influence things? We've seen them be very effective on this map in particular. Crimson's has loved setting up with that in the past. Here comes Vision, though. Flying its Enigma. Left hand, good shotgunning, but a flank from Marco straight away. Level up the numbers.
As the shots over towards Death Dancer as well. The push now going to come on through. They surely are going to clean them up, and they do. Well played by Nuked, and a lock in B here by the looks of things, yep. Well, it's their turn. What do? Do they stick a twist? It's a case of sitting back, or maybe just trying to lock this round in, but they need to find the kills either way. Vision maybe he's overextended a little bit, got a bit overzealous for that kill. Nuked are there to try and punish, but can't quite do that. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Mystique's gonna fall now, though. And Nuked really having a good time of things here in round number 2. Much better from them.
They are. They most certainly are. They can't open up the door for PhantomT. You need to take your chances against these guys. They are certainly the underdogs are Nuked in this map and match. Here comes Death Dancer, Ricardo, and a third as well, actually, as they storm into the B hill. Death Dancer has to be careful, will back out as Enigma tries to hold the right hand. Ricardo flying back in, see if he can get a back 8. Not going to find anything just yet, as the wind condition does change over. Look at that for a Boltok headshot, though, from Vision. That must have been through the center, it was. He's getting pushed by Jimmy B. 2v2 for Death Dancer and him to deal with now. That's going to open things up, actually, as Vision gets one down. Oh, dodges the up A perfectly, and there's the wrap as well.
Done.
Spot on from Vision. Great kills he's had in this life.
Yeah, really nicely done. Ricardo's putting the pressure on to potentially lock in a triple cap here, but right now they're getting nothing on their home hill, and that's what they're going to make sure they go for. PhantomT will need the 3 cap though, or at least the D cap for a certain amount of time here. Get this one underneath their belts. It's 25-second win condition for the Swarm. You need to hold on. The problem is here for PhantomT, they don't really have a great deal of utility. Extra weapons to help them out here, but they're just going to force their way down the stairs. They'll be very weak heading in towards A. There's the D cap. Where's the rest of this fight going to go? Nuke just about trading them out, which is going to be good enough. Nastiques and Ricardo going to go down. Vision now has to back on down. Nothing he can do here. That is going to be Nuked tying things up within the next 5 seconds. That's 1 apiece.
There you go. They saw the round advantage. The points advantage, I should say, in this round. In the end, around a 40-point difference. And proven that they can win in such a matter. Good job. You expect retros from both teams to be placed down. Yep, no surprise there. Although I have seen teams go for the weapon placement to the right or left, though. If you have a good Boltok player, you can start building that up and just keep the Boltok a little bit, you know, a little bit longer. You saw Vision get a good headshot with it earlier. We see Crimson's time and time again crank out kills with that weapon.
It's just the damage it does as well. I mean, it's such a range. You put a couple of shots in, it really can swing a fight.
It's kind of that consistency, right? You keep the consistency of kind of like a retro with the Boltok if you do hit your shots, but if not, you're better off just going for the safe retro.
Fight down low here. Which way is this one going to go? It's been traded away here. Nobody really able to get a strong footing down low, but there you go. Eventually, there will be 3 down for Nuked, and it's only Zenji off the respawn who can do much about this, but over the overextension coming on through. There's actually Zenji over the top. So they're going to have to go back into the control of PhantomT, but Nuked have been playing this area up top quite well, overextending where they need to. Stop that points deficit getting a little bit scary at times. Oh, Ricardo's going to drop as well. Just about got the meat shield onto him. Nastiques will clean it up, but damage done, so to speak. Still, nobody has captured A off the PhantomT team, waiting for the guys off respawn to pick up the work, but they're losing B now, and all of a sudden a domination will tick, but PhantomT will get over towards A. They will be able to lock that one in, but not a good spot for them to be in here. Nuked very much in control.
They are. Enigma again, kill on Nastiques. Ricardo just checking if anyone's lurking up top, any secret man's in front of him. It's a great area. The secret man if you are the 1v player. Ricardo very experienced up top. Zenji as well. Doing really well. Getting that kill earlier in that 1v2. Keeping the numbers at bay. Now 30 seconds on the clock essentially for Nuked. Or rather PhantomT to make plays as Nuked have a big score lead now.
It's quite a large one, isn't it? Has to be the triple cap coming out from PhantomT in the next 20 seconds. Well, if they can get a hold of B, I will obviously double that time that they have. But the D cap at least going to come on through. Now 27 seconds to play with. Keep them off it. See, the fight's been won. It's somebody over the top. And can PhantomT steal this round away? Nobody's been there to stop the domination ticking. Oh, it's a disaster for Nuked. Wow. Oh, you can't let it happen, Toby.
You can't. You can't. My good, that's the experience between the two teams perhaps showing there. That lapse in concentration from Nuked getting caught out. And the team cohesion on show from PhantomT to be able to execute that as well as they did. Nuked were caught so red-handed there. with their positioning. And that's going to cost them. That's a big, big round. Again, Nuked had a huge points advantage, Chris. They need to take their opportunities, and just losing a round like that as well, that's going to be a knock to the confidence for sure.
Absolutely. They were in full control the majority of that round. Can't let that happen. Really can't. This kill's going to come through for Nuke, though. Dance's back. Which way is this B fight going to go? That's not a great insend from Vision. Cuts off his line of sight as well. It does keep PhantomT off it, maybe. Oh, sorry, Nuked off it, I should say. Rowdy finds another one. Pushing towards B. Starting to come here from PhantomT. They should lock this one in.
Yeah, better from them. Nothing too fancy. Nuke try to be a bit aggressive on that B hill and try and snuff out a kill. Close range, but PhantomT were not having any of it. Keeping the distance with Lancers instead being the preferred choice, and switch back to that 1v position. XENEX and Ricardo. Ricardo's been so aggressive to get that far. It's rare to see, but doing a great job.
Blood. Lock it in here, Toby. You gonna say something?
I think it was actually on... No, Ricardo is back to the A-hill. In fact, it is him overextending. I used myself for a second because both players are known to be a bit aggressive at times. Look at that, though. Marco finding the kill on Ricardo, saving the day quickly. Stopping any attempt on that triple, but again, Vision holding close, perhaps playing for a secret man here. Of course, shotgun's out. Not going to be crossing anyone. There it goes. Wrap shot onto Jimmy. A pinch now for XENEX to deal with. It should be simple. 3v1, no deaths. They should be screaming to each other on the COG side. Death Dancer finding XENEX, and now tables have completely turned from the last round. It's now PhantomT with a huge score lead. It's time for them to show. They've got the composure. Ricardo holding on to Marco as well, getting revenge for that 1v earlier. And now up top control. 15 seconds ago, Chris. There should be a shoe-in for PhantomT.
Should be. Looking good from them and has done from the off. Sticks is going to fall. Not going to be enough. Surely it's not going to be enough. There you go. It's actually the domination ticking in for PhantomT. Nicely done from Ricardo. Cherry on top of the cake. That was round number 4 for PhantomT. 3-1 now. Looking good here in map number 2. Can they close this one out? 2-0 and set themselves up for a losers bracket semi-final against XENEX. I mean, that's our top 3 placements to put yourselves in the money.
Yeah, I mean, if PhantomT do come through now, of course, they're one map up in this series. If they can get 2 more and find their spot against XENEX, that would be a huge, huge match for both of those 2 teams. 4th and 5th seed, respectively, of course. PhantomT have been the more consistent team, historically. But Team XENEX, as we just saw on stream in the match before, are playing out of their minds. Would be a very interesting game to watch, but I'm wondering if Nuke can come back into this.
From Enigma. Not necessarily having the best time of things so far. They're on exhibit, he will just get choked out there as well. Death Dancer finds the kill. And imagine that's going to be E going over towards PhantomT as well. The incend comes through though, that's going to slow things down. All of a sudden, Vision and Ricardo both drop. Death Dancer's left all alone. And he's dead. Nuke's just about to hold on. Good, big fights to win as well. And to push over towards D, that's going to start coming through.
They need this round, Chris. If they can make this triple cap work. Remember, it should be 2-2 right now. PhantomT didn't clutch up previously. Oh no, E-Vision is the one to clutch up this time, it seems. XENEX will find him back, though. We're back to a sense of normality once more. The hills are capped back up. This score lead currently for Nuked. That should change soon. Need to have to get off spawn and make some plays as a team, perhaps.
Shots from Ricardo. Flash out as well. He's going to fly at them with his teammates here as well. They stagger the push. Just going to bait that one out. Can the trade come through though? Mystiques can't get it done. It's Marco for Nuked. And find a couple of kills down low. Now the push going to come through. Death Dancer's going to have to go big here. I think he's finding the shots, though. He's going to back down. Needs a little bit of help. He isn't going to get choked out either. The rest of the team are here to help. Nuked lose the lead, but they'll regain it very, very quickly. He is now locked in. Can they keep a hold of this here? Vision and Death Dancer now making the push through Rock's side. Jimmy just trying to threaten with the push around. He's going to drop as well. Both teams not able to keep hold of E for very, very long. PhantomT now get it back and with it the win condition as well.
And a pivotal moment, Chris, as well. Look how close the teams are in terms of score. Oh, Vision can get the in-send out in time. Marco will collapse on him just about, and there's Ricardo as well. Again, leveling up the numbers when they have 20 seconds to go. Put them up to 4-1. Ricardo right now doesn't even need to hold this necessarily. His teammates aren't close. He doesn't need to get into one-shot range. It's giving the opportunity for Zenji and Co to fly in now and get the break on E. Big in-send, though, from Nestiques.
Play from Nestiques. The COG team win condition. It's their PhantomT. 1 round away from that losers bracket semi-final. Looking good here on exhibit. And it's been nice aggressive play from both teams as well. Everyone getting very, very aggressive in the middle. Try and find that first pick rather than wait for the mistake to come through. As said, PhantomT are the ones that are really the ones coming away with this so far. Oh, is it a mid drop? Not quite from PhantomT then. Not the ones that need to change anything here.
Yeah. Sticking with the status quo. Both teams matching each other, and it's going to be Retros back in the game. Now, so far, it has just been all PhantomT, right? Again, it should be 3-2. Don't forget, but PhantomT have proven themselves round after round as the more consistent team, the more composed team, as both teams do swap back and forth control on that E-hill. Look at this from Ricardo, mind you, trying to run past his 1B to catch off guard Nuked and test their comms. Their ability to react, and they pass with flying colors. They find Death Dancer, E-hill capped up very soon too.
Marco trying to find the kill, but Vision, he's been a constant thorn in the side, hasn't he? This time around though, Nuked will get away with that fight. Vision gets cleaned up, Marco does not.
You need to cap up E-hill. There we go. Finally starting to grab that, but they don't have the numbers really to stay in this area to try and hold out. They were just 2 as 1 backed off. Zenji's tried to overextend, but it's a little bit too late as well. Not really working too well together, are Nuked. They aren't right on the money. Meanwhile, PhantomT seem to be doing just fine and taking advantage of these lapses in concentration and be able to retake E with relative ease. Oh, no.
Oh, Rowdy, you can't find that. Oh, Enigma gets the better of him, and will that result in anything for Nuked? Still with the lead, but 2 cap in their favor. Not for long, as the kills now going over towards Nuked. That's Jimmy B, who finds 2 of his own. The overextension comes through from PhantomT. That's actually Ricardo over the top. Enigma now making this push with the rest of his team. Nuked locking in F. What's the plan now? As we can see now, Ricardo going to come back off the D side of things. The fight going to go in an opposite direction as PhantomT closing it out. Jimmy B and the Steaks. Sorry, Jimmy B on the other side of things finding the Steaks and Vision. Death Dancer needs to try and stay alive here. The domination was ticking for just a second. PhantomT for a moment with the only team getting points on the board. Thanks to the overextension that came in from Ricardo. He then pushes round, finds E. Finds his team a little bit of daylight between the other 2. Can't quite get it done in time though, and Vision and Co will be able to push it out. But ultimately it's Nuked to kind of come out on top of that one with D and E.
Yep. They do. Insend is great from Jimmy that. My goodness me, was it scrappy on that last home hill. For both of these teams. Look at the score. Nuked just edging it out. Honestly, it's just 1 retake, right, for PhantomT. That's all it is. Oh, overextension. As well. Jimmy B, big fight. Death Dancer holds onto his insend long enough. Will get the kill. Down elsewhere. The fights continue on that last home hill. Ricardo will be cleaned up, though. The E-hill has been taken by PhantomT in the process.
Yep, PhantomT in a really good spot here. It's trading places, really, isn't it? It's one of those things where you overextend for your room in the middle. The fight's now going in their direction as well. It's still a very close round. PhantomT need to hold on to this. Marco and Kodo making the push on through. Is it the last push of their Open Series split season? They get on through. 3 seconds for the win condition. You cannot get there, and PhantomT will get to the losers bracket semi-final. It's a 5-1, 5-1 win over Nuked, who eventually drop out of the tournament after a nice run from them, but PhantomT put themselves within that top 4-5 placement. Well played to them, and they will advance on through.
Yeah. GG's. GG's indeed. PhantomT as consistent as ever. I mean, just look at the scoreline, right? 5-1 was the first one. Foundation off stream, of course, we joined in for Exhibit 5-1. PhantomT winning out on that one. And I think, just the mistakes from Nuked at times kind of are a testament, right, as to why PhantomT should be advancing, and a win with such a round count as well. 10-2 final score. What more do you want at this stage of the tournament? PhantomT will be up against Team XENEX next, and can't wait for that one.
Yeah, it should be a really interesting game, to be fair. So let's see which way it does go. But I mean, look, both these two teams, PhantomT up against XENEX, yes, okay, that was a one that they went on to win previously. But now at a different stage in the tournament, do you see PhantomT beating XENEX again? Or do you, I mean, it's hard to say. Obviously, that's going to be the next game coming up. But based on what you've seen from PhantomT and what you've seen from XENEX in these past 2 games, who's your money on?
So hard to call, Chris. It really is. It's super hard to call. I'm sure we'll get into detail very soon about that one, but I think right now, I'm going with XENEX based on their performance earlier in Champs OD. That's a hell of a reference going into your next game, isn't it? Do that result, if you will. But PhantomT is consistent as ever. They seem to be as good as ever as their usual selves. So no team really underperforming today.
Yeah, well, let's see how these two teams both do in this next matchup. It will be the next matchup on stream. We'll be back with that shortly. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Sunday. Toby Campbell and Fru taking you through this next game of Split number 2 finals. Alex, I'm sure you were watching, right, that game of XENEX versus Champs OD and the match previously on stream too. We have got a potentially incredible game ahead of us on stream now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a huge upset by XENEX, huge upset, but fantastic performance by them, to be honest with you. And PhantomT likewise. You know, they dispatched Nuke pretty quickly, and that kind of says to their caliber as well. So yeah, brilliant matchup coming up.
And the question is whether both teams can stay as composed as they have been so far. Of course, I was alluding to it with Chris. Historically, XENEX have been the team that sometimes can be really composed. Sometimes they really fall by the wayside and they don't perform up to par. Meanwhile, PhantomT is your standard team that are known for their consistency at this point, right? Always seemingly getting to the top 4, and that's why they're a seed above XENEX. They're 4th, XENEX is 5th. I'm wondering who's going to be the most composed going into this one now. You know, as Team XENEX going to be as fired up as they were against Champs OD, of course, a very difficult game to have, an opponent to have, or they're going to be perhaps just as motivated now going against PhantomT, their close rival that they've been playing against week in, week out.
Yeah, it's super close in the seeds, isn't it? I mean, 4v5, you can't get much closer than this. And we kind of expected them, you know, to be here at this point in the bracket, perhaps not through the route they've been through. But I think we expected them to be meeting up at some point, especially in this losers bracket later on. So yeah, it's going to be a close game. Will be exciting to see which team kind of comes out on fire. Obviously, XENEX had a little bit of a break since their game, whereas PhantomT coming in real hot. But it's really honestly about who performs on the maps, and it could go either way.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go into those maps actually and see exactly what both teams have opted for here. Okay, so quite interesting actually. Of course, we see the pick coming out from XENEX of Foundation map number 2. Harbor, though, is going to be the map for PhantomT, a map for me that historically XENEX have been really good at sometimes not really that all that good, you know, in terms of the strats department, the slaying department as well. Exhibit map 3. What are you thinking, Alex?
I'm in agreement, to be honest with you. Harbor, I think, is the right pick for PhantomT. XENEX, when they look bad on it, they look really bad on it. And actually, PhantomT, they've been pretty good on it throughout their history. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see that one coming through. I think there'll be a good battle on there, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that winch fight, to be honest with you. Foundation, good pick for XENEX. XENEX look amazing on that map against Champs OD, and I'm actually surprised that slipped through. They looked so strong on that map that I thought PhantomT would have banned that one out. So interesting to see that one come through. And Exhibit, yep, definitely a good decider. We've seen it a few times already today. It seems to be that decider map that teams are opting for at the moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well for that to get through. A really good point there. I think perhaps PhantomT are prioritizing just banning out their weaknesses, right, rather than the strengths of the opposition, because it's not even just a day thing for Team XENEX, right? Foundation has always been their go-to pick, it seems like, against these top teams and equally as skilled opponents. And after how they performed earlier, my goodness me, if you're letting it through, you are confident on that map. At the worst, right? You're really good at it yourself. So they've allowed it to come through. Clearly favored banning out something else instead. And if it can come to Exhibit final map, I mean, PhantomT, I think they'll be happy with that overall. We just saw how good they are on that map themselves, and
yeah,
PhantomT historically are good on Exhibit as well. At times, it's even been a pick for them. So let's see how that pans out, or how the game pans out, to see if we'll even get there. But for now, of course, it is map number 1, Harbor, the first map. And of course, picked by PhantomT themselves, coming off a really big win, 10-2 against Nuked in the previous match on stream. But Team XENEX defeating Champs OD. If you're just joining us, that was an incredible game. One to watch later on. Let's see how the winch fight goes down.
Yeah, looks like it's Breaker who's going to make that first blood here on Harbor, as they're going to win that winch fight pretty easily, to be honest. Good flashbangs all around, but a rotation has come through here from Nestiques, as he's going to just put a little pressure on to the XENEX home hill. He's going to get crossed out. Can get damaged over that wall from up top. Does well to keep his life, and he's going to try and find the 1v1 here. Might be able to do it, but it is going to be Saki that shuts him down. Saki had a fantastic performance on that district map earlier. Saw a lot of people in the Twitch chat calling him out as a really good performance for him. Be interesting to see if he can replicate that performance here, as Breaker looks to replay this initial, but this time he's going to lose it and gets taken out pretty quickly. Winch will go over to PhantomT and the B hill as well.
There's the man, Saki, right? Playing really well there in that fight. Ricardo was looking for a quick 1v, right? But Saki just surprising him, coming out a little bit too early for him to react. Good job. But, of course, EGL retaken by XENEX. PhantomT likewise regaining map control as they take back Winch and Stern. Looking to be quite aggressive as well, actually. Nastique's flying across the walkway. Saki chasing him back. Vision's been fought off as well as Breaker finds him. It should be a simple pinch for these guys on the ramp, but Nastiques is fighting back. 2v1 now. Breaker will finish it off. And they do maintain control of B throughout the entire fight there. Perhaps another XENEX classic setup. Passive with map control, if you will.
Yeah, they are a little passive, aren't they? I mean, in comparison to some of the, I'd say, more forward-pressing teams like your EXES, they do seem to sit back a little bit, but it works for them, and they push when they know they've got the definite, go signal, essentially. They're good at defense. Breakers teams usually are that way, aren't they, in general? We know that strategically wise, he's a leader in that department and actually knows pretty well when to go forward and when to kind of just sit back and play these defensive fights. But this time around, going to be a bit scrappy, and there was the opportunity there, but a few choke shots will mean PhantomT come away with this one. The down did come through, but Nastique's back on his feet, and now the pressure is here. Over towards the C hill. Good kill by Death Dancer. And that should be the domination about to tick in. I think Saki can do much about this one.
That'll come through. Yeah. There we have it. PhantomT taking the first round. And yeah, the passive nature of Team XENEX there just didn't pay off for them, right? Immediately broken down. Both down bottom and up top, leading to that triple cap, that group up on the last hill. And it's a strength, but also a potential criticism of XENEX, as they are, I guess, predictable in that sense in how they set up, and they do try to hold back, and no one really holds forward for a close secret man or anything for Team XENEX. It's really by the book gears, no one risking their life unless there's multiple lancers aiming at the opponent on the aggression. And so sometimes that works out for them really well. It did against Champs OD. A lot of setups did work, but other times it kind of creates opportunities for teams to regain a lot of map, not control, but map ground, if you will, to make their pushes a little bit more clinical.
Yeah, presence for sure as Ricardo finds that opening headshot. Really nice play on the wall there from Ricardo. 5-1 and 2 already after one round, looking real good. B-Hill was given up this time around. Interesting to see that PhantomT, they opted to play a really aggressive up top strat there. In the end, Ricardo's going to come down and win that fight anyway, so really well played. Nice retake. Playing the map a little bit differently. Usually you see that 3-1 split, this time a 4-0. PhantomT trying to put the pressure on here as a domination will tick through in just a second, and no one is there whatsoever. They've forgotten to decap the hill, and it's going to be a round to PhantomT.
Oh no, they stepped out.
They did.
I genuinely thought, I was about to say, there could be a triple, but it just seems like through the X-ray vision, right, they're going to be able to break in, there wouldn't be any issue. But then we get to Breaker's camera, and it just shows everyone just walking off, and then they turn around and look at the hill. Oh no, it's been left. Oh my goodness.
That's deep Sunday nerves coming through is what that is. I'll tell you that
the
right now.
The composure, we were talking about it, right?
Yep.
Team XENEX seemed composed as anyone in the last game, but now, oh dearie me, that important thing for them is to not let that set back them mentally long term now, right? I think they've just gone with a weapon placement down bottom to change things up drastically. I believe it's a drop shot. You can see Ricardo on his own lurking at the winch as they try to quick pick that drop down bottom. There's the flank. Saki will fall. Drop shot pickup for Vision as well, with the cap on B to boot. This is great. And Silver's, oh no, it's happened again. Sinful's being caught out. Of course, that's Para who's going to be taken down there, and the overextension from Ricardo. Everything is working out for PhantomT right now. They're warmed up, they're composed. Saki off spawn, and Ricardo down to him to see if he can close things out. Saki just about getting that knife through. He will save the day. And the fight continuing over at the B side too.
Yeah, it's continuing. There's a lot of downs coming through over that side of things, but not many kills so far. XENEX seem to be at least trying to put the pressure on the B side of things, and Saki now up on the winch will be able to give us a view of that as he's going to lance her down and try and get some damage down for his teammates who are moving in as a unit there. Really well played by Team XENEX now. Saki with the big 1v1. If he can win this, he's got an open route to just put a lot of pressure onto that home hill, and that's a misroll from Ricardo. Saki didn't quite connect with a full clip, but going to keep pushing round, and those two will connect as well. Pressure is on, onto the home hill, and this looks to be a much better round for Team XENEX.
Yeah, they actually stuck out with that fight on the B hill, didn't they? They were confident in Saki or anyone coming off spawn to be able to save the day, and just about did find their home hill, leading to those numbers stacking up through the B onto the enemy's home hill. Well played, XENEX. Recovering in the end after a really, really shaky start to that round strategically. Ricardo gaining so much value up top.
And this is an interesting choice now for PhantomT. They have to choose whether they match XENEX's bottom placement on the home side, or do they get those early incendiaries? It looks like they're valuing the ability to upgrade at the same time as XENEX, so they will go down towards that bottom side with the Boltok there. Or rather with the Talon. This will be an interesting fight now. Both teams equally equipped for this one again. Zul, very aggressive, pushes in. Able to get into the B side of things, not able to pick anything up just yet. His team are losing that winch fight up top. So we'll have to back out here.
He might have been able to grab that there. Very close. Now he's going to find Nestiques though. A 1v2 for him to deal with. And he will get dropped very quickly. Drop is still there, remember. The overextension coming out from Ricardo. Saki trying to save the day. Ricardo, no. Just about finding the down, but a save from Para. Vision will be dropped as he tries to escape as well. XENEX have held on, but PhantomT, of course. Death Dancer is the man who picked up the drop. He's able to just set up and defend in the B hill, first getting Sinfuls.
Yeah, good drop coming out for the first one. Second one, not so good, as Breaker realizes that was probably coming his way. He just dodges it out, sits it out, and the shot is missed. Good play by Breaker. Gets the down, but probably won't be able to clean that one up as we look towards the top side there. A bit of Lancer angle coming down from above, but Death Dancer able to clean it up in the end. Saki now with the push across to the home hill. Will have a 1v1 ahead of him. You see PhantomT rotating back. They're going to try and play on Saki here. They know he's potentially a little bit overextended. It doesn't really matter because Vision doesn't need too much help at all. And in the end, PhantomT in a very good spot here. 2 hills to their name. They should have some map control here off the back of that kill. They will set up and they will try and find this kill here on the winch. Able to do that, Toby. This is pretty much business as usual for PhantomT. They're looking pretty good here.
It is. And look at the score lead, right? They don't need to do anything special. They need to hold on to their lives. Set up for that new drop shot as it spawns. And simply survive on the midway line. You can win off one. Saki does find Ricardo. Vision running for his life. Zul overextending as well, going wide. Could be a potential 1v2 for them to deal with. Vision's been caught out in no man's land. Only 1 hill remains. Nestiques has to hold on to his left as everyone starts collapsing on him. Breaker is near. 15 seconds still for them to make this play. Breaker is going to be taken down though. Sinful's not able to save the day. 2v2 on the home hill. XENEX are trying to hold on. Nestiques with an opening kill. Saki will fall. Sinfuls will try and clutch up, but no. PhantomT will hold on to that last hill. No doubt about it. They'll see this round out.
Good last-ditch attempt from XENEX there, but yeah, as you said, not quite enough, and a good defense in the end does come through. And that kill on Breaker was probably the key there. Didn't really have to lose his head so early in that fight, but a good kill coming through from PhantomT. Made it a 4v3, and from there they are able to close it out with that number advantage. Look at Ricardo, though. 13 kills already. Let's bring up the scoreboard after this weapon placement and have a quick look at that one, but expect those hammer bursts to come through. Maybe a retro on the opposite side. Those teams are working towards that shot grenade.
Yeah, I'm also a little surprised that no one's even considering an E placement yet. As typically, you know, teams would like to keep it the
There is that scoreboard.
the normal way, you know, of Harbor. And there's a scoreboard. Yeah, as you say, Ricardo, 13 kills, doing so well, so much value he's gaining. And his shotgun fights back on our screen. Yeah, a lot of teams like to keep it vanilla gears, right? But no, not every team, or both teams agreeing that they can keep things up with a drop shot down bottom. As that attracts players away from up top.
I think for PhantomT, I mean, you've kind of won the fight down at the bottom, haven't you, really? You've seen your opponent, you've asked them the question in the first few rounds, what are you going to do about our 2-0 lead? XENEX have asked back, well, what are you going to do about this drop shot? And PhantomT said, well, we'll just win that round as well. And PhantomT, they look pretty happy to fight this. They look pretty comfortable fighting this big drop shot fight down at the bottom. Off goes the klaxon at the top.
Instead of the triple cap as it comes through. Perhaps lead the charge, and there's the drop as well to help with that very push. It's spot on, literally headshotting Sinfuls now. 1 second on the clock. Another triple cap on the cards as PhantomT to roll on to a potential first map win here. And they're looking great, aren't they, Alex? They're really performing. Ricardo's on 14 kills. The team is doing excellently, and you summarized it well. The strategy of this game so far is that drop shot really hasn't changed much for XENEX. Previously, it changed a lot around Foundation. It helped them out a bunch against Champs OD in those fights, but no, PhantomT have been performing a lot better, it seems like, and now is Saki and XENEX wanting to change things up a little bit. They will talk up top. That will surely attract a player or two.
Yeah, I'll be up there. I mean, it's a great place.
For sure, Phil will be there.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
Definitely, yeah.
For sure. It's an interesting one, isn't it? We don't usually see the bow go down so much. Drop shot, boom shot, perhaps. Snipers often coming through here, but this time around, the torpedo is top. Drop shot at the bottom side. Incendiaries up for PhantomT as well. You got to think advantage to them in the initials here if they can secure this drop shot. This is going to be a little bit of a stalemate. A little bit of a stalemate up top as well, it seems. Both teams not really wanting to make the first move. You've got to think whoever dies first here is going to lose 2 power weapons, and the round will be over. And look how close they are together. Both teams sitting back. Both teams not wanting to make the play. And this is one of the biggest stalemates I've seen in a long time on an initial. This is insane. Both teams waiting. I mean, there is really no need to kind of push forward from Team XENEX on the bottom side. They can't do that because there is an incend in front of them. If they go and play that, they're just going to get set on fire. Here at the top side, we've got to look at things. Where are the flashbangs? Who's going to make the move? You can see that ghost cam there. PhantomT, Ricardo is just slowly moving back and forth, just trying to drag his opponent down. If they can drag their opponent down, so they have to check that mid wall, there might be an opportunity to push a 2v1, but right now Ricardo trying to make the moves. He's just trying to get down, just to put a bit of damage down, but he's got to do it without them knowing, because otherwise they're gonna end up pushing here. And he's just trying to get some vision there on Saki, just trying to find out where he is.
He has to be careful. He's split now. Now they know. XENEX are going to go on that 2v1 against Vision. He has to hold on. He does get the down. Ricardo is there, though, to equalize the numbers. Zul versus Ricardo. The meat shield just taking some shots, but Ricardo will fight his way to victory. And that's going to break things up completely as he picks up the torque bow. He'll get E-hill control, and he'll have the angle down towards that drop shot. Big plays for XENEX or PhantomT to make now.
Yeah, big plays indeed. You see the rotation coming through already. They're leaving the 1v1 down at the bottom side. Bow's coming out. 2 shots missed. Did a bit of damage down on the first shot. The second one does whiff over the top. Ricardo now having to defend. Should be okay. Got a 3 shot left in that chamber. Or is it really a chamber and a torque bow? It's more of a... what's the thing that goes on the back with the arrows in it? Whatever that is. It's one of those. As he's got 2 shots now. Still not able to connect just yet. But putting pressure on and moving people around the map. Quiver. Is that right? Is it a quiver?
I think you could be right, actually.
I don't know. I don't know. Someone could fact check that one for us in chat as it's going to continue anyway. Drop shot picked up.
15 seconds, mind you. XENEX have to use their drop right now. There's the overextension. Sinfuls is there ready to start making plays with that, but he's completely left the hill. He knows he needs to get kills. He needs to break that E-hill. This PhantomT can win off 1 hill. That flash. Stun. Could it help? Could it help? Sinfuls needs to get there. Great up A. Could save the day. 5 seconds. Someone needs to get on the hill right now, though. And it's not going to be the case as the F-hill has been picked up by PhantomT as well. They will win map number 1, 5-1. Just as though it was just your normal Sunday, right through. I thought if XENEX could be a little bit closer than that, especially after the performance against Champs OD, it would really help them out a lot, but no, Ricardo finishing the game in 6 rounds, getting 8 kills, or 20 kills, excuse me, in that amount of time. Well played indeed.
Yeah, well played indeed. 25-6. It's a solid scoreline, isn't it? Especially when you compare that to the rest of the players in that lobby, and he's a big part of why PhantomT have just come through and looked real dominant in map 1. They did it in their previous game. They've done it now here against XENEX, and I think for them, just looking forward, one more map, and they're up into, I believe, top 3, is it? As they're fighting for right now. That's a fantastic performance for them. And you know what? There's only 2 teams ahead of them. If they can just get one more map under the belt, they'll be happy with that so far, and they'll be looking forward as well to that next series if they can get there.
Foundation next, though. Of course, Team XENEX's pick. Dropshot placement didn't work out too well for them down in Harbor, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see it come out again, honestly, after their performance against ChampsOD, because strategically, I'm not sure what you're thinking about that, but strategically, it looked like they had that unlocked. They really knew how to play that drop shot in the center, and they were just outplaying ChampsOD in every department time and time again. Do you think they should go for it again? Or...
To me, I don't really think it like the weapon placement mattered. I honestly don't. I think it was genuinely just the way they were playing. PhantomT were being the aggressors. They were trying to make the plays. They were the ones that were finding the route through, right? I mean, you saw Ricardo on the round that the drop shot was placed initially. He just waited and waited and waited. And he had faith in his team not to lose their lives in that 3v4 long enough for him to end up going in that kill behind the player on the winch. And he had faith in his team to continue winning that without his crossfire. When he got that kill, got a second secret man, easy round, really. And it's little plays like that they don't seem like much in the moment. They're a little bit sneaky, yeah, a little bit wry, but quite honestly, it turned the tide of that round, and it was a fantastic play. And he was doing that all game long. You've got to be more careful as Team XENEX. You got to make sure that you're not dying so easily, to be honest with you. And you've got to be more aggressive on those plays. You saw how relaxed they were in those defensive positions, but when they were asked to push forward, there was no real movement. It looked like they were paralyzed a little bit.
And we were alluding to that a little bit, right, on Harbor, is the fact that XENEX have always been historically this team that's by the book. They want to set up when they have the points advantage. They want to hold back and not be too close up with any secret mans or just outside spawn Nashers to the face. I think, honestly, XENEX have been performing really well, even better when they're aggressive, right? Thinking back to the Foundation ChampsOD game, they were better when they were up close and personal in the shotgun department, right? They were doing really well as well in the cinema. When they got closer, yes, they had some great setups with the Lancers and good strats. But no, I really do like them when they get aggressive. I've been mentioning it last week as well, I think, or the week before, that Breaker has been playing a lot quicker with his Nasher these days. He likes to be aggressive on the 1Vs, and he does really well in that position too, honestly, at times. So, you know, maybe, just maybe, XENEX, the play now is just to be a bit more aggressive, is just to actually lean on that now rather than the comfort zone of playing for the Lancers, right? Albeit if there's a warranty to set up on the cards, then go for it. But other than that, maybe just some more aggression and triple cap attempts could be the ticket for Team XENEX now.
Yeah, perhaps so. I mean, we'll see what their strategy is going into this, first couple of rounds on Foundation, to be honest with you, Toby, because that's where we're going to go next. And we've seen them on it before. They were aggressive before. Maybe they've got to change up that game plan. Maybe they have had that chat in the downtime and have realized that themselves, because they'll be kicking themselves after a 5-1, will XENEX. They are absolutely a team that should be contesting much more closely than this, and have done in the last few rounds and have done in the last few tournaments. So we'll see how they go on here into Foundation, but yeah, they really do have to step it up. They really do have to take the fight to PhantomT, and they've got to get those shotguns working, because they kind of looks a little lost to me on Harbor.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I felt like individually they were not all there as they were previously. Players were getting caught out by Ricardo a number of times. We talked about that. The shotguns were not there. Nothing seemed to be working out for Team XENEX, and they only won one round in that map number 1. They're on their pick now. This is the time for them to turn it around for Zool. Start getting back to that pole position in the Slaying department. Death Dancer almost getting caught out there. But PhantomT, now B control. Team XENEX responding with the home hill push.
Good control here. And this is what they did to ChampsOD, did XENEX. They were very aggressive on these home hills. They managed to get the kills, and they played these fights well, and it looks like they're doing the exact same thing here. Big fight coming through here again, and one fight down at B as well, and there you go, domination.
Just like that, we're too focused on the team fight at the home hill. Meanwhile, I think it might have been Breaker, actually, that got that kill on the B hill. Well played. Team effort from them all. Of course, all of them getting a kill to their name. spreading out the kills. And now those are the guys, Team XENEX, that will fight back against the setup. And look at this, instant placement from the drop from Team XENEX right in the center.
Yep.
Literally, you couldn't blink in time. See that one, my goodness me. Straight in with it.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
it. I like it though, Fru. I really do.
I agree. They've said, come fight us. Let's see what you got in the middle. We don't want any of this home hill nonsense. We want to fight a big fight down at the bottom. And here's that drop shot placed. Breaker doing good work here, but he's got to be careful not to get crossed from the side here as the Lancer comes through. Vision able to do that freely. And now the push is going to come through from PhantomT. This is textbook Foundation mid-plate. Although Zul able to get that down, isn't able to get the kill. And that second shot is going to be a bit of a painful one for him as he shoots the floor here. XENEX will be able to get that drop shot though. And they've looped in behind PhantomT. Really nicely played.
Good dodge from Vision. And equally as good pickup from Saki and his teammate to his right there, Sinfuls. They just sneak it in round the back while the team fight was going on. They knew the priority. But BHL just about capped up by PhantomT. Maybe not, actually. Maybe not. Didn't get the cap in time. Saki's got one drop shot left to his name. Could be a potential push towards the C side. Oh, maybe a double through the center. Well, that would be better, but Ricardo is taken down. It's just the one. Nestique's left in the middle, and he will get taken down as well. No angle necessary from top table from Saki. And now they're going for a triple as well. This is the aggression we were talking about, Fru. We want to see it. Vision off spawn, not able to get there in time. He'll get taken down. Another kill coming up from Breaker as he starts busting out the emotes as he did against ChampsOD in the very same spot. Team XENEX showing why Foundation is an excellent map for them and their pick. So they go 2 up already. 2-0 up, and Vision only 2 kills to his name. The entire team. That's it.
That's it indeed. XENEX showing just why they were so strong on Foundation, really, against ChampsOD earlier. Looks like their map, Toby. Looks like they're very confident on it. I like the play down at that drop shot. It was very difficult for them, for sure. But they did manage to get that loop through. And although PhantomT did pull the trigger on that flank, perhaps a little bit too early, they had the damage down. Maybe they should have just gone for those angles and just kept the downs coming through. They had the position. Down a little bit of a different strategy here. Zul in a little bit of a bad spot. He's going to get lanced out, but help coming through from his teammate will mean that this is going to be a XENEX initial.
Good job from XENEX. That's the advantage, right, of the drop shot being down there, that the team is a little bit more aggressive in their positioning. They don't just like to set up with the Lancers in the safe pockets and benefit from those angles from above. Said the team that does go down and risk that, opening themselves up to angles, will get that closer position for that drop pickup. Now BHL captured for XENEX. They've still got the 2 shots, of course. Zul has rotated it around across the map. Not sure if that was active. Didn't quite catch that, but that's not active either. And that, as a result, will not find Ricardo. Not the usual Zul that we're used to on the drop shot, but does it matter? They can carry on that 3v1. Perhaps they can keep it up. No. The reinforcements are there. Ricardo with the double. Breaker stuck in the corner. This should be a simple 2v1 now for them to finish things off on that B side of the map. I don't think they'll be attempting any triple caps anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that XENEX, you know, they're going to be off spawn pretty quickly here. They're going to be back up towards their home hill. I don't think PhantomT need to. There's no drop shot to worry about now either, and that's something we've got to talk about a little bit more. That drop shot placement. Sorry, not the drop shot placement. The actual drop placement when they shot it. It's just not great from Zul. He was too far away. Like the problem with the drop is it's very, very obvious when you're about to fire it, right? Huge laser in the sky, huge thing flying at you. You can get out the way. As long as you've got enough time to react to it, you can quite easily get out the way. And that, for me, it just wasn't the right play. I believe they should have had the drop shot a little bit closer. They should have been more aggressive on the B hill, and now they're going to be in a really bad spot here because of it. Nestique's all the way over on the home hill. All 4 members dead here. PhantomT looking to take their first round. They should be able to get this one. There shouldn't be anyone anywhere near this hill. PhantomT will lock it in.
Good result for PhantomT there. Nastique's winning in the 1v. Opening the angle up from top table. Helping out the players below. And I agree with you about the drop. completely. I think anytime you feel like you're having to fire the drop across the map, especially when the players are looking at you, it's not, kind of just trying to defend a hill where they're looking the other side. It's never going to go well, really. And 9 times out of 10, they'll see it coming, they'll dodge, and I think drop shot perhaps just position it in the center of the map there would have been a bit better. Of course, you open yourselves up to getting pinched or angled out, but not ideal. That location to have a drop shot, in my opinion, when the B's there. Heal is there. Ricardo, angled down. Breaker saving the day. The rotation from the Pistons will help them out, and Breaker will cap up the B hill vision. To get pinched, essentially, he needs to push on forward. If he can find Saki, now is the time, but he will get taken down. A drop shot in the hands of Sinfuls. And this is going well for XENEX.
It is going well there. They're doing well on these initials, and I don't think this drop shot placement has played out all too well for PhantomT, to be quite honest. XENEX seem to be the better team at this mid initial, at least so far in this game. This time drop shot in the hands of someone different. I say that, they've just swapped it back out. Zul will pick that off Sinfuls now and gets a second attempt here. Yeah. Sat in the same place, though. I
think he should just go down to the H, to be honest.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And I think
you don't lose out much at all by just going down to there. You're still safe. Just don't go to the T.
Yep. It's a much easier, and there we go. We see him move down this time around. Drop shot's going to go out. It's going to miss again, though, and there's no need to fire that. There's no pressure on whatsoever. Second one's got to come out. Just get the kill, but the guy's down anyway, and you've got to think again. Toby, not the best of drop shot users, does delay the push, but hasn't really gained all that much from it, and you always want to try and gain something from it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if they can close out this push, though. Death Dancer caught down. Zul will find that one. Steaks and Vision off spawn. They're still trying to edge their way to see if they can get a kill from there, but you have to be careful. Oh no, not again. Ricardo with Secret Man once more.
What did I mention?
Saki. Wow. And this is the pinch as well with the Retro Lancer. A lot of trouble now. Breaker and Sinfuls are in. No one crossing. Nestix does get the down, but Ricardo's essentially on his own now. He's going to get pinched from spawn. He will get dropped. B-Hill changing hands, but Nestix won't be able to stay in. Bottle cap. A-Hill regained for XENEX. They're still in this. They still have the score lead for the time being, and they're going to retake B as well. Despite all that hard work from Ricardo. That pinch will not be seen all the way to the end. Very unfortunate for them.
It won't be, sadly, but they do have a lot of control here. Breaker's going to fall down as well, and that's 2 dead on the side of XENEX here. Drop shot back in hand for PhantomT, and now you've got to think they have the advantage here. If they can lock in the B hill, rotate that drop shot round, they should be able to win this. That kill on Saki. Going to make it ever so easy, but Vision taken out there. Drop shot still alive, though.
Ricardo's gone to the center. He's found Breaker off spawn. 15 seconds to go. Much better position to defend or push either hill. Oh, but that's not going to connect. Sinfuls could get an overextension there in time. But the score lead has changed regardless. PhantomT with the advantage. Triple cap will be locked in. PhantomT will get a round back. Close when that one was through. Really, really close. We're now locked in at 2-2.
Very close indeed, and we've got a game on our hands here, Toby, as we tie it up at the half. Scoreboard check. All players looking to be in a pretty good spot, to be quite honest with you. As now they get the opportunity to start placing weapons elsewhere. You can see that bolt going down straight away on the welding. I imagine an upgrade will come to match that incendiary here on the tree side. Crane and tree matched now. PhantomT are ahead 1 placement due to that drop shot, but it is what it is right now, isn't it? I mean, quite honestly, it's a very close game. I don't think that bolt will change things all too much. In fact, it's just going to get left there. Ricardo valuing the efficiency of getting down here a little bit quicker, and I think that's the right play to make. He needs to make sure he's supporting his team.
One of the best 1v players in the region, in my opinion, is Ricardo. It's no surprise that he likes to get aggressive, position himself accordingly. Sinfuls, a little bit of trouble. Ricardo trying to close out the damage. No shots really hitting for Sinfuls there. Tries to go for the back 8. Doesn't fire in time, unfortunately. It will not come out. Ricardo punishes him for it. And Death Dancer on the overextension to try and go for the home hill setup. Will be dropped in the process, though. Ricardo, big fight for him. He will find it. Death Dancer picking up a kill, but quickly revived. The home hill setup is locked in for PhantomT, and I was wondering if we'd be seeing this today.
Uh-oh.
Not again. Secret man again.
There we go. It's every corner, isn't it? You've got to check your corners. You can't just be running around like that. Check behind the statue there. Check the elbow. Check down in the cut. Like, you've got to make sure that everything is kind of ship-shape. The domination going to lock through. PhantomT, 3-2 up.
I think the drop shot performance from Zool and the positioning, I think the secret mans that keep coming through, I think it's just a testament, an insight into the minds of Team XENEX right now individually, right? They just don't seem composed. Their brains seem to be all over the place right now in terms of what they're prioritizing. They're forgetting things. It doesn't seem like the same Team XENEX team that we saw against Champs OD. I'll be honest with you. But their opponents right now, PhantomT, are still playing just as good as ever, right? They're not phased at all. It seems like another Sunday after 10 weeks of play. And they will not allow Team XENEX to be performing any less than their absolute best today.
I love this aggression from Ricardo. I'm taking notes myself here. This is fantastic. Yeah, home hills in his hand straight away. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. You can see Breaker trying to make the run here. Headshot would have been nice, but
domination.
Yep, domination. Oh, just like that. Just like that.
No one was at the home hill at the end there. Two players were just too focused on the middle hill there, and no one really in a position to break either hill. And Team XENEX, again, a round has just been stolen away from them, it seems. And I think, honestly, maybe the audio caught them out there as well. I think it just added salt to the wound a little bit, as both players weren't even pushing up on that drop shot either.
Yeah, definitely so.
Yeah.
You've got to think that's a round that maybe you want back, right? And boom shot's going to go down. I mean, it caught us off guard. It caught me off guard for specifically. I'm not surprised it caught the players off guard in the midst of all that as well. You can see Breaker trying to get to that hill, but just nothing able to get there. And here we go. Series point for PhantomT, Toby. They're going to go down here. Round 7, try and tie it all on up. Now 2 power weapons to play for. We've got the drop shot on one side, boom shot on the other. And look, everyone is down here scrapping for it. Incense out. Good play so far from Team XENEX. Able to get a couple of downs. Are they able to get the kills, though? Boom is in hand. Drop shot will go to them as well here, as Breaker just trying to dodge a few Lancer bullets. And everything in the hands here of Team XENEX as they're starting to try and lock this one in. Boom shot, maybe used, maybe not used. In the end, they say they can clean this one up without it. Domination about to tick in. 1 second left, and Team XENEX, a very, very strong round there, Toby.
Most certainly so. That's better. That's a lot better from them. They can keep up that form. It's still just 2 rounds, right? You know, we were not counting them out just yet. 2 rounds to keep themselves in this tournament and force a map number 3. This is their best map. There is a map for them to do this on. It is this. With that boom shot and pistons, the drop as well in the center, it means you really do need to think about being aggressive in that center, right? Be so aware of a potential cut, even from the drop to the boom shot. You should very much just be in the thick of it with a shotgun battle.
Good shot coming out. That might get the down, but... Oh, it does indeed. There's the down on the boom shot. It's back up, though. Drop shot picked up. Saki has the boom shot in hand, so one team with the boom shot, one team with the drop shot. This is an interesting one, because you don't often get to see that in competitive escalation here.
Only 1 boom shot as well versus 2 drops. Let's see. Sinfuls will find 1. Nestiques, perhaps double guessing whether he should push there. Vision will fire his first drop shot, I believe, finding Breaker. Saki still just holding on to that boom, right? I think this might just be the home hill setup. Team XENEX will be trying to lock in for the remainder of this round. Let's see. Questioning whether to use the boom shot or not. Perhaps should have used it a little bit sooner, should Saki, to try and keep his player alive. But here come reinforcements. 2v2. Zool will get revive as well. Not
That's
able
huge.
to find that. Ricardo taking down Vision instead. That is huge. Now Ricardo just buying time for his teammates to come off spawn. Hill captured. Team XENEX, hold on.
Yeah, really nice. You're right, that boom shot maybe used earlier. I was about to say, you know, it's smart not using it on the one player because, you know, the crossfire from the pistol does enough damage for your teammate to finish that down as they push in. But against 3, yeah, Boomshot should have come out a little bit earlier, I think. In the end, though, they win it. They come through. Does take a team kill from the side of PhantomT for that to happen, though. Ricardo, a little bit of a mistake there from him, and I think that's the first time we've said that all series, to be honest with you. Here goes the Incend out. Death Dancer trying to make the play, isn't able to connect. His team are trading out at the other side as well.
Big fight. Big fight. Zool versus Ricardo. And Ricardo will be the victor. That's the home hill setup. Broken up completely. Question is a triple cap on the cards? 2v1? Nestique's bouncing for his life, just delaying time again, like teammates before. The hill now being fought for as well. Saki caught out again. Ricardo picks up the boom. He used it instantly. E-Hill captured up. Points lead will go towards PhantomT. Zool fighting in the center though. And Dropshot still up, but he will get taken down. And Death Dancer picking that up straight off spawn. Problematic times for Team XENEX.
Yeah, problematic indeed. I thought Zool would make the big play there, but the roll backwards cost him his life. Had to go back. He was getting landed to the other side. Good drop shot by Death Dancer. And look at the points, Toby. XENEX, they have the hills. They are going to lose F. There's the secret man. Is there a drop shot on the floor? There is indeed, and maybe now XENEX can push through. But they need to go. They really need to go. There's no one towards E. PhantomT, they have the win condition. 8 seconds. It's going to be huge if Team XENEX can come back. But I don't think they're going to be able to, are they? They're on the hill, but they're not on the E hill. Toby, PhantomT, they're going to win the match. And they're going to go through.
GG's indeed. Who would have predicted that? Right, honestly, 2-0 in the previous weeks. PhantomT, all right, fair enough. Fair prediction, but after what we saw from Team XENEX earlier against Champs OD, you thought, wow, they were going to come back against their rivals of PhantomT and give them a really, really good game. And it looked like they were doing that, Alex, back on Foundation, right? Going 3-0 up at the start and doing extremely well, but no, in the end, PhantomT, they hold out. They seem more composed. The Secret Mans keep coming on through. Ricardo keeps getting kills everywhere across the map, and that's the final score. 5-1 Harbor, 5-3 Foundation.
That's it, isn't it? Those sneaky little kills, they do add up. And I think, you know, if we're seeing so many on camera, imagine how many are happening across the whole of the game, right? I mean, there's got to be a fair amount of rounds being won there just by sneaky kills, good positioning. And not checking your corners, sadly. But yeah, commiserations to Team XENEX. They've played a fantastic tournament so far, and they will bow out. But PhantomT, they're going to go forward, and they look real good. Here's the bracket for you, Toby. PhantomT will go forward into that loser bracket final, and they will await the loser of the winners bracket final. Going to be a good game, both of them, I think.
Absolutely so, and you can see the beautiful roots as well that came in on that on the losers bracket for both teams. PhantomT, of course, doing really well themselves, and an excellent journey for Team XENEX so far. We've mentioned Champs OD a number of times. Of course, UDOG, another team on that side of the bracket as well, that fell to them earlier on. Well played, Team XENEX. Commiserations to them, of course. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, we'll have more action on the other side.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Open Series finals, and we are getting into the business end of things now, aren't we? Through the winners bracket final, the game that everybody's been looking forward to today, outside of the grand final, is upon us. Of course, these two teams, we've seen it before. Through we've got EXES taking on highly rated. Let's have a look at the bracket to see how they got here. But let's be honest, as mentioned, we've seen them play against each other before. It's been EXES the past couple of times to come away as winners. Are we expecting the same thing here, Through?
I mean, I am expecting the same thing here, but I think it'll be a hotly contested bout, to be honest with you. I mean, both teams have made it here pretty unscathed. I don't really think there's been much challenge for either team. We thought XS might get challenged by Champs OD, but quite honestly, that was business as usual for them. And on the opposite side, highly rated, they dispatched PhantomT with quite similar ease. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a good battle. I think these are absolutely, no doubt, the best two teams in this bracket. But XS, they are currently, in my head, number one seed. They have got that history, that recent history on their side as well, and they have been looking so good throughout this tournament. So yes, I think we're going to get a very, very good game, but I will not be surprised if we do see highly rated drop to that loser bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's. I think had we had this conversation 4 weeks ago, I think we'd have been absolutely saying highly rated are absolutely the best team. We don't see anybody beating them. But it was that move of Crimson's to go on this EXES Esports roster, which has just completely changed their team up. And no disrespect to the other members they had in there, but he's a class above, isn't he? And how consistently have we seen Pains top of the leaderboard when it was just Maradona? Pains all the way through. Now, Crimson's is there. Crimson's been overtaking Pains in the slaying stats, and then the boys around them have just been forming so well. They look like a very much a well-oiled machine. If you're highly rated, though, look, I mean, how much do we talk about how good that they looked for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it took one change to topple them over, but then they've made a change themselves recently, and Slaps, who's coming in, and we talked about this at the top of the show. Do you feel as if he's had enough time to integrate into this team to be a part of a team that's going to beat EXES Esports?
I don't think he's had enough time. Is honestly the truth. I think 3 weeks, 2 weeks is really not a fantastic amount of time, especially ahead of a big tournament like this. Slaps, he's a great player. When we've seen him on stream on the weekly tournaments, he's been very good. However, is he any better than the player he replaced? Not particularly, in my opinion. He hasn't got as much experience, either, and he's also having to catch up as well to what the team want from him. So I don't think he's had enough time to gel. And I think it's showing in their performances, to be quite honest with you. Highly rated haven't looked the same since that first loss to XS Esports when Crimson's kind of came through. And I don't think they've been looking any better each week either. So it'd be interesting to see how they play today, because I think they, if they're going to have a go at XS and they're going to try their best, they will do it today. But it's absolutely an uphill battle for them.
100% is an uphill battle. Let's have a look at the maps to see how things are going to go. I think this will be very telling which way we're going to go. So Vazgar first, picked by XES Esports. That's 2 weeks in a row. They beat highly rated on Vazgar, so they'll be happy to see that. Exhibit coming in for highly rated, then District the decider. Top of my head, I can't remember these two playing Exhibit against each other through. I don't know if I'm just developing amnesia, but I can't remember them playing against each other on that map specifically.
Not in recent history, at least that I've seen. No. They may have scrimmed a lot. They may have played it, behind closed doors. But I can't remember any memorable fights on Exhibit between these two teams, to be quite honest with you. We often see Vazgar, as you said. That's been pretty much a constant in this matchup, and it's always been a very, very good map to watch. But Exhibit, definitely an interesting one. Highly rated. Maybe they're trying to mix things up a little bit here and bring a new map into the fray. I know these players can play it. Remember Rated R back in the day on Exhibit? They were very good on it. They definitely turned the tides on Elevate, and they brought a real fire to that Exhibit game, and it was 5-1 back and forth really between those two teams. So they know how to play it. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, maybe bringing a new map into the pool is a good idea.
Yeah, District last if we do need it, of course. But last two matchups between these two guys has been XES Esports 2-0. They have been relatively close maps for the most part. I think last time we did see them play, it was a 5-3 on District towards XES as well. So the cards are definitely in their pocket to get this one done. Exhibit is the question mark, though, isn't it? I think you look at that and you sort of say, right, well, which way is that one going to go? We probably have our favourites for Vazgar, of course, and XES after the last 2 weeks that we have seen them play on a Sunday night, of course. and they have looked very, very good. But I mean, I'm not sure which way it's going to go. I don't know if you guys in the chat do have any idea, but you can vote on which way you think this game is going to go via the Twitch extension, of course. So make sure you do get your votes in. And I'm curious to see what everybody says, because it is a hard one to come up with. I'm just going to go through and predict with my channel points.
I'm just having a look at the channel points coming in.
I think... Oh, I can't. I can't. I'm a mod, so I can't do it.
Oh,
that is a crime shame. But 99% so far going over towards XES Esport. But I'd imagine that may change as time goes on. But
you do say 99%. I've just seen why that's 99%. Breaker's just dropped pretty much every channel point in the world on it. He's put 23,000 himself on there.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So yeah,
that'll be a while.
There's definitely Breaker going the way of XES Esports. I think in general it's eight persons versus 2 persons in the vote right now in the Twitch chat. But yeah, Breaker very, very confident that XES are going to win this, and I'm not surprised. Recent form has said that's definitely the case.
Well, hopefully, for Breaker's sake, that this does go down in his direction. There's no channel points remaining, but hopefully, we're going to be getting into this game very, very shortly. Vazgar coming up next. EXES would definitely be my pick as well. To be honest with you, I think it would be strange to not go for them based on what we've seen over the past 2 weeks. I think a lot of people had them down as their favorites heading into this one, and I think, we cast our minds back to, what was it, like week 6, week 7, week 8, where we seen highly rated continue to dominate, and we said time and time again, oh, we just really want somebody to beat them, so we got ourselves a nice storyline heading into the Split 2 final. But somebody's beat them, and beat them quite handily 2 times in a row now, XES, so it's kind of put us back to square one. We need highly rated to put up a good game here so we can potentially have a good grand final, but, they're going to have to go up against PhantomT in the losers final, whoever does drop down. But this game is nearly ready to go. I said, make sure you do get your predictions in there. Be careful betting against Breaker. Yes, okay. We know you're a gambling man, but he's put it all on Big Crim, he says. And, well, I mean, yeah, he's been playing fantastically all the way through, so no reason to not do that. Fru, which way are you going? Which way are you thinking? It has to be XES, surely.
It is XES on the broadcast. I've put my channel points onto the side of highly rated, because if highly rated do win, I want a big piece of that pot. But yeah, I think XES will come through this one. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-1 here, but XES definitely in the driving seat.
100%. We need to make sure those channel points count for something then if anybody does get one against Breaker. But here we go. Into Vazgar. The business end of the tournament begins as we get into the winners bracket final. Only a few more games to go before we can crown a champion here in the Open Series split number 2. It's been quite a long one at that as well, hasn't it? 10 weeks of Sundays, myself, you and Toby joining in on the fun. And this is the last one for just a little while. But let's see who's going to come out on top of this one. It's a good start for Cougars and highly rated. Good rotation round. They lose A and C, but win the fight at B.
Yeah, it was a very, very aggressive push there, actually, from highly rated Crimsons. And co, they had to run, essentially. They really did have to run, as we did see Cougars just absolutely flying at them. Flashbangs aplenty. On the other side, there really wasn't much one. XES, though, now able to connect with 2 of these hills here, the home hill side, and I think they're happy with that. That's not a bad trade.
Worked out on the side of highly rated, just for now. Cougars flash out. It's a nice one as well. Backs up at least 2 members of XES. They're going to have to back on down. Good start for highly rated, though. And I think one thing we have to sort of say here is that, the first week that these two faced off where XES won, it was super, super close across 2 different maps. There was only a couple of rounds in it. And they are quite evenly matched to a point. It just seems as if XES have that clutch factor and Cougars not hitting his shot on Pains. Well, that's going to mean you're going to be dying, as Pains doesn't usually miss. A lot of people loading him as one of, if not the greatest player in Europe right now. I think a lot of people probably wouldn't question that, although what he's just rolled into from Marsh there is not ideal, but Crimson's going to find 2 on the back of that one. Cougars now in a bad spot. Domination's about to tick if Cougars doesn't win this one. It's a big, big gunfight for Cougars to take away, and he just about keeps his team in the round through.
Yeah, that was huge. Really good play there by Cougars. Checking the Secret Man now as well. Doesn't want to go for the decap too quickly, just in case he gets caught out, and I think that's the right choice. Just wait for your team to come back, but Dragon's losing his head. Marsh is going to die as well, and now Cougars perhaps maybe should have tried to fight this one
Crimson's with
a little
two.
bit more readily.
That was massive. Crimson's finds 2 over towards B. And X is quite happy to lock highly rated in here. Slaps is going to find a fight on the bouncers though, and all of a sudden this push over towards C is maybe doable. Crisis and Pains combining well. Cougars very patient and very well played. This 1-win condition is still there. 15 seconds though. Is anybody at B? That's where the game is going to be won and lost. It's going to be decapped in time, but just waiting on the players coming back off spawn. Bouncers is going to win this one over towards C. And that might do it for EXES Esports now. Cog team win condition will lock, but not for long enough. 20 seconds still, though. Gives them time, but they can't have much time on their hands if they're all dead, and it's good shots by bouncers in the team. EXES Esports will lock this round number 1 in, but it was very back and forth, and I hope the whole of the game is like that one. Phenomenal round to kick things off, but it is going to be EXES Esports taking it away.
Yeah, really nice kills there at the end by Bouncers and Co. Just to kind of clean things up. I don't know where they've got those upgraded Nashes from, but I wonder if I can unlock those in the store. Yeah, they hit some real damage with those shots, and they always seem to land flush. So, yeah, really well played by XS. Good kills coming through, good team fights in the end as well. The 1v1s just coming through. As you said, Crimson's the big double kill coming through. Shuts down pretty much everything that Cougars does. Boltox are dropped, and this is standard placements here from both of these teams, as we usually see those 2 placements get built up. Often we'll see that straight into that incendiary, or perhaps a Boltox, and then on the second home side, the retro gets built up. But the Boltox absolutely really useful tools on this map.
Not quite as an aggressive start as to what we've seen in round number 1. Short flash going to come through. Bounces. Trying to answer back with one of his own, but he's going to get forced out by 2 players now, just trying to play his life. Knows he can't win that fight from that angle. Doing well just to survive here. You can find literally anything off the back of this one. That would be something, but there you go. He helps his teammate get a hold of slaps. He drops. Now the shoe is on the other foot as Cougars has to back on down, but which is the fight going over towards B. It looks like it's an EXES Esports one. Just about, although it looked like. Highly rated to come out on top. Cougars and Marsh combining well. Well closed out. Crimson's not in the best of spots, and Marsh will be there to help Cougars, who's played the start of this round really well. Push on to A here, and highly rated looking to lock in a domination potentially here through. Starts ticking, but the fight over towards B goes towards EXES.
Yeah, they are going to lose that B hill, which is a huge thorn in the side here of highly rated. Looks like they're going to lose this fight as well. Slap's in a bad position here. He will get spawned up upon, so has to make the aggressive push. And Crimson's playing that real well, just hiding out, biding his time. Perhaps Slap's had a few more seconds where Dragon was lancering that he could have waited for, but in the end, Crimson's plays a really nice defensive game, gets the hill capture back, and now EXES Esports. Advantage to them.
Pushed out, boosting up. The push to start coming on through. That win condition does belong to highly rated, although that's going to disappear in a second as every single hill starts going over towards EXES momentarily. Look at the push coming through from Crisis. Needs a bit of help, though, to try and deal with Dragons and Cougars. That's a big fight for them to win. C's still up in the air, but coming off spawn is the highly rated boys, and that's going to be Slaps to lock this one in. It's looking like anyway. Crimson's there to put the pressure on, but that win condition belongs to highly rated. 50 seconds or so. It's been a close game so far. Nobody really in complete control across the round. Marsh pushing forward now, getting aggressive to defend C. He's done so well to find 2. He's not able to find the 3rd, but there's Slaps for the cleanup. Dragons wins the fight over towards A. This is domination going to lock in. It's highly rated. Tie things up. Big defensive plays over towards C, allowing that to happen. Big players from Marsh and Slaps. Very well played.
Yeah, very well played. Nice kills coming through. And yeah, you got to give credit to Marsh there. Put so much damage down. And actually, Slaps, he rolled off that fight because he realized it was a 2v3, but Marsh had so much damage down and so much confidence that it didn't really matter in the end. EXES Esports on the back foot now. There goes that Talon placement, and this is kind of what I was alluding to, that some teams do like to build up the home, some teams like to go for that retro second. We are going to see a little bit of a differentiation here between the two teams. Retro on one side, Talon placed on the other.
Another team able to really establish any sort of control. As mentioned, it has been very, very close all the way through. NB going to be locked in by highly rated, though. A bit more aggression over towards B from them, but the fight's being won by Pains. Marsh will go down, and he'll have a free shot at B. Whilst the whole of XS are in a good spot to try and make the push over towards A, but highly rated also in a solid spot to defend it. Slaps putting in the shots with the ball top. Putting that damage down. Crimson's getting some free fire, though. I'm not sure about that from Slaps. Expecting the backup from Dragons. Meat shield through. Dragons makes the push onto Crimson's. He is very weak, though, and very, very dead. Crimson's now pushes through. There's one member of X's, of highly rated, I should say, who has escaped, and that will be Cougars. He will stop the domination, but very well played by X's up top. Crimson's may be allowed to find that two-piece a little easily for my liking through.
Yeah, I mean, Slaps was just banking on that. At some point, Crimson's would change away from that Lancer or run out of bullets, and well, Crimson's not going to make that mistake. He had the headshots lined up perfectly. He has absolutely the time to down you as you run down those steps, and he held his ground. He held his nerve, and that right there is composure at its finest.
And they keep it up here, XS. Highly rated still kind of pinned in here, and they're losing B whilst they're at it. If that fight doesn't go towards highly rated up top, they're going to be in danger. They're going to get there in time. They are not. It's a big gunfight won by Crimsons to keep them off it. EXES Esports will lock it in 2-1. Very, very nicely done.
Yeah, much stronger round from them. Huge double kill coming in from Crimsons, and he's already on 14 kills. I was going to say 13 rounds in. 3 rounds in, 14 kills is where he's at right now. And Incendiaries are going to come through here. Expect that talent to get upgraded on the opposite side, I imagine, as Marsh is trying to find his home hill. And now we get it. Interesting, this breakup between these two weapons, in my opinion, as I like the Incendiary. I think it's a good denial tool, but it's very easy to miss. You know, like if you misthrow it just once, that's it, right? Whereas Retro and Boltok, they really are very good tools to be kind of aggressive with and defensive with. And a headshot or a couple of Retro bullets here and there really can turn the tide of a fight, but that Incendiary is not missed. Slash does die to that one over on the opposite side, and this means they have to be careful to highly rated. They can't give up this opposite side here too readily. They've got to make this push forward or pincer back, one of the two, because they're about to lose their home hill.
Nexus just seem to be dictating the pace of the map a little bit more over the past couple of rounds. Highly rated taking a lot of damage on the way here. Marsh is going to drop as his Slaps. Domination will not lock though. Cougars will get away. But this is the only thing that highly rated have been doing to prolong these rounds. There's always been one able to escape. What is Pain shooting Cougars with? My goodness me. His health drops so low, so fast there. Highly rated. Look at this. I mean, look at the score at the top left corner.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a landslide at the moment. XS Esports, they're doing the right thing. They're winning these initials. They're gaining control across the map. And Vascal, we've said it many a times, it's all about those rotations. It's all about getting there first. First blood is huge, because you can then start to dictate just when and where the map is played. XS do that so well. Second flashbangs are out. Crisis able to back out here as he gets pushed. Marsh in the middle as well. Just trying to help matters out. You see the rotation coming through now, and the fight is maybe going to be taken over towards this left-hand side here, and it's a bit of an odd place to be scrapping, especially when there's no hill there on the side of things, but here we go. Big fight going down in the spawn area. Pains is going to get flanked here, but it looks like it's XS Esports cleaning up. Cougars has to back up. He's going to maybe try and get this decap. We'll be on the defensive here, though. No one going to run for him. They've opted to go to B, have XS, and I think that's the right play there.
Yep.
They've got full control of their home. They've got full control of the neutral. XS Esports in position.
Yep, in prime position. That's going to drop down to 15 seconds or so. Highly rated. Well, you need a complete dominance of the map. So either win the fight over towards A, do XS as well, so it's not going to really matter any of this in the grand scheme of things. A is locked in. XS only need a few more seconds, and they will take a 3-1 lead here in map number 1 of the winners bracket final. So far, so good if you're an XS fan. Rager's channel points are looking quite safe at the moment. Although we know that things can turn around, especially with highly rated on the board. We just haven't seen that flashiness of highly rated in quite some weeks. I don't know if they've maybe stopped playing as much or something along those lines, but can't be an excuse at the moment. They're really, they're getting out rotated. That's the thing. It's not even some. I mean, there's been a couple of rounds that have been won by by EXES, I should say, more so for just their rotations and their positioning rather from their fighting.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's what they do so well. They obviously can slay out. They obviously are great at those initials, but what they do after that is they just control the map so well. They're always first to the next point of interest. They are always trying to find those fights with numbers advantages, and here, great incendiary coming through from Crimson. That is perfect. Drop shot was killed out. Slaps is going to go down. Marsh will follow him in just a second, and that is textbook Gears of War from EXES Esports. Absolute perfect initial. They're going to pick up the drop shot as well for it. This will be a domination straight away. This is going to be 4-1 EXES. There should be nothing highly rated can do about this one as long as those drop shots land flush.
You can imagine they probably will do. There's one. Cougar's dead. Crimson is now waiting with what seems like another 15 people, but Marsh is making the smart play here. On the side of highly rated, over towards E to maybe try and slow this one down as the respawn's now coming in. Drop shot comes through. Which way is the fight going to turn this time, though? Over towards F. EXES Esports maybe not putting the players in the best positions to go on to win that one, but it's still a swarm win condition of only a minute or so. But look at this aggression from Pains. Can't quite find anything with it. I'll tell you what, it's going to end up in a 2-cap from highly rated. They just about get out of that through, and I'm not sure how.
Yeah, they just didn't block off the entrance to the hill just quite as quick as they should. Ended up getting that last touch. It was just enough room for that neutral hill decap. And now EXES, you know, they're 100 points clear. I mean, usually if we see a team go 100 points up, they do come through.
Yeah.
But they can't lose the fights. That's a big kill coming through from Marsh. Can he find the second as well? He's got the damage down. Should try and fight this one. He's going to be able to do just that. Can he get the triple? Yes, he can. Look at Marsh go. He's going to lock this in for his team. And the domination is going to be switched. I said it too soon earlier, Chris. Highly rated. They're still in this race.
My goodness. They just line up like dominoes for Marsh, and every single shot is hit at the perfect time. That's a huge moment. It was looking like an EXES Esport cruising round, going 4-1 up. Instead, we're at 3-2 to EXES still, but that could be a big moment. Massive players from Marsh, massive.
Huge plays indeed. And now that incendiary going to get placed down on the opposite side here. Things are back even, and this is interesting because now highly rated, they have that weapon advantage here on the tank side. They have that incendiary. If they're able to use it, just as Crimson's was the last round, they might be able to come out with a quick round here, and that would be great for them as they could tie this up 3 apiece.
Shots coming in from Marsh. That's a big round out of him. We haven't seen enough of it in the past couple of weeks from any of highly rated, really. But we know they have it in their locker. How often have you seen Dragons only on this amount of kills and deaths so far this season? Hasn't happened that often, apart from when in games against EXES. Payne's not going to get the better of him this time. Former teammates going up against each other. Dragons will win that battle, but will drop. Don't think his teammate's going to get there in time to stop this going down. Not quite. Meat Shield now up as well. Cougars is not a good spot to be in. Not hitting his shots either, and bounces will deal with him. Marsh will get rid of bounces though, and push will come through, but Crimson's wisely backs on down. Drop shot's still available as far as I'm aware. I haven't heard that whistle by anywhere.
Yeah, still in hands. Still in hands indeed. And you're right about Dragons. Not looked great at all. And actually, it's been a long time since I've thought, you know, he's looked as good as he used to in the Pro League. You know, that move to Latin America was supposed to be a good thing for him, but I honestly think his play has been getting slightly worse since then. And I don't think he's looked quite the same since he went out there, but it is what it is right now. He's against a very strong team. Obviously, it's very difficult to say that when, oh, that is not the role you want to do. Very easy to say that, but I mean, top 2 team in Europe right now, probably, you know, top 10 in the world. It's not like he's having a bad performance right now, is it? It's just he's against EXES Esports, who are on fire at the moment.
They really are, but that's a bit more like it from Dragons. Finds the kill over towards E. It's a big fight over towards F. That's going to decide what goes on here. Slaps finds 2, though. That's massive from Highly Rated. And that's going to be 2 rounds in a row. Now, they kind of just steal under the noses of EXES Esports, and all of a sudden we're tied up.
Yeah, that's a fantastic couple of rounds. A really good couple of rounds. And off the back of some great kills coming through. I mean, look at that. 14 kills on Slaps right now. That incendiary over the top of the drop obviously helps. And, you know, that initial looked like it was EXES's, but Highly Rated come back. This is fantastic. Really good play. There's the upgrade on the Shock now. Advantage. Swarm here over at the tank side. Round 7, here we go.
I mean, it's a surprise to find us. I mean, you could conceivably say that EXES Esports could have won this 5-0. It wouldn't be out of the question. This one could have been done a while ago. Crimson's going to have to back on down. Highly Rated just do not know when to roll over. Cougar's going to get a hold of the drop. He doesn't get out. Pushes forward. Maybe not the easiest angle to use it with the little ridge at the top of the stairs, so we'll back on down, and the drop shot and your home hill is enough. Rhaegar's shaking in the chat, by the way.
Oh, I know. I know. I'm watching it very beatly. I'm on for a good old windfall if this comes through. Cougars gets one there. Still got 1 shot left. Looking to maybe try and make the play here on the E hill. EXES doing the right thing here, just backing out a little bit. They've got control of the hill. It's on Highly Rated to make the play, to break this, and they've got to do it with some kind of timely manner. Dragons is going to be the backup here for Cougars, as they will both push down together, and actually the rotation has already started here. If you look at that mini-map, there are 2 players from EXES Esports pushing down to the home hill. I really don't think you need all 3 members from Highly Rated there to take that hill back.
No.
Quite honestly.
Well, they've actually lost members over towards F, but I tell you what, that could be good. Oh, Cougars times it well. Sends it deep and finds 2. Very well played. That's what happens if you can hold on to these drop shots so late into the round. They don't necessarily remember or expect that to come on through. Dragons trying to force the fight on the Crimsons, and they are going to trade out, but the teammates of Dragons are there to help them up. 60 seconds, that's good. Lance of Fire on the Cougars, though. Dragons isn't going to be able to push that. He's going to be pushed out himself. What can he do here? Well, that's those moments where you maybe need that little bit of Dragons magic that used to be around. You used to be able to find some little moments like that where you can find 2, but I think he would have been maybe high pressed to find that one.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, though, EXES Esports will come off better in that exchange because the win condition belongs to them.
It does indeed. Phil's going to get decapped here, and the push is on. Potentially a dead little bounce is coming up as he does die to Dragons there. That's a huge gib range there. I'm not quite sure how he's managed that. I'm not sure quite how Pains has managed to get those downs either. Now looking for the triple. Can he find this one? Has to roll back. Lots of damage right now. He can't step out. Oof, dodges that one. New haircut for Pains. Just like you, Chris, and the domination is going to rock in. 4-3, Highly Rated. They've done enough.
See the fade that Shannon Tun gives, my goodness. Anyway, besides the point, no haircut for Pains there, but they lose the round. Highly Rated, 4-3 now.
Let's just have a quick stock of that leaderboard as we go into this next round, if nothing crazy gets placed. But I'm pretty sure there was someone up on 26 kills there on the EXES Esports side. We're going to see the block come in here. We are indeed, and I think that's the right block to be making here. Relieves a little bit of pressure. There you go, 26-10 for Crimsons. He wants to win a major right now. He wants to win the EGL finals.
Into it again. Round number 8. You see maybe a bit more from Pains. We really haven't seen a lot from him in this game so far. Crimson's has been devastating to Highly Rated, but he needs his duo there with him. F goes over towards EXES Esports, but they will grab a hold of D whilst they're at it. Highly Rated, it's a hard rotation to F from the top of the stairs, so we'll have to back on down to make sure they defend E, but the rest of the team now coming in off respawn, and Bounce is threatening the drop. Push going to start coming through, and that's maybe a little bit wasted. Bounce is not usually the one with C with the drop, but he will find the shot on the Cougars. Very well played. Maps will have to back on down. EXES can't quite lock a D in. Win condition technically with them, though. They're only ones getting points on the board, and the whole of highly rated are coming off respawn. If you're EXES Esports, you have to back on down.
Good play again by Crimson's. Just one off a 30 bomb already here. Still rounds to play, and here he goes. He's trying to go and try and get this one. He's going to get taken down himself, but his teammate is going to be going down with him next to him. I was about to say save his life, but he's not able to do that. Good kill coming through from Pains, keeping things alive here. And look at them all crawl. Oh, if only they had a drop shot there. What on stream, that'd have been beautiful, but the push is on here on the home hills. D-Hill just left for a second as they value the kill on Dragons more than that decap, it seems.
Well, they haven't went for it yet. They want to get rid of Dragons, but nobody doing the dirty work and getting a hold of a hill. Yes, okay, they got a hold of F, but D would have probably been a little bit more valuable. Marsh is now going to find the kill onto Bounces, but Crimson does trade down. Eventually, EXES Esports will get a hold of D. Now, where's the change going to come from highly rated here? Because that should be locked in from EXES now. You can argue they'd probably rather have control of E if you're EXES Esports here, but DNF will have to do.
Difficult push here for highly rated. They're trying to make the pinch on both sides, and they're going to do this at the same time here. EXES Esports having to back out. They will come back into the fray, but Cougars able to get one, and the domination about to tick in. Can they get a touch? They can indeed. The F-Hill will get decapped, but oh, that was close.
It was so close. It may well still happen. It's going to happen, isn't it? Oh my goodness, a fight won by Crimson's on the other side of things will keep things alive for EXES, who still have a lead yet. But highly rated have turned this one on its head. Crimson's makes the beeline for 8. F being held by the side of EXES now. And this on a 2 cap will be enough for EXES Esports. Drop shot, though, belongs to highly rated. Cougars finds 1. Over towards the other side, we can see it is actually Crimson's going up for a fight over towards E. Is that Bounces who's just found 2? For EXES Esports over towards E, that's phenomenal from him. Extension over towards D comes in from EXES as well. Swarm domination ticks. A Swarm win condition of 4 seconds ticks in. This should be theirs, and it will be theirs, and it will be around number 9. We didn't see it, but we've seen Bounces on the other side of things, picking up 2 all on his own over towards E. And that locks the round in. We go to round number 9. 32 kills for Crimsons.
Yeah, that's insane numbers. That is absolutely insane numbers against a team as good as their opponents right now as well. That is crazy, but you got to give credit to Little Bounce where it's due. A lot of people have questioned whether or not he fits in at this level. There's your answer. Absolutely. Getting the double kill, sealing the round. EXES Esports taking it all the way to round 9. The question is who's got the shakier hands at this point?
Well, here we go then. Winners bracket for final. Round number 9. Map number 1. It has been very, very close all the way through. Highly rated, clutched up a couple of times. EXES now clutching up to send us here. Cougars going for the drop. You have to be careful not to drop with your Dragons here as well, though, as Cougars going to get out. Dragons does not, but Cougars, crucially, the one with the drop does. To try and bait them in. This is dangerous. I don't like this from the drop shot player at all. Ugh. You got to think about playing your life. It's more important than having Dragons on the board, having a hold of that drop shot, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. On the defense, what would you rather have now? 2 players and a drop shot, or 2 players without a drop shot? And I think they've made the wrong play here. Dragons trying to make something happen, but not able to here. Oh. Crimson's is, though, as he gets his 34th kill. And look at this, Chris. They're putting the pressure on. The domination's about to tick in here, and we're about to have a match 1 winner, or the map 1 winner, sorry, as EXES Esports lock it in 5-4. What a map of Vaskar.
So back and forth. EXES will take it in the end. And yeah, I don't want to blame anybody for that one, but you've got to question the play over towards that drop shot. You've got to question the revive coming through. I think if your Cougars there, you're back on down, you've got that drop shot to defend with. It's a lot easier scenario to play with. Dragons will be back up off the respawn very, very quickly, but he goes for the revive. It does not pay off. And the drop shot goes, it's gone. And then all of a sudden, it's an easy push through for EXES Esports, and they find 2 rounds in a row to find map number 1. And I think if I recall correctly, the first time that EXES went on to win one of the weekly cups, we seen them do that as well. It was a big play to find themselves to round number 9, and then they wipe the floor with them in round number 9 when we got there. So big players from EXES, they have what it seems to take on this highly rated squad, especially when it comes down to that very final round. They definitely have the clutch factor, if you like, as it gets to that point. So they find themselves 1-0 up. We did think they would take Vazgar. We felt as if it was their side of things, but heading into map number 2 now with Exhibit. It's all on the line for highly rated. They need to get it done, or they face a losers bracket run, albeit a short one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a short one, right? They've got one game, they either win it or they're out. So the losers bracket is not something they should be really considering at this point. They were one round away from going 1-0 up. Were highly rated. They put in a really good performance, and they looked good. They looked good. They made some mistakes, yes. They did make some mistakes, but it honestly took Crimson's getting almost 40 kills and 15 assists and less than 10 deaths, and it was still that close. Imagine if he hadn't been putting those numbers up. Highly rated, absolutely. They have a chance on any map, and I think they've just proved it there. It took a really godlike performance from one player on the opposite side to stop them.
I do believe one of the players are actually going to go and reset their connection. I think, I've just, because obviously we've got the Discord, which we encouraged all the players to join in. So we're keeping an eye on what's going on. It looks like Pins is not enjoying things on the connection at the moment. So it looks like he's going to go for a reset. So it'll be a few minutes before we load into map number 2. The route back in then for highly rated. You were so close, but so far there. Yeah. It's a tough one to take, especially being 4-3 up.
It is a tough one to take, and you know what? The tougher thing is for me on Exhibit, there is no route out. There is absolutely no route out. You have to play that fight downstairs, and if you're not good at it, or you're getting slapped down there, that's it. That is just it. You have to play it. There is no real benefit in going 3 people upstairs, because you just get stuck in a choke point. So the only way they can really change this map up is to put maybe a drop up top, but even then it's probably still 2 people max up top, and you still have to play that open fight down bottom. So it's going to be interesting to really see just how this plays out downstairs. I'm really excited to see that first initial. I think it's going to be super aggressive. I can't see a team sitting back on this one. They've got to get in there. They've got to get kind of real down and dirty. You saw that when the fights were going back and forth, highly rated were sometimes coming out on top, but when they sat back or they tried to make clever plays, EXES really took advantage of it, and we saw that with that drop shot at the end there. They were right on the pounce as soon as that revive came through, and they focused the drop shot. They knew they didn't need to get that down again onto Dragons. They needed to get the drop shot off the map, and they made the right call there. Exhibit's all about right calls and making the right plays in the moment. We'll have to see how the teams go on, but it's going to be a difficult map for both teams to navigate, quite honestly.
Yeah, I think so. I'm very curious to see how it does play out, because I think Exhibit, it comes down to the players and how they want to play it. Very often when we've seen, for instance, highly rated going up against what HPJC that it was, or now of course OD Champs, it was a very slow one. OD Champs want to slow it down at that point. They don't want all those big engagements. It comes down to maybe one gunfight being one down low, and all of a sudden you can get a hold of B or E. Exact same thing. You can get a hold of either one of those middle points very, very easily by one kill coming in, and it just gives those angles a little bit more to play with. Or are we going to see the full send from one of these teams to just see if they can get a hold of it and then lock it in? It's one of those maps that's a bit of a war of attrition. It's like playing for me when I watch it. I always think back to Asylum and to the second half specifically. When you're talking top range, it's always that like just back and forth. So let's see if we're going to see that kind of game. Are we going to see an aggressive kind of game? Are we going to see a drop shot up top, as we heard about sometime throughout the whole tournament? I don't know if we'll see that. I think we're going to see the very slow, methodical type of game that we've been accustomed to see on Exhibit more so.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you've got to be considerate though of what the other teams are going to be doing, and in this case, if you're highly rated, you've got to be considerate of what is Pain's going to be up to, what is Bouncer's going to be up to, and they're going to be aggressive. They're always aggressive. There is not an off switch on those 2 players, quite honestly. They like going forward. They like holding forward on that joystick, and they absolutely run at you. And if you're too passive on Exhibit, you can give up a lot of ground and you can give up a lot of time, because it is quite difficult to retake. You do have to play it very kind of carefully, and there are a lot of times where you can get secret manned. You can end up losing a life or 2 just purely because someone's in the right spot at the right time, and it's a very difficult one to navigate, as I said. So yeah, they have to be matching that aggressive to be really kind of consistent in keeping up that downstairs fight. Because if they're not, we'll see EXES just getting so much room, so much map control, and they'll just grind those rounds out.
Close map one nonetheless, though. But it is going to be EXES Esports who do take it away. But it was their pick. Now we head over towards Exhibit. Highly rated will feel confident going into this one. I have a feeling we're going to see map number 3 here. I really do. I think Exhibit could be ground out, but highly rated have to play it well to take it away. I believe we're loading in the map and we're nearly ready to head into that second one. And over to Exhibit we go. Very different to Vazgar. Which way will it fall? Will it be a 2-0 for EXES Esports, giving them a massive boost heading into that grand final? Or can highly rated send us to a map number 3? Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed, as we are on board here with Pains. We said he was probably going to be pretty aggressive, and you can see right now he's already starting to push up the focus fire from EXES. Definitely facing his way here. It's going to get taken out pretty straightforwardly there.
So the shot's in there as well, and well, eventually we'll find the fight as well. It's Crimsons and Crisis the only ones left, so highly rated. Maybe in a bit of a better spot here, although I think they're actually the wrong way around. Yeah, we are the wrong way around, never mind. There's going to be Crisis and Pains, the ones to stay up. It's highly rated on the Swarm side of things with EXES Esports on the COG. Oh, gotta be careful, Crisis. Dragons find the fight down low. Nobody able to really establish any sort of control here. I say that as EXES start a lock in B. Big fight won by Cougars though. He falls there, and then all of a sudden, domination could have been ticking.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely the opportunity there. Just non-stop, isn't it, from Cougars here, as he's trying to find a kill here on Pains. This is back and forth. Both players do whiff those back A's, but the second one comes through. Crimson's there to show him how it's done as well. Doesn't need a second chance, this guy.
So it is highly rated in control here. Crimson's looking for a pick, and I think, you know, Crisis even just finding one there is a decent enough win. Does have his teammate alongside him though. Both going to be dropped, so Pains and Crisis both go down. Highly rated will keep control here through. Good spot for them to be in.
Should be a free kill, but no, the help comes through there, and Crimson's caught off guard. Highly rated will start to lose this B hill, but Cougars should be able to clean this one up pretty straightforward as the crossfire came in, and now they're going to a setup. They should just be holding this B hill. We see Dragons falling on the home hill, but that decap is huge. It's going to delay a lot of time here. Pains needs to die. That's a fantastic kill from Pains, under a lot of pressure there, as now he will go down. Crimson's is there to support though, and Cougars has to back off here, because otherwise he's going to pay with his life. Down comes through. The kill comes through.
Needs to be perfect.
The question is yeah, well, can anyone get towards the C hill? Because that's going to be difficult.
You know what, Slaps has done so well. He's done so well just to deny the push from Pains. And I mean, he has to do this now all on his own, but a COG team win condition was there momentarily as the decap did come on through to give Pains a chance to push through. He got far, not quite far enough. That will be a very, very long round number 1. Highly rated, but will be the ones to come out on top.
Yeah, not surprised these rounds are coming in long, to be honest with you. This is a map that we often see that happen. It's very difficult to kind of lock in those trip caps, because the route from that central back towards the opposition's home hill is a super long kind of rotation, and unless you've got someone on the go there and you get that full 4-man wipe, you don't usually see those getting locked in too easily. Sometimes see it when someone, you know, wins a fight up top or something like that, and you know, it's just a sneaky little behind the doors trip cap, but this one is usually one that we see go to points.
I think it just depends on if the coordination's right for a domination, isn't it? Everything kind of has to fall into place at the right time. It's an instant push by EXES over towards B. Bounces. He'll sacrifice his life for it, but they do get a hold of it. But looks like it'll probably just get traded out. Pains now. Maybe putting a rough spot. You know what? Actually, I like that from Dragons. I like that from Pains more, though. That's disgraceful. Oh, the reset of the connection was maybe the wise thing to do. I appreciated the player from Dragons. He didn't just go for the decap to B. He knew his teammates were there to do that for him. He looked to close out the kill onto Pains, get him off the map for a little bit. But Pains says no. Spins round and catches him with his pants down. Very, very well played.
Oh, no. Oh, that was a true prediction there from Dragons. That's the corner
just
that
going back and
gets,
forth.
Gets hidden around and secret man, as they say. But players just now just instinctively upping these corners, as we saw just then. Really well played.
Good shots from Dragons. Is a bit more like it from him. He's going to go back into the favor of highly rated. A win condition, well, just about be with them anyway. It's about a 50-point difference so far, but we're too early in the round to lock this one in for EXES. But Crisis starting to get himself on board a little bit, and these are free kills from Shirley. The attention is on Pains. Can Marsh deal with his former teammate? Not quite. Shots coming in from behind from Crimsons, and that is the domination ticking in here as well. Over towards the C side of things, though, over towards A. Cougars is able to get in. His bounces had overextended. EXES Esports, look at that points difference in the top left corner. It's telling at the moment. Looking good for EXES to get on the board here.
Yeah, it is. They're 100 points up. They're going to be back off spawn in a second to deal with this home push here, and actually Cougars has been spotted out as well. Little bounces. Beautiful wrap shot there on the left hand. Now he's going to have full control, full agency up top here. This should be an EXES Esports round, if not for a miracle.
Yep. Like the overextension from bounces as well, just to further cement this one. Notice nobody's pushing over top bridge because he's just been there. This one is done. C is locked in. Can't imagine highly rated are going to get over there. Nope, it's still going to get through B. It's not going to happen. That's going to be EXES on the board. 1-1.
Much better round from EXES. To be honest with you, they had a lot of control there. They really did look better. Can't imagine anything too exciting will get placed down just yet. I imagine this will upgrade into the retros, and then we'll see those incendiaries come through on the round after. And teams are just going to use these just as a little bit of damage coming through. Some ideas of maybe placing a Talon there, but I think the retros are the better choice, to be honest with you. They offer so much damage, so much support. Especially if you can get them down into one of those corridors. Stop people running down at you.
Yeah. Which can happen, especially when there's a Pains on one team and a Dragons on the other. Setting up for this initial push once again. Very good. 8 minutes or so into Exhibit, and we're only seeing one round apiece. As you said, it's typical of Exhibit. It really does come down to the score difference. That is a huge mistake from Cougars. And Pains is never going to miss that shot. Now all of a sudden, if you're EXES Esports, you can push on through, and Pains just starting to run through players once again. B now going to be locked in. It's going to be set up nicely for EXES to try and get the second round of the board. Pains has just not stopped since that gunfight in the middle. Cougars going to have to back on down with the rest of his team to come back up. Pains with the wrap shot once again. Dragons now pushing into 3 members of EXES. Finds one. Can he find any more? It's a good spread onto one. Needs the rest of his team to be here. Well played from Dragons. Pains is there to help our bouncers though. Can they continue this attack? It's a trade going to come on through as Pains goes down. Slaps is there to try and just defend once more, but they do just about enough to keep them at bay.
Really good play there by Slaps. Really, really nice indeed. Gives him a second as well. Tries to put him on that late respawn. Push going to come through here though. Early flashbang coming through from EXES as they're taking control of the aquarium here. Slaps has to rotate, and this is a good rotation from highly rated. They've really just made a move there straight onto EXES. Collapsed completely. Baited them in. Really well played indeed, and now they're on that home hill.
This one really has been turned on its head. Seems like so long ago. That Pains and Co are in the base of highly rated. This one is also done. EXES Esports will be kicking themselves. That very much could have been a 2-1 lead for them, but all of a sudden, highly rated turnaround thanks to a couple of good players from Dragons and Slaps to hold it down. Now here we are, 2-1, highly rated.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Dragons there. Really nice plays. Really nice play. Stop that domination coming through. Got the kill. Got so much damage down as well, and then helped his teammates out as they collected the second kills on the spawn box. Really well played. Incendiary's going down. Kind of as we guessed, this is standard play here. If you're new to competitive escalation, this is the weapon placements that usually go down on this map. Incendiary's just so useful in finding kills in these side corridors, or even in that mid ring as well if someone jumps early.
Yep. I can slow it down, can't it, as well? You're one of these teams who lose out on that first kill, get the incend on the mid ring, and then all of a sudden it makes it a lot harder to push. The team making the move yet here through.
Here goes that move from Cougars, just trying to find a little bit of a kill here on Pains. Not able to, has to back out, and you know that's a good reset from Cougars. Didn't really get caught out, tried to make the play, and then does that. And then does that. I don't really know what to say about that one. That was a really horrible time misroll, and the Incendiary as well, going straight through Pains. I mean, people saying he's invincible. I mean, that's just proof in the pudding right there. Look at that. Straight through the fire, and there's another kill for him. Look at Pains go.
Still making it work for EXES Esports as Pains. Highly rated, still in control here, though. Cougars and Slaps making a move over the top. Oh, that's a good incend from down low, my goodness. Slaps would not have expected that coming over the top of the railings.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Cougars now.
Cougars.
He's going to drop as well through.
Yeah, a bit of a bad spot. But just unfortunate. Just put himself into the the back lane there, and it's so difficult to get out, especially against two players there. You trap yourself in there. Good kill there by Crimsons. Playing peekaboo in the corner.
And B still in the hands of highly rated yet. 3-1 lead would be something, but Crimsons will find the kill in the middle. Definitely not quite as good a game as he had on Vazcott.
Give him time. It's only 3 rounds in.
We'll give him enough.
There you go. There's another 2 for him. Add his tally. Pains hasn't done a great job there of keeping his teammate alive. Slaps managed to get that kill in the back. Now Slaps, opportunity for a double kill himself. Trying to find some damage here. Oh, he gets chunked up himself, though. And there's the roll from Pains. That's going to spell his death. How many times have we said that? Yeah. Alternate is the king. Yeah, those control schemes changed.
Gotta imagine Pains on alternate. Scary.
I know, right? Flappy paddle Pains. Oh, don't.
A and B locked in here for highly rated. Don't have the lead, but they have the win condition. EXES Esports have a bit of time to play with here. Doesn't need to be a rush. 2 men up top. Have they been spotted yet? Looks that way. Cougars himself now repositioning. Slaps on his way up as well. Just needs to be one break. Crisis, do you wait for the push to come in towards B, and then for you to make your push over towards A side of things? You need to do something shortly. It's 1-1 condition. Bounce is going to decap, but look at C as well. That's not went in the way of EXES Esports. Highly rated. I'm going to lock that one in with a kill there as well. This should be their round. Highly rated. They're going to go 3-1 up here on Exhibit. Third map is calling my name here for...
Yeah, mine too. They're looking a lot better highly rated on this map. They're just looking a little bit more confident in these fights down low. Not rushing things quite as much as they were on the previous map. And I think Vazcott does that to you, doesn't it? It just drags you about so much that you end up getting into the habit of maybe playing a little bit too fast for your own liking. And well, Exhibit can slow it down a little bit. Highly rated, preferring the slower pace, this more tactical gameplay, I'd say.
Here we go then. Round number 5. It's all about that first blood, and if it does come on through. Pains is going to be the first one to drop, so highly rated. May well get control down low here. Looking as if that's the push that wants to come on through. Slaps goes to help out. The flash is out now. Crisis trying to get forward. The flash doesn't land, though, and now he's stuck in the middle. Slaps trying to make the push. Well played from Slaps, and that kill feed lights up red and highly rated now. The wind in their sails. This is going to be a 4-1 lead. There is no way they're after respawn in time. Swarm domination ticking on in. I can smell map number 3 here, Fruit.
It's getting close, isn't it?
It is.
Close. Very close indeed. And that's, one of a few rounds, really, that have gone over so quickly. A really big wash of kills coming through there from highly rated. Fantastic play. And as you said, good play up top as well. I don't really think the push that came through was that fantastic up top from XS Esports. And interesting to see where they put that Boltok placement as well. Highly rated took the Boltok downstairs, whereas XS, they had it upstairs. I'm not really able to do much with that weapon. More about the Nashers and the incense and everything, though, downstairs, I'm sure.
Well, highly rated 1 round away now. I'm sending this to District. Flash out from Pains. Hasn't had the best of series so far, but still 16 kills, 10 assists, 15 deaths is not too bad, but the fact is you're 4-1 down. Bounce is going to be the first one to drop. It always seems to be that first blood down low. Going over towards highly rated as well. Yeah, Pains down again. Crimson's dead. Well, this is looking like District. Bounce is going to make the push, but the domination about to lock highly rated. Well, unable to get it in quite yet. Bounces, has he just denied the inevitable? Very possibly. This one now will be locked in, and we will see a map number 3 for the first time with these two teams, in most recent times at least anyway. That is a very, very impressive win for highly rated. And if I'm XES Esports, if we're facing highly rated in the grand final, whichever way it goes, I am banning the hell out of Exhibit.
Yep. Yeah, that would be in my notebook too after that one. They just didn't look at the races. XES Esports just not able to really gain any control whatsoever. And I mean, kills-wise, Pain's keeping, Crimson's keeping, but you got to look at the bottom there. Bounces, Crisis, not having the freedom they were allowed in the previous map really to make their impacts. And maybe that's just something about this map where they're in positions where they're just not quite as comfortable as they were on Vaskar.
Yeah, it came down to those first initials. They always seemed to be going up towards highly rated, and what they did really well was make that use as well to their advantage. It was just a case of find that kill, rotate where we need to get a hold in the middle point, and then all of a sudden they can start moving forward. And you quite often see EXES trying to fight back after they lost that first blood, but then lose the gunfight, and then it just snowballs, it just rolls into more on Exhibit. And there you go. It's going to be a convincing win for highly rated. Much more convincing than map number 1 was for XES Esports. So heading into map number 3, I actually really don't know which way this one goes now. I mean, we've seen these two teams play each other on District, and it has been relatively close. If I remember rightly, it was 5-3 for XES last time these two played on this map. So that's still, relatively close to a point. So I'm really not sure which way it goes. Highly rated looked really, really good there on map number 2 for.
Yeah, they look fantastic, to be honest with you, on that map. They looked unbeatable. So I really like to see them coming through and forcing that map 3. I mean, you got to look at that first map, though. Like, they had the opportunity to close this one out 2-0. And you know what? They're 1-1 now. They'll be grateful for that. But when you look at both maps together, I think highly rated are playing the better gears right now. XS, they snuck through, to be honest, on Vazgar. They were down. They were in a real rough spot. And yes, they had a good last round, but the rest of it could have gone either way. And highly rated dominant on Exhibit there. They absolutely should go into District, head held high, looking forward to a spot in that grand final if they can just perform like that again.
Yep, if they do perform like that again on District, then we really do have them sitting in a really nice spot. But I mean, look, it's District very different to Exhibit, but the way they played on Vazgar was very, very good as well. Good clutch up moments on multiple occasions, but those initials are going to have to be as good as they were on Exhibit when it comes down to District. You know, we see how often those middle fights really do dictate how the game's going to go. And I think it'll be the case here. I'm curious to see who's going to drop the drop shot first, or the boom shot, or even grenades in the middle first. Which way is it going to go? I'm curious, but my goodness, how good of a series has this been so far? 5-4 EXES, 5-1 highly rated. Now we're heading over towards District for, well, a good spot in that grand final from the winner's side of things, and a 1-0 lead in that best out of 5 when we do get there after the loser's final. You only need to win 2 maps in the grand final if you find yourself in via this route. So you want to get there as soon as you can. Who's it going to be, though? Let us know in the chat which way you think this one's going. Are Breaker's points being shared out amongst the EU Gears community, including for him?
They're halfway in my pocket already.
Or is this going to go over towards EXES Esports? Maybe the trio of wins over highly rated if they can get it done. But I'm just glad to have a very good game between these two so far. Both putting up a really, really good performance.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a big part down to this opener here as to what happens with the rest of the map. The initial is huge on this map. And it looks like Payne's able to get that first blood once again, looking for his second kill already of this match. Cougars gets one as well, and things are trading back and forth here. Both teams so low. Dragons goes down, as does Bouncers. Marsh is dead. Cougar gets a kill on him as well. It's just back and forth, isn't it? But so far, advantage over to Payne's and crew. EXES Esports look to have the better initial off the bat here, and the A-Hill not under any threat. So EXES just going to fall back a little bit here. They're just going to go for that 2-cap. You can see they're leaving Dragons down.
Yep, it takes a while for him to bleed out. Now he comes back into it. EXES Esports want to flex off their control kind of game, if you like. We're not talking about the new game mode, of course. More so about just seeing if they can lock down this mid-map. It is one of those that you can get your Lancers crossing quite well. Highly rated though, just trying to set themselves up in the best spot to counteract this.
This is where the play going to come through. Here comes Cougars. Gets one shot, gets the 2. Should be able to clean this one up nice and easy. Slaps rolling forward. In a little bit of danger here. Plays it well though, keeps his life. Payne's backing off. They don't really need to pressure this, but Cougars decides that, well, he wants to anyway. Let's go get the decap on the home hill. We're going to see highly rated threatening that domination. Good kills coming through at the B hill, and can anyone get towards it? I'm not sure they can. They can indeed. It's Crimsons coming through and saving the day. That's huge.
And the danger isn't over though for EXES Esports, highly rated. Still could lock this one in, but Crimson's just surviving as long as he has is massive. Slaps now. We'll try and get his teammate up. Will do as well. Dragons now locking in this domination. Marsh going to be there to potentially slow this one down. Are they going to be able to get their pins? Not quite able to get his little toe inside the ring. And first blood on District goes over towards highly rated.
Yeah, big return in that round. The opening, the initial, it looked to be all EXES. It really did, but a really nice push up into that info room from Cougars and Slaps is enough, really, just to put the pressure on that home hill and turn the tide. Good heads-up decision-making, and oh, look at that. Look at that.
Shocked.
Shock, horror. EXES Esports want to fight a big team fight. A big run-at team fight. Here we go again.
Well then, which way does this one go? This is going to be kind of how it plays the whole time, and imagine Slaps is the first one in. How's he feeling about this one? Keeps pushing forward. The shots are good. Dragons is going to find a couple though. Can he continue to go on? Dragons pushing forward. Hill will fall. Slaps now on a 1v1 momentarily. The shots from Crimson's come on through. Drop shot be locked in for EXES Esports, and they're in a good spot to close out the second round.
Yeah, and you can see they're pushing forward this time. I believe Crisis going to be the first one down there. Cougars hasn't spotted him at all, and this should be good damage coming through. That should be a clean kill here. Dragons has fallen on the other side as well. Slaps is going to go down, and they have the drop shot ready as well for the kill on Marsh if they need it. It's going to be the pistols instead. Domination is going to tick through, and there is absolutely no way on hell that EXES can lose this round. They're going to dominate. 1-1.
Well played. Comes down to that opening pick, doesn't it? That 1v1 at the end dictates each way that the round goes, but into round number 3 now. And I think we're just going to be fighting at Cinema every single round for however many more we need.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the cards have been dealt, really. You know, as soon as that drop shot goes down, there's not much you can do to really force out a massive turn of tide over towards the other side. You can put a boom down there, maybe. I like an M bar on this map as well. I think that's a good placement for the bandstand, especially to counteract this drop shot. And look at Slaps. There's one, there's two. He's still alive as well in the corner. Needs a bit of help from his team. There is that help coming through, and it's Dragons and Cougars. Spanish duo able to get that last kill and lock in this neutral hill, get that drop shot in their hands as well, and make the push now towards that C hill.
Cougars pushing forward. We're going to send this deep, and imagine it's going to come in any second, you know. Maybe not one to waste it here, Cougars. Pushing the B's coming in, and Pains is probably going to die for that. Indecisiveness it feels from Cougars here, isn't it? It's which way do I go? You know, there's a lot riding on him.
I think honestly the play might have been to take that drop shot into the info room, because then if you look through the window on the left hand side as Cougars is looking at it now, you end up seeing the whole kind of spectrum of what's going down at that home hill, and you can land some good drop shots from there. I think that might have been the easier play rather than trying to shoot a drop shot over his teammate's head. But in the end, backs off with those 2 drop shots. The best decision he made was not to fire one if he wasn't sure, you know? And that's why, because you get kills like that from it, and now they can open up the map, and Pains is down as well. There should be a B hill for highly rated, and now they can push on the home hill with this drop shot in hand. Great drop shot coming out. Isn't able to connect. There's just not quite enough damage there.
Oh,
Is this a choke? This might be a choke.
Oh, the other side of things, Slaps is just there to save the day. Just. C's starting to be locked in now, but the members of EXES are now off spawn, but Marsh is causing all sorts of havoc up there. This should be a round over towards highly rated, and it will be 2-1 now. Could have been a lot cleaner, but they get it done nonetheless.
Yeah, it could have been cleaner, but it also could have been a lot messier if they'd have dropped those drop shots in a bad position, or if they'd have just, missed the shot essentially at that first fight. They'd have lost a lot more than just the home hill or the domination attempt. So good play by Cougars, I think, in the end to hold on to that, and a really nice retake in the end as well afterwards.
Into the fight over towards Cinema once again. Paid's the one set up further forward. Being penciled out here, and highly rated, quite happy to set up a little bit further back here. Shot going to go over towards the side of XENEX Esports, but as you mentioned, highly rated to get the overextension, and they will be able to lock in the home hill hold at least. Dragon's trying his best to survive in the middle of the map. I can't imagine he's going to live much longer, and doesn't. EXES Esports rotate back around towards their home hill to take what's rightfully theirs as Marsh now falls. They get the drop shot. And the gamble for highly rated, which was a home hill push and maybe a bit more of a passive approach over towards the B site and drop shot. And it doesn't necessarily work out for them. EXES Esports in a good spot here.
They're in a good spot, and I hate questioning players at this level because they're obviously 1,000 times better than I'll ever be at this game, but I don't really like the play there from Marsh. I think the kill was great. I think he comes through and finds that first blood very, very quickly, but then his decision to go to the home hills rather than come around and try and flank, I think that may have been an ill decision, to be honest with you. As his team now getting drop shotted out, the C hills under pressure as well, and Dragon's the last surviving member over towards the cinema. Will be taken up in just a second. Domination going to come through, and EXES, are they able to lock this one in? No, Cougars here. That's got support as well. So red as Cougars. Must be 99.
Very dead now. One win condition is there. X is looking to tie things up now. Marsh has done so well to find the second one as well. Oh my goodness. How many times has this man clutched up already? Highly rated in this game. Pushing over towards A against his former teammate. Crimson's, oh, you thought he'd have the better of him after that first spread, but can't quite get it done. Crimson's had to win that fight as his team have lost it over towards B. That's the COG team win condition now. Crimson's accurate with the Lancer though, and we'll be able to make the push over towards C. It's going to nullify that push at B from highly rated. This is so back and forth.
Hugely so. Advantage XS here, trying to tie it up. Drop shot will be in their hands. They've got 2 more kills. B Hill's going to go their way as well in just a second, you'd feel. This has to be an XS round now. They can't lose from this position. Surely not.
Looking good for XS. Tie things up here to shot over the top for Marsh, who has already been dealt with. 1-win condition will stay. We will see this go to 2-2. So
thought
hard
it might
to call this.
I thought it might be going the way of highly rated there when Marsh picked up that double kill. The gib range, it was the gib range that I was gasping at. It wasn't so much the flashy double kill, but the distance at which he gibbed his opponent from there was insane. Absolutely insane. And he obviously had it down to a T, right? Locked in. But yeah, God. Fantastic kills coming through from Marsh there, but in the end, not quite enough. XS Esports tie it up. Boltok's going to go down. Incens versus Shocks up top. Interesting to see the teams both opting for a different weapon there.
Yep, a little bit of a change up. Go towards E once again, though. Means match flashing. Maybe he's a little bit late. Oh, yep, he's going to get punished for it. Backs on down into the shock, and all of a sudden, highly rated in a good spot to get a hold of something, but the Incen comes in on slaps. I don't think he picked up the drop shot in time, so that should still be lingering around. Marsh going to be dropped by Crimson's as well. He's just so aware of his surroundings. Oh, although, maybe misrolled there. Price is there to help him back up. Dragons repositions. He's all alone momentarily, but here come the rest of the team. Still, this is the fight over drop shot. Nobody able to pick it up yet. Might just be a case of just go for it, try and pick it up, but he has pains to try and stop that from happening. Took some heavy shots, and Dragons bending bullets around his teammate at this moment in time. Crims is the only one who can answer back, but it's only a down and highly rated. Eventually, about 40 seconds into the round, come away with the drop shot.
Yeah, that was huge. That was such a big fight there, and Dragons playing his life so well. Got to be careful with this drop shot not to lose that one out. Able to get that lock in, and there's that drop shot to come out. Double kill coming through from Cougars. Can he get the triple? He doesn't need to. Dragons has got it. It's going to be the round. COG domination, just like that. What a drop shot that is. Fantastic play. 3-2 now, highly rated. They go up 2 rounds away from that first spot in that grand final.
This is much more like the highly rated that we've seen in weeks 2 to 7. Only 8 it was, actually. They've been so good since that point. Can they find themselves in that winners bracket spot into that grand final? They'd be going into it with a 1-0 lead, either against, well, potentially, obviously, EXES Esports or PhantomT. They're ready now, making this push over towards the cinema. We haven't seen anything change. Both teams are trading rounds away. Slaps now will take some shots, but will delve some back in the opposite direction. He will drop one down, and Dragons is just about going to get away with this one. Shots it out straight away. We've seen some questionable drop shots from Dragons before, so let's see if he can make up with it. Or for it, I should say. He always picks it up instead of his shotgun as well.
Yeah, he does, and you can see, he's trying to get himself out of there, trying to look for maybe a shotgun to pick up, but in the end, I like it. You know, your drop shot player is essentially not going to be the first one in, right? So swapping your Nasher, having a Lancer and a drop shot is not too bad of a deal when you're sat in a position maybe like where Slaps is now, and he's trying to stop a push, and he's just offering supporting fire. Your drop shot you know, it does tend to be one of those players who are a little bit further back, so shouldn't matter too much. At least if you hit the drop shot, right? After that, if you miss your drop shot, then, or you get caught, you know, get caught napping.
It's going the way of EXES momentarily. Oh, Dragons.
What's he going to do now?
Yeah, exactly. Gets caught out. Bounces can help them find the shots onto Marsh as well. Down comes through from him. This should be EXES Esports finding that win condition. And lock D in. Keep a hold of E. It's going to be about 50 seconds away. Good, healthy lead for them. This is looking good to tie it up at 3 apiece. Going to come through here from Dragons over towards D. The shots into Crimson's not quite enough to deal with him, though. Luca's going to drop on the side of him as well. Dragons needs to kind of do this all alone. Finds one drop. Where's the rest of the team? Slaps isn't there to follow up, but Marsh is also here as well. This is a good convergence down from highly rated. Starting to make this push. Marsh is going to drop, though, and Slaps are left alone. Very, very well defended by EXES Esports, who are going to lock in the domination because of that. Not quite. Push to E, just about saves highly rated, but for how long, I wonder. Good shots by Dragons. Don't think it's really going to matter now as EXES can lock this in on a 1-cap. 10 seconds. If you're highly rated, you can get there. You've got to really run the gauntlet. Crimsons. Oh, he lands it on the head of Dragons. That decap does not come through. Things got a little bit scary when that one bounced off the window, but nonetheless, EXES Esport lock it in.
Second one a lot better with the headshot coming through. Tied game now. 3 apiece. These teams are going back and forth, but that was absolutely a solid round from EXES. They had full control over that one. I like the play as well from Bouncers. You know, we gave him credit for like the 3 back-to-back kills. But the kind of next thing as well that he did was he didn't really decide to head up towards that home hill and try for the decap. He realized that, you know what, highly rated probably come off spawn in just a couple of seconds. It's going to be a very dangerous play, especially with one member of highly rated kind of lurking up by the cinema. Just going to get himself caught out there. So rotate back through the middle, set up again. You know, live to fight another day. Played that really well. And here we go again. Round 7. Opening initial, Slaps finds the down. Kills traded back and forth. Another down coming through. The revive attempt as well is good here. But the cleanup is better.
Oh, what?
Honestly.
Oh, nice.
And that's going to be the drop shot going towards Dragons.
Yeah, Dragons will eventually get it. I was just questioning how Pains was still alive there, but...
Told you, invincible.
I mean, that's pretty much it.
He knows things no one else does. Guy is a god.
Ian now in the control of highly rated, so win condition with them, drop shot with them. It's a double-edged sword, that fight at Cinema, isn't it? Because, I mean, typically it means you get a hold of that middle hill if you can win it cleanly, and you get a hold of the drop shot. It's just such a bad spot for the other team to be in. Push from Pain's coming on through. Dragons will counter it. Push him away. What's the play from EXES here? Well, probably to die. Good shot from Dragons. Drop shot lands flush. Now they can push out. We try and extend this lead. They have lost E momentarily. Push over towards F is going to come through.
They're going to lose their home hill as well. So such a good rotation by EXES. Yeah, this is such a good rotation. That's fantastic. And the drop shot's there. That's a good shot by Dragons. Has to use it really. Secure that kill. Otherwise, his team's in peril. They've not got E hill. They've died down there. They've lost their home hill from behind themselves. And they might actually lose it again in a second as the push is going to come through. Look how red Marsh is. Misses that first brick as well. That's going to be crucial. But there's the second shot over the top. Second one is going to come through. Your teammate will be able to clean up. And Crimsons might die as well here.
Crimson's trying his best to get something going. Oh, well played. Slaps is here next on the chopping block. Oh my god, Crimsons.
Not like this.
Oh, D's now going to be locked in for EXES. They're locking E in as well. Or F in as well, I should say. Domination starts ticking, Crimsons. Says that is enough.
New drop shots up in a few seconds.
Oh my goodness me. It was that second one on the Slaps. Oh, he's absolutely bullied him. Drop shot in. Well, maybe a little bit excessive, but nonetheless, Crimsons will take it. The push towards D comes through, and feels like for the first time, EXES are going to take the lead here in map number 3, and they will. 4-3. 1 round away now.
I mean, that's all off the back of Crim.
Yep.
That is all off the back of Crim. This is just insane. I mean, you know, Slaps had that kill. If he sits at the window and just puts 2 pistol bullets into him, he doesn't know how ready he is, and he jumps forward. He knows he's weak, but he doesn't know he's, you know, literally a couple of bullets away. And you got to say it. It's a choke and a half, that, from Highly Rated.
What's the play? We'll be chatting it out. Send down. So technically, if you're on the side of Highly Rated here, you have more to play with in round number 8, but is it going to be enough to get you back into this game and send us to a round number 9? I feel as if it'd be rude to not see a round number 9 now. Slaps hasn't had the best of games. Flash out. Pains, though, he's going to get out with it. Oh, you hate to see it if you're Highly Rated. That is so easy for Pains to walk away with. They should be. Actually, no, they've just run straight through. Pains is going to be able to do absolutely nothing with that drop. Did he die with it down?
Yep, it's out, but it's not going to matter. The domination is ticking through. Who cares about the drop shot when you've got the round 9 to play for? COG domination. And Highly Rated. They're not done yet. They are not done yet. The go switch was flipped then, wasn't it? They just kept on forward. They knew they couldn't let that drop get out, and he was running all the way back to his spawn. Not able to get anything. And now the last 2 weapons.
My word.
The last 2 placements
Ooh.
of this final, and the grenades are going to go down. We're going to see shot grenades down at the bottom left. We're going to see frag grenades in the middle. It's all to play for here. A spot in that grand final awaits the winner of this 1 round. Who'd have thought it'd come down to this? Let's go.
Oi, oi. Here we go. Into round number 9, map number 3. For a place in the grand finals. Pains with a flash out. EXES Esports with the initial cover here. Marsh does get a hold of the grenades though, and Pains gets chunked by Dragons. Marsh can afford though whilst grenades in hand, but Dragons should be able to get this drop and survive as well. Slaps is there to support. Dragons drop out. Doesn't find much. Marsh dead as well in the middle of the map, so looking towards the hills though. Highly Rated have control. They have 1 drop shot available, and they get out clean. But EXES Esport are able to get a hold of E because of the fact that Dragons has had to drop back because he had no support.
Yeah, he really did. He had to get out of there. So, weapon control, Highly Rated. Ring control. EXES Esports points will tick over, and it will be an EXES Esports win condition. Marsh got to be careful here. Noob he's going to go down. That's a big mistake coming through. Can Dragons make him pay for it? No, he can't. 4v3 now. EXES Esports. They're going to make a little bit of a push towards the home hill. They're going to get control of Juice here as we settle down just a little bit, but that's a big mistake from Marsh there.
They'll get the push coming through. Slaps has to back on down, but you have to make the decision. If you're Highly Rated, what do you go for? You should be able to lock this one in. Or at least keep a hold of it as they rally around over towards D, but that win condition is below a minute. Now for the Swarm side of EXES Esport. Push over towards E coming through. Cougars wins one of those fights over towards the bandstand. Now Crisis in a bad spot, and Cougars will find a second. That win condition's going to change hands. Highly Rated now. The ones in the spot to win it. A minute for them as well. Drop shot will be up shortly.
I was going to say, you've got to look at the member here in the drop shot in the cinema. Crimson's waiting. Crimson's getting so much damage down. COG will win, but the drop shot is going to be key. And the question is where do they play for? It looks like Highly Rated are going to make a play here. Through into the info room. Marsh is going to go down again. Slaps now. Damaged, but Crimson has to make this play.
He has to move. Slaps is backed on down. Crisis is going to make his way back over to where the drop shot is spawning up, obviously towards the cinema. Highly Rated. EXES Esports traded away. Drop though in the hands of Crisis. Oh, that's a nervy one. That's a nervy one. Highly Rated in the position to do it. One more out. Dragons is going to go down. Cougars staying alive as long as he can. Hills are just trading hands left, right, and center. EXES aren't going to be able to do it. Highly rated. It was 7 in a row. 2 in a row from EXES is put back on the board, though. And highly rated at the 3rd time of asking, we'll get rid of EXES Esports and we'll stamp their place in the grand final. What a game from these two.
What a series. What a series. Back and forth, highly rated though. Absolutely deserving of that. Fantastic play across the board from all of them. Could we have asked for a closer winner bracket final? I don't think we could have.
Well, Exhibit could have been close. But I mean, the maps that EXES and highly rated have put up here. What a performance from highly rated in the end. And we said heading into this last map, it feels like they're the ones playing the better gears in the moment. I don't feel as if the matchup between these two is done for the weekend, though. But highly rated will find themselves in the grand final in the winners bracket spot after EXES Esports have dominated the past couple of weeks. Nonetheless, highly rated get back to a position where they can take their throne once again. I mean, I think it's just the fact that over the past couple of weeks, EXES have just got better and better and better. And highly rated seem to have dropped off a little bit, but that is a big, big statement from them. They get themselves that spot in that grand final and that 1-0 lead when we do get to that grand final as well. What a game. What a game.
Yeah, what a game indeed. I mean, that's exactly what you want, isn't it? From this level of players,
yeah.
This level of teams, and this stage in the competition as well. They absolutely knew what was on the line here. Both teams really giving it their all. And you know what, 5-4. What a way to end it, right? Around 9 in the 3rd map. You couldn't have asked for anything better, to be honest with you. And such an exciting round 9 at that.
Poor Breaker. He's put it all on the line there.
He's lost it all as well.
He's lost it all. He's lost it all. But I mean, my goodness, what a winners bracket final that was. But the action does not stop. Losers bracket final will be coming up after this short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series split 2 finals, and we are down to the final 2 games at this point, and it was maybe a surprise to see EXES Esports going to lose that one after 2 flawless weeks in the Cups. This time around, though, I will be joined by Toby Campbell to cast over the losers bracket final, where we will see EXES Esports once again against PhantomT, and can they do it here and find themselves in that grand final? A second time of asking Toby, that's the question, and I think a lot of people would imagine that they probably should find themselves in that grand final.
Absolutely. So I'm predicting a 2-0 for this one. I know they just came off a very difficult loss to have. A very, very entertaining game, by the way. Amazing to watch from start to finish. But no, you can't bet against EXES. Honestly, you just can't. They had really good maps. Unfortunately, Exhibit didn't go their way at all score-wise. But the other two, yeah, it was close. But EXES played very, very well on the rounds they did win. And we're going into a really, I think, good map pool from what I've seen so far in this one. So can't wait to go into that.
Yep, we'll delve into that in a second, but let's have a look at the losers bracket and see how things found themselves here. And, well, let's have a look at PhantomT in there. They dropped in at losers bracket round number 8, beating Nuked and then XENEX. Find themselves now in this losers bracket final against EXES Esports, who, of course, dropped through after that winners bracket final. And the problem for one of these two teams is that they've got to go and win 3 maps against highly rated, whereas highly rated only have to win 2. And you'd like to think they have it in their map pool to do it. But my goodness, it will be a very, very hard task for whoever does make it through. But let's have a look at the maps as well to see how this one is going to go and maybe get some sort of idea of which way it is going to go. But EXES is bringing in Vazgar, Harbor by PhantomT, and then the decider will be Training Grounds if we do need it. I like Vazgar for EXES Esports. I really, really do. I don't see if you're PhantomT why that one gets through, but nonetheless, it's in, and Harbor coming through second as well. I think a lot of people are favoring EXES here, and I don't think that's any disrespect to PhantomT, but it definitely feels like EXES and highly rated are a cut above the rest of the teams in Europe at the moment, Toby.
Yeah, and it was Champs OD that were like slotting in that 3rd place spot right between the two, having a big chasm. But no, it is PhantomT in the top 3 trying to fight for the grand final spot. But in terms of the maps, Vazgar Harbor are good maps for EXES. EXES historically, even back when they were called Maradona, were doing amazing things on Harbor against the likes of Champs OD and other rosters, right? And Training Grounds isn't a weak map for them either. I think this map pool actually favors EXES in a lot of ways. Yes, Harbor's a good map for PhantomT, but it's not good enough. I think we're going to see a very quick 2-0 from EXES Esport here.
I'd imagine we will. They'll want to bounce back quicker, but they're coming off the back of a loss and a close one at that. Is the fire still there? That has to be the question. Heading into this losers bracket final, because PhantomT will take no prisoners if they are offered up. And they will try their hardest to upset the odds here. But can they get it done? EXES Esports want a second jab at highly rated. Whereas PhantomT, it would take some upset to find themselves in that grand final. I believe we're loading into Vasgar very, very shortly. Please do get your predictions in. Breaker has got about, well, 5 channel points to play with here now, so don't expect any big downs from him at this moment. But a lot going over, I can see, to the side of XENEX Esports, although it's 50-50. All right, okay, I see you all. XENEX Esports, okay, it's leaning more in that direction now, but I can't vote. If I could, I'd be voting for XENEX Esports, and I'd imagine that Toby would be too.
I just did.
Well be anyway.
I just did.
Look at the privileges you get, mate.
Yeah, well,
look at the privileges.
Listen, mate, there are benefits to not having a sword sometimes in life. I've just voted with 5,000 points, actually, for Access, so that's why it wasn't 50-50 anymore, Chris, when you said it. I'll be honest. It's now gone to 96-4. I think other people are following in my footsteps. Let's see. As a caster, somehow I can put my prediction in there. Let's see if I benefit from that in this result today. On board with Pains, already overextended to the AL.
Yep. XENEX just rotates so well around this map. Let's see if we can do it here. Ricardo's going to deal with him, though. So A and C in the favor of PhantomT now. Looking to lock in the first round nice and early, but still plenty of time left to play. And plenty of gears to go. So he needs to A and C though, as I said, locked in here for PhantomT to push over towards B, but the spawn's in from EXES towards C, allowing them to stay in the game. Vision punished for that one. It's only Death Dancer left up and running over towards B. But still, a good start for PhantomT nonetheless. It's a decent little lead to build up from. Up to win condition of 65 seconds.
Yep, indeed. PhantomT have done a good job so far of building up this score lead, but XENEX Esport hot on the heels, of course, rotating around the map. And this is a map that, for me, Chris, really benefits XENEX playstyle. Like, constantly, they can just carry on running around the map of Vasgar in a circular motion, getting as many kills as they possibly can. And there's nothing too fancy along with that, simply just relying on slaying power. And oftentimes, if you're together in that kind of death ball that XENEX is known for playing with, it can really work out super well. So let's see. PhantomT was still the big score lead, getting back to 2 hills. Now Bounces is going to get taken down as well. PhantomT off to a great start here. Ooh, Payne's getting taken down as well.
You have to wonder if XENEX Esports coming into this one are a little bit shell-shocked. Around number 1, the domination's going to tick, and, well, I don't think it matters if the domination even comes in, because PhantomT are going to win this round. 30 points away, it's only 15 seconds. Ricardo lighting it. Oh my goodness me, what is that? Give him the 4th as well. It's stunning from Ricardo. And that will lock in round number 1 from PhantomT. And that might be the best clip we've seen this weekend.
Even his teammate was cheering for him in the end there with that emote in his face. My goodness me, Ricardo, 6 kills in 1 round. 4 kills literally being in the closing seconds. Absolutely crazy from him. And he had an incredible game earlier on stream, of course, did Ricardo. He's still fired up, it seems like. Still warmed up and ready to go. He is certainly feeling himself as well. Passionate as ever as a player on Twitter, in the Twitch chat. Let's see, though, if PhantomT can keep up this form.
My goodness. I was just watching that back, because the stream's slightly behind, but wow. What a play out of Ricardo to kick things off. PhantomT setting this one up so nicely. You know, it was one of those moments where, yeah, okay, it probably doesn't make a difference to the round in general. But wow. Great shots from Ricardo, and they continue to come as well as he finds 2 more up towards A. That's going to be locked in for PhantomT now, and XENEX Esports look like deers in headlights at the moment. Nothing going for them at all.
Yeah, they're not looking like the usual selves. Perhaps it's a little bit too early to say that just yet, but XENEX Esport are usually the players setting the pace of the game, right? They're the ones rotating around the map and getting kills en route, but no, so far PhantomT doing really well in the shotgun department, as Ricardo has proven to us very well indeed. Pulling out now, though. Rotating off as XENEX Esports start breaking them down. 4 of them on this one side of the map, Chris. And they're going to have to fight back in towards the center line of Vasgar now. They look towards the B hill.
B push coming in. It's 1-win condition. EXES very much back in and amongst it now. Already making the push. Does have Mystiques in hand as well. B is going to go over towards PhantomT, just brute forcing their way around, but EXES Esports happy to make the rotation over towards C. Ricardo does go down though relatively quickly. Dancer trading things away with a kill on the Crisis, but EXES Esports are the ones who come out on top from that, NC in their hands.
And now with the score lead as well, the question is, are they going to hold close? Yes, they are. Bounces is all the way up, finding the double as Ricardo falls as well. Quickly, he sets his eyes towards the B hill and a potential pinch here. Death Dancer, shot in the back. He's getting crossed out in front, I'd assume so as well. Yep, Pains is lighting him up. There's the down. There's the collapse from EXES, as we've known for them to try and attempt at all possible opportunities. C hill broken, but the points lead is significant, Chris.
It's massive. Let's see if they can keep it. They should do. PhantomT will do very well to do anything here. Nobody over towards B. I don't think they're that quick. 5 seconds to get over there. Not going to happen. EXES Esports will tie things up here, and they really did need that. Especially after the way around number 1 went. EXES back on the board. Here with map number 1. And I think, you know, if you were a betting man, you definitely would have said, I mean, a lot of you in the chat have betted, of course, your channel points there. But at the same time, I think, you know, the smart money would be on EXES to probably take this quite comfortably. You know, you wouldn't mind saying that. But PhantomT definitely seemed to be there. And again, I mean, no disrespect to them, but EXES Esports have just been so good the past couple of weeks. Yes, they faltered against highly rated in the winners bracket finals, but they are a very, very solid team. And I think us and a lot of people are under the impression that, you know, those two teams, highly rated and EXES, are kind of a level above at the moment. But PhantomT, very much in this game, one apiece. It's a close one.
Yeah, it's a close game so far. PhantomT have definitely turned up. You know, they're consistent as ever. Yes, they've hit top 3, but they're looking for top 2 at this point in time. And there seems to be no pressure on their shoulders. In fact, they seem to be playing a little bit better at this point, especially early on. But can they keep it up? Ricardo seems to think so with an up A on bounces. No, it's 2v1. Secret Man in close, Ricardo. Bouncing around, Crisis not going to connect as he really needed. And PhantomT are now running around Vazgar and finding the hills as they go.
Nicely done. And they keep it up though. Payne's going to have to back on down. In a tough little spot here. He's going to deal with Ricardo. Patiently held from Payne's. Backing up towards A. Helping his teammate get a hold of this one. And it's a lead for PhantomT, but that will disappear very, very quickly as EXES lock in A and C. Like going on the middle of the map, surprisingly. PhantomT starting to make an aggressive push over towards A. Pains has to back on down, but chooses to go back forward. There's one. Can he find any more? Not quite. Trade will do. His team are going to lose A, but they will gain B. Abomination will take for a second. Brownie has to touch. He does so. All of a sudden, the domination is really on the cards here for EXES Esports. Here come the rest of PhantomT, though, off the respawn. Trying to get something done. The shot's going to come in from afar, but Vision is going to be the one to find 2. And PhantomT will stay in that round, but Vision had to make that play.
Look at this for a Secret Man. They have no idea. Mystiques down. Vision does trade it out, though. And still the score lead maintains itself for EXES. 2v1 for Vision. No, he has got reinforcements. Ricardo just to his left. Good check. One to the right. Of course, the players are spawning right in front of them, though. Still going to go on it, though. Ricardo does get taken down. Mystiques, that down from him is not going to do much. Meanwhile, Death Dancer does find Crisis elsewhere. Mystiques coming back towards the A hill. Severely outnumbered as it stands. Still the points lead in the way of EXES by quite a significant margin.
Oh, that's a big kill. X is in a good spot here, although everything not capped up yet. Nothing in for EXES right now, but there you go. That's a big kill. Crisis will find it on the Rowdy, and all of a sudden, A and C locked in for EXES, and that will be a lead. PhantomT have anything to disrupt this one away. Just the kills, the stat panning coming through from EXES Esports. 2-1 now.
That's a lot more like it. A lot more like it for Access now as they start tallying up some kills. You know, some of the players start stretching the legs a little bit. Still waiting for Crisis to come out of the shell a little bit and pick up the number of kills that we're used to seeing from him. You know, that aggression, that point man. Alongside others. Pain starts to come out the woodwork a little bit now, it seems, and pick up a lot of kills. But got to give it to PhantomT. They are managing Vazgar quite well, in fact. Doing a good job of rotating around. They're not really being caught off guard by Access, as most teams usually are on this map.
Yeah, you know, they're rotating nicely, and they're making sure they put the numbers where they need to. Yes, they are behind. But I don't think it's necessarily being one-way traffic here. Only a 2-1 difference. Ricardo gonna win that fight with the help of Mystiques, who finds the down, but Pains will counteract that one, and Mystiques and Ricardo both falling down now. Vision with pulling a play out of his backside here, not gonna happen. He will drop on down. Death Dancer is there. Jumping to B, kind of had to as well, as the rest of his team have fallen and losing C as well, but that's actually probably quite a smart play. Incend on the hill. Doesn't do enough with it though, but it's going to give enough time for PhantomT to get off the respawn and forces EXES Esports out of town. Forces EXES Esports. That was not an easy thing to say.
Yeah, it's a tough word. In the moment to say, and look at this, Pain's straight up the staircase. Barely waiting for his teammate to get out of spawn. He will get revived up. Players are essentially baiting him there for a second, but nonetheless, the push continues for PhantomT. They're still holding on. Pain's again forced to back off as he's damaged out. And EXES right now are trapped in their spawn. They need to make a play. They need to just get out of there and start to make a play back for the hill.
Making the push out, here they come. And droves EXES Esport. Trying to push out here. They're not really having a great deal of luck though. And Mystiques and Vision doing well, but eventually Crisis is going to get out. Moment of time though, I'm just having a look. EXES do have a man over towards C. It is going to be locked in by PhantomT, but it's that lead for EXES there. Around 70 points and now growing as well. Off the respawn, PhantomT should be able to get a hold of C, but they've lost numbers over there, so EXES can take control in B. Now in their favor, win condition of 30 seconds here, Toby.
With 20 seconds to go, it's down to PhantomT to make some plays. Literally half the score right now of EXES, and such a small window to deal with. Full red is Vision. Crisis trying to close the gap. He does. It's a big trade though. And now all they really need to do, EXES, if they can just stack up on the B hill, that would help, but there is an incend, I believe. Potentially to be used.
Fire there as well.
Here we go.
Mystiques from Ricardo win theirs out. Ricardo, the important one over at A. Oh my god! Okay. That's disgusting.
That's a reaction shot right there into the round.
Yeah, and that's a domination. My god, no way. I'm quite speechless at that one.
That is one nutty shot. It's safe to say. That is incredible from him. And you know, some people say that was a reaction shot. That was a nice reaction shot. A lot of the time they can be just up A's, Chris, because the aim can be barely off to the side of where an up A would be. But that right there was incredible. That was amazing from Ricardo. And what was really good about that is just he played for that gib. That was the main objective of that. Not only dodging the shot, but playing for the gib and wrapping his camera like that. Well played indeed. On to the next round. And on to the second half. Still on board with that man, Ricardo. He's got a free deal.
My god. I'm still trying to process that, but nonetheless, here we are. DNF now locked in, and PhantomT, by all rights, should be 3-1 down here, really. If it wasn't for Ricardo Oh, he's my word. Some arm on Crimson's. Ricardo now dead. Here come the rest of PhantomT now, and Death Dancer. He's putting the shots in. He's doing well. Can he survive? Not quite. He will fall. And EXES, well, they're starting to dominate. I don't think they'll be able to do it here, as fortunately for them, F has been lost, and PhantomT are going to lock that in, and E as well. So well played by PhantomT. They may lose the gunfights and most of map control, but they haven't really lost a lot of points difference for our EXES Esports. Still in the lead, but not by much.
Not by much at all. Good shot from Pains that. Able just about to get back into cover as well for Crimson's to be the combat medic at hand. I don't think Pains is done yet. He's very weak, but his team are right behind him to help him up the staircase. Big shot onto Ricardo. Vision will surely fall as well. 3v1. No one's going to get too close and risk a gib. And EXES are back at it again with the aggression. That fast play across the map, looking for kill after kill and not slowing down on the rotations.
E&D locked in here for EXES. 60 seconds to go for their win con. He's going to be locked over towards PhantomT though. They invest a lot into it. Esports now going to push Vision. Can he find even one here? Would not be too bad. Pains around the corner. If you're Rowdy, you really don't want this fight. Well, you may be forced into it from Pains. Is now, they have E in their sights. Or he's maybe just going to try and lock them in their spawn a little bit. At least make it difficult to push this F hill. Vision. Oh, bad spot, but Pains is going to take a lot of damage before having to back on down. Rowdy's done well to find a kill on the outset, and, well, he will find a second as well. So, PhantomT still in this round, but look at the lead for EXES Esports here. Still a swarm win condition. D&E in their favor. It's only 20 seconds or so.
And there, Steaks and Ricardo are going to have to try and get a kill here. Crimson's, though, does get another one on the board. Make that a second as well. He's not done. He wants a third. He's got the damage on Death Dancer. The composure is there in front of us. And he does not seem phased at all as to the last result, or why it's 2-2 now. We're back to seeing EXES in the lead once more. And they're looking a lot better, Chris. I'll be honest with you. They're starting to build up those kills, that back to the usual EXES gameplay that we're accustomed to seeing. And it's not taking much work on their behalf to start breaking down this PhantomT roster.
Retro placed over at arrivals for EXES Esports. And PhantomT go with the retro further towards their spawn. EXES looking to close this one out here and get themselves in a good spot for the series. Vasgar is definitely a map I mean, it's kind of a banker, really, for EXES Esport, I would have thought. PhantomT have been there all the way through.
Yep, they have. And now, Ricardo again on the FL. Is he on his own, though? How much assistance does he have when Crimson's does finally push? Incend coming through. Yeah, player to his right and pretty close. And EXES showing the utmost respect, backing all the way off the F hill. Meanwhile, their teammates elsewhere, Crisis still alive in the D hill, picking up another kill on Division this time. Ricardo just going to say, you know what, I'm going to rotate off the E hill. Try and rotate, or out-rotate the opposition here. Crisis still alive here. Death Dancer will finally bring him down. Oh well, going back the way of PhantomT.
Oh, Ricardo going to fall this time. Pains ready and waiting. Anthony now going to go over towards EXES. And it's felt like they've been in control for like 90% of this game, hasn't it? Especially these most recent rounds. Pains waiting for the push of Ricardo. Just going to back on down to boxes to make this maybe a little bit easier. Prefers this position. I mean, what is this man's Nasha doing?
It's something special. It really, really is to be that accurate a range and have it so on point with the timing to get the gib at the end. Meanwhile, Vision did get a double off screen onto the F hill, keeping the map open. for PhantomT, so they're not just contained in their spawn, fighting for a triple. Ricardo with a death. Thanks to this man still going off. His teammate to his right is going off as well. Crimson's flank from Nesteeks will get it down. He's going to find one gib. Pain's still full red. And Nesteeks will clean up. A double for him, saving the hill and getting it back to his teammates.
Huge from Nesteeks, that massive Hog team win condition of 53 seconds now. PhantomT just found these little moments here and there to swing a couple of these rounds. That could be one of them. He's now starting to make this push over towards E. Should be able to lock this in with a little bit of help. Does have it as well. Two teammates over here. PhantomT though just going to rotate around and place the bodies where EXES Esports are not. Win condition to PhantomT. 30 seconds here, Toby.
Make that down to 20. Bring that down. Nesteeks getting a kill elsewhere off screen again. Vision helping out. Ricardo holding on the F hill, and Crisis finds himself once again on his own. Big round for PhantomT. They can somehow hold on. One hill broken. Nesteeks Vision looking for the E hill though.
Yeah, it should still be their win here. F being locked in. Crimson's is going to find the kill. It's not going to matter. Hog team win it. Tying things up here. 3 apiece. Oh, I've got no clue what's going on anymore, Toby.
Back and forth we go, Chris. Evidently so. Ricardo, Nesteeks, Vision, they just keep cranking out kills. Off screen, just keeping them up against XS and level with the kills. And look at that for a placement. Drop shot going down on the tank. Courtesy of PhantomT. And a shot grenade on hand as well for XS. Off spawn here. They have the better side. They have the slower side, arguably. In terms of trying to quick pick that drop. But that shock. Or in fact, the incense as well, actually, to help with that. Look at that for a quick pick. There's a smoke screen. They're trying to get it through, and they do get it out. Despite the incense, despite the shock, that was on point from PhantomT. Wow. First spawn straight in there. Everyone on hand. The smokes were perfect. As if it was practiced in a private match. Every smoke grenade was perfectly placed. And this is their reward, right? That placement worked amazingly.
There you go, the drop shot, but XES Esport can set up with a 2-cap here. E now in their hands, but they have to defend this. Coming over as the drop shot whiffs the first one. Expecting the push from... Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, no.
Okay,
Nice.
Pains is a Jedi now as well. He'll just force the drop shot back towards you as he try and fire it.
I don't think the chat are going to be kind.
I mean, the first drop shot across the map isn't warranted, I don't think, necessarily either. Look at this. Bounces will find one. Vision able to overextend. Now 1v2. Not going to find it. Pains again will get the kill. Get it down.
PhantomT though, as said, just very good at placing themselves where X's are not. That's why they found themselves some success. Oh, this is questionable for Ricardo. We'll have to back down. Very weak and dropped on the other side of the cover, but we'll be back up and running. Still PhantomT with the win condition here, but as if they'd have been in a much nicer spot. And Ricardo not with both of those shots.
Yeah, Wild Pain just appears out of nowhere and starts using the Force again, unfortunately. There's Crisis around the back again, picking up another. Ricardo will fall score-wise. XS somewhat of a score lead. Yeah, we're back down to this fight once more. Damage advantage to Vision as he pushes the right hand. Crim not giving him anything. He knows his teammates are just behind, ready with a spawn. Drop shot, meanwhile, picked up by Death Dancer.
This is potentially massive. Send it. Oh, it doesn't hit anything. Nesteeks is going to be able to take down Pains, though. But ultimately, it's a swarm win condition. And Rowdy needs the help of his teammate here to try and make this push work.
Yeah, he does. He should wait for this, for sure. Because the spawn is right in front of them. They've got the shot grenade as well. Oh my goodness me, what just happened on our screen? Ricardo is being taken down as well. A direct hit. Score-wise. Check it out. They need one. Still, XS can win off one. EGL battling for it. Vision finds one. Cannot find the second. EGL will stick, and XS will find yet again another round.
Oh, by the skin of their teeth. 4-3 now. My word. Some drop shot from Rowdy, I'll give him that. Literally. Just everyone in his path dying.
just everything explodes in front. It's almost like he had a boom shot there. Just instant death around him. But yeah, it's still a close one. XS just clinching that round again off one. Now, 4-3. Incense disabled. Drop shot still very much there. And honestly, for PhantomT, they need to win this one, in my opinion. They have to win this map. They've done the hard work of getting it as close as this. If they could just win 2 more, they're in for a shot.
PhantomT don't allow EXES to push through, as EXES allowed PhantomT to push through in the previous round, but it's just going to be down and dirty over towards the tank, and it's looking like it's going to go in the direction of EXES Esports. 3 men dropping now. And the Steaks is going to have to back on down. He doesn't have a lot to hold on to for the rest of his team here. Needs to go massive. Not going to happen. They bide their time. But Ricardo's got out. Can he get over to E quick enough? It's going to be close. Just gets there. Goes for the play, but the drop shot's on its way. Shot grenade makes its way over towards E as well. Vision does find a down. Bounces here with the drop shot. Not being the most ideal start to the round for PhantomT to keep them in the map.
They're chasing him. They know he has a drop shot on his back. Bounces has done well to pick up that one. He will get taken down by Vision after that. Just 2 players up right now for PhantomT, and Vision stuck in the middle, getting angled out. Good calls from XS. Clear communication in front of us, and a big score lead. Difficult task ahead of them.
Nicely done by Ricardo. Well played on the distance front. Get a hold of D, lose E. Oh, look at the Secret Man being played by Crisis. It is traded. And Steaks will get a hold of F. I don't think this is going to be enough for a win condition, even if he could get a hold of it. Oh, you can't let that happen.
I'm wondering if he had spawn protection right there, as I didn't see blood. Might be a spectator thing, or the shot didn't connect. Either one. But Payne seemed to know exactly what he was doing. I think he was too far out, but it seemed like Payne knew he was that he was going to be protected. Jumping into it like that, but it's paid off for him. And Payne is very much used to that type of gameplay, and he's made it work perfectly. Ricardo, full red, shot over the top, and will be taken out as well. Big kill for Crimsons, and also has the damage advantage versus Nesteeks. He doesn't care, though. Closing the gap. Well played, Nesteeks. Meanwhile, look at the score.
They've won the fight on the other side. Cog will dominate in 3 seconds. What's going on over towards F? We got to go over. Death Dancer goes down. Is there anybody else here? 15 seconds. This is doable. Oh, it was the push around behind from Nesteeks. He's going to get caught out on the respawn. EXES Esports. They're going to hold on. And they are going to lock in round number 5. A 5-3 win on Vazgar will put them 1-0 up in this losers bracket final.
And there you go. Payne's in the end the MVP in game. Let's check out the stats for just a second. And there you have it. 26-28 kills for Payne's and Crims. Crimson's leading the way at the end there. I remember at the start, or just before the half time even, I think, for EXES and PhantomT, they weren't standing out as players, right? And neither was the rest of the team. Slaying department-wise, it was level. And yes, the rounds were level at half time, but remember, they only just won just about EXES there. It wasn't after that second half, a complete sweep by any stretch of the imagination. No. It was kills back and forth, but clearly Payne's and Crimson's there just coming out with a star performance in the second half, really separated themselves from the enemy team.
Yeah, really, really did, and just sort of stretched their legs a little bit, played the game. I mean, you have to give you credit to PhantomT there with the way they played. I said they were just positioning themselves where EXES weren't, but you can only do it for so long, and then EXES start to flex their muscles just a little bit, and it becomes a lot more of a difficult task. And now you're heading over towards map number 2 on Harbour. Which, okay, fair enough. In this instance, it was the pick of, obviously, XES Esports over on Vasgar, and we will be going to Harbour on PhantomT's pick, but you kind of like this map as well for XES. You like a lot of maps for XES Esports. They're a very, very good squad, and we really do expect them to be in that grand final going up against highly rated, but this moment in time, has to be said, PhantomT could still be in this game. 5-3 is not a scoreline that humbles them by any sense of the imagination. They were in that game. Can they do it again on Harbour, but can they go a step further on Harbour? That's the question.
I mean, bear in mind, just to shout out to PhantomT for a second, they're one round off what highly rated just got against them in the previous series.
Yeah.
It was 5-4 to XES Esport on map 1 Vasgar as well. I mean, if they can pull out the bag of performance here on Harbour, yes, it's their pick. Anything's possible. If they can do what they just did on Vasgar, but up it just a little bit on Harbour, given it's their pick, then perhaps we can get to a map number 3. Perhaps we can get there to training grounds. And it would be a hell of a map to see pan out if we did. But right now it seems like the train of Pains and Crimsons left the station, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stop it.
Yeah, Pains definitely seem to be heating up a little bit there. I think they had a quiet series for the most part up against highly rated, and I think you'd be wanting to push back and make sure that he does perform well in that grand final again if they do get there, which I think, I feel as if, and this is sort of kind of preempting, if, of course, EXES do make it to that grand final again, I think it has the ingredients to make it a more interesting grand final that highly rated find themselves in that spot on the winner side of things. We know that EXES can definitely take maps off them, and we know how close it was, and it's just a case if EXES can get there, of course, they need to find 3. Highly rated only need to find 2, but we are heading into map number 2 now. We still have this losers bracket final to deal with yet. PhantomT 1 down, with Harbour coming up, training grounds if we do need it. But this is PhantomT's pick, and can they make it work against EXES Esports? It's going to be a difficult task. EXES only better by highly rated so far this weekend. And this one is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination for PhantomT. Does their losers bracket run end here, Toby? That's the question.
Well, my answer is I think it does. I think EXES Esport are going to take this 2-0, regardless of that result of how Vasgar played out. Yes, PhantomT had an excellent first half in particular, but they might be going to map number 2, their pick, but I still feel like EXES Esport are here to play. And I feel like they still have a huge advantage going into this one.
Into map number 2. EXES Esport on the COG side of things. PhantomT on the Swarm. Nobody making the push over towards B quite yet. All about control of up top. Right-hand side advantage of belongs to EXES Esports this time around. They're trying to make it work here as well. Crimsons are up around, not enough to get rid of visions, but Pains' shots are. They get control and they make the home hill push. PhantomT win the fight over towards B, or at least we're in a better spot to do so now. Problem is, if this fight takes so long and you don't take the initiative, if you lose the fight up top, well, you're in a horrible spot, and that Dancer really can't do much there. Ricardo going to fall now as well. It's a good start from EXES Esports.
It really is.
Only got a hold of B.
Yeah, it's a good start, though, for sure. They're just flying around as they're accustomed to, right? Crimsons and Pains linking up at the very start. They still need to get back their home hill. Players still lurking. I think that's Death Dancer over on the C hill as he's fighting their way off. But the difference is, I think EXES are going to try and hold on to this home hill. Meanwhile, they won't be able to hold on to the C hill. Well, Death Dancer. Vision, though, finds the kill on Pains. Crimson's a little bit weak, forced out. Oh, look at that for a down. Incredible stuff from him. Connecting with that blind fire. And Crisis lurking around the right as well. Is he going to choose a secret man? No. He'll choose to get back to safety, as will Crimsons, as they hold on to map control with a slight score lead.
Seeing B in their favor, and it felt like they just wanted to lock them in towards A, but didn't necessarily have the bodies to do so. Kane's going to win a fight in the middle of the map, though, and they're just running into plenty of fire here, and while EXES Esports just seem to have the wind behind their sails at the moment, that's momentarily forward dead. Not long ago, that would have been an elimination, but I don't think it's really going to matter. 4 men of EXES Esports guarding the door. Where's your ID? No shoes, no entry. EXES Esports lock in round number 1.
Well, you definitely need your running shoes at times against EXES Esport because they will just push the triple cap offensive like that. Crimson 7 kills in 1 round, 6 downs for Bounces, 0 kills for himself. As he was putting in the work across the map with a Lancer for much of that round. And honestly, I expect EXES to keep this up. I think they'll want to have a very aggressive Harbor here. They'll want to play for every triple cap possible, as they'll be feeling very confident about themselves, I think. After map number 1. Yes, 5-3 is a lot closer perhaps than some might predict, but no, I think EXES really are setting themselves up for the grand final. And they want Pains and Crimsons to stretch the legs a little bit and perform as they usually do at their best.
And number 2. PhantomT though. Had some close rounds obviously on Vazgar, but very, very different to Harbor. It's very much about these initials. Oh, Pains are going to roll in though, and that's 2 kills. Over towards the side of PhantomT, but get a couple more. Now they can move over towards A. B though, looking like PhantomT actually have the men over here as well. So if your Bounces and the rest of EXES Esports, you need to push through. Domination starts to tick. The move needs to come here, but the kills are just only coming through for PhantomT here. Can they lock it in? Not quite. Pains and Bounces just about a deal with the push that came through from PhantomT, but damage done. There'll be a 2 cap here for PhantomT with a decent amount of control, although they'll lose quite a lot of bodies on the way back.
Trying to hunt down that previous secret man of Death Dancer. He will fight back though. He'll find Bounces despite the 2 on him. His vision starts moving down bottom. Great play from him despite that Lancer. Pain's not connecting with his shots. Very rare to see.
Nation starts to take with PhantomT again. This has been a much better round number 2 than what we see in round number 1, and everybody from EXES Esports has to get in towards A. Vision from behind. Oh, he had the opportunity to play sneaky, and all of a sudden, Crimson's in a bad spot. Domination ticking. That is round number 2 to PhantomT, and they were on the front foot all the way through that one. 1-1 now. PhantomT very much at the races here on Harbor.
I think PhantomT just took a page out of EXES Esport book there. As they start running around the map a little bit quicker, they start going for the triple caps straight off the win off Stern. Confident play from them. And now what's the choice for Crimson? For Crimson's actually with a weapon placement, is it just going to be a strict weapon down? Almost seemed like he didn't realize it was him then. As the cursor didn't move at all, but there we go. Retro Lancer comes through.
Round number 3 then. It was just a good start from PhantomT, and they just didn't take their finger off the button, did they? Smoke gonna go out just to cover Rowdy's route over towards B. Everybody from EXES is up top and making the push over towards A. Death Dancer trying to survive. He did lock it in. Vision will help them up, but has he maybe put them both in a bad spot here? They want to fight up top though. Crisis is going to go down, so not the worst spot here for PhantomT by any stretch of the imagination. As Pains falls as well. PhantomT very much seasoned here on Harbor, it seems. Ricardo finding the fight under Bounces. What was looking like an EXES Esport shutout to kick things off. It's been more about PhantomT in these past couple of rounds though. Pains and Crisis will find the kills to keep EXES from being dominated, and they will push them out here. That's 3 kills now found, and EXES Esport can probably find some points on the board for this one, but PhantomT have really been here and fighting, haven't they, as Pains? Not quite sure what he was doing, but nonetheless, get a hold of B and have control of the round.
This is the rotation back. Nesteeks with the retro. Pain's trying to equalize that damage quickly. Nothing really connecting. Vision's chasing. He wants the 1v. He gets it, and it's perfect under Pains. The shot is essentially baited as he collapses and closes that gap. Score lead PhantomT. Crimson's close with the secret man. Wonder if they're aware. Vision's not. Gets shot on the back. Crimson's. Big 2-shot down. Death Dancer with the overextension onto the B-Hill. They've gone for the triple cap here, Chris. But I don't think they're going to get it. Pains with that last kill there on the kill feed. Solidifies that C-Hill. Death Dancer in a bit of trouble.
He is in a bit of trouble. It's been a case of both teams like finding a multiple amount of kills and pushing the other team all the way back, threatening the domination, being pushed back, and then the domination is threatened on the other side. Nobody able to just get control and keep a hold of it. XENEX Esports may just try to do that now, though, but it's still a swarm win condition with a 2-cap. That's going to be very, very close.
It is super close there on the points for this one hill.
Difference. It's a point difference. It has to be.
It has to be that close. And now you can see Crimsons and Pains. Look where they are. They're so far up as they know every player is accounted for on the A-Hill. And they've got 25 seconds to hold on.
No way. How has Pains found even one of those downs as now the pressure starts coming on through. Pains push it forward. Ricardo will drop. The D-cap will come through. The domination will surely ring in as well. EXES Esports, how have they found a route through?
That right there is a training course as to how to break down the final hill on Harbor. You could see Pains was in the spawn. You don't try to take up that position, right, Chris, unless you know every player is accounted for and there's no one secret manning nearby. You're not going to get 2v1 because you're too far deep. You know there's a teammate behind you to support and collapse at the same time. And everyone from EXES Esport was collapsing at the same time from all different angles with the perfect pinch and the kill feed just coming in through all blue at the same time. Amazingly well played EXES Esport. And they didn't even need the huge time window that was allotted for them either. You can't be blocked on your final hill with 30 seconds to go when the enemy is that close to you.
Crimsons and Bouncers getting things going for EXES though. In round number 4, Death Dancer forced away. This is a bit more like it from EXES now. Pains pushing the tempo as well. Rowdy falls. Can EXES make this pressure count? Get the push over towards B. And now can they make this count over towards C? And Pains is going to have to back down. It's a good start to the round for them nonetheless. They'll be happy with how it has played out. Crimsons and Pains combining though, with Pains providing that supporting Lancer fire. Now the push going to come through, checking his corners. Nestik's in trouble. Death Dancer the last one. This is another domination about to tick in. Unless Ricardo can do something special here. Oh, he's going to get past. Oh, not quite quick enough, though. And EXES will find themselves with a 3-1 lead. They want another stab at that grand final. And they may well get it. 2 rounds away.
Formidable round from them. Really, really good from EXES Esports. Straight off the back of a awesome push onto that home hill that we were alluding to earlier. And now, half-time. We had 2-2 last time on Vazgar. It's now 3-1. EXES Esport went on to win in the second half quite comfortably. Sniper being placed up top. Forcing a very similar setup strat-wise from both teams, I'm sure. You know, it's not a drop shot. It's not a boom shot. The quick pick isn't as necessarily effective, so they'll have to fight in the same usual manner.
Which way will it come out? Oh, not a great incend. Oh my. Pains. That is tough. He's going to be the first to fall. The rest of his team cleaned up the mess that's been left behind. Crimson's, Bouncers, all going to go down. I mean, the domination just ticks in. What the hell?
What on earth just occurred?
We need the noise back now.
Someone ring TC. We need it instantly. That took me off guard as well, Chris. I won't lie to you.
Get through on the phone.
We need a klaxon or something that the producer, or a bleep that the producer can just literally be like, in case of triple cap, in case casters haven't noticed, beep.
Yeah, sort it out.
Look, top left. No, I think it surprises everyone, honestly. At times, my goodness me, 3-2. PhantomT still very much in this, and it's a cliche thing to say, but it could have been 4-1, right? It can happen.
Yeah.
But instead, it's 3-2. It's a lot more conceivable that it actually gets to a map number 3 after that one.
Wow. Kicks off with a kill from Bounces. Oh, it's a good insend. You don't want to block off Crimson's and kill Pains, but Crimson pushes forward. Sniper in hand. It's the only thing they get a hold of. An overextension on the home hills come on through. Steaks is going to take a body shot, but did find the kill on the Bounces. Good down from Crimson's. Backs down, has his teammates here as well. That incend is not going to do enough to do much apart from deter PhantomT to make this push. And all this time is ticking on. Death Dancer himself is sitting over at D and just be like, yeah, cool. This is fine. Oh, Crimson's. Oh, Ricardo, where's your head? Oh, what is going on? Oh, someone check this man's task manager. That's disgusting. No way. Come on, don't. Come on.
Find the third.
He's never going to, surely.
Not on the next shot.
It's not the headshot, but it'll do. It'll do.
It'll do. We'll take it. Still going.
He hasn't missed the
Check on Nestic, and he's downed him from there with a shotgun. This guy's nuts. This guy is crazy. And he's going to try and finish off against Vision, but no, Vision shuts him down. The triple cap. I'm not sure if you noticed it, Chris. It was so close to filling up. But this push from PhantomT at the end onto the EL. Just about in time. And somehow, some way, they have the score lead, Chris, after all that.
Oh. ISIS is going to fall. E-control over towards PhantomT. Both have had this E-control, but not much of else, really. I mean, both teams have wanted to prioritize that DNF home hill hold. More so than getting a hold of up top 8. Bounces, though. Could have been maybe a little bit more accurate with the ball tuck, and the forceful push is going to come through from PhantomT. Oh, the first shot needed to land a bit better, and well, that's a couple of men down. Bounces, Crim, and Pains all dead. Crisis really needs to stay alive here. Flash out. Starts getting aggressive. The rest of his team starting to come up off respawn very, very shortly. He's forced him away, and Ricardo doesn't have any friends to help him get rid of him. Well, Crisis will get this long shot. Ah, you ain't Crim, bro, are you? Let's see. There's one. Tell you what, Crisis has done so well to get to this point. And the fact that he's just stayed alive here and being a nuisance is massive for his team to try and get this round back. But after all that, PhantomT, win condition for them. Push going to start coming on through. Can they win this fight at D? It needs to be a little bit more towards the other side of things as well. PhantomT will win the fight on their own home hill. Crimson, they need to capture this, and very, very quickly. It's not going to be enough. They need to get over towards F, and they need to get over there now. Crimson's running 5 seconds. I don't think he's going to have the time. Decap will not come through, and PhantomT will tie things up. 3-3.
Fair play to them, honestly. The confidence as well, just to simply go for these home hills time and time again when the sniper is on the map, consistently won by EXES Esport. Not only is it difficult to pull off and a nervy thing to attempt, but it's actually worked really well. While EXES Esport keep funneling members of their team to that snipe and get hold of it time and time again, PhantomT are doing the difficult work in the trenches at the bottom end of the map, overextending enough times to get enough points to win by that significant margin at the end. Well played to them. 3-3.
Well then, I mean, it was we were at this point at one point on Vazgar, 3 apiece. Then Esports just found another gear. Can they do that here? Now in round number 7. Ben's waiting for the push to come on through. His teammate for company here up top. Wouldn't mind the long shot with how devastating it's been for them. But look at these kills from the Sneaks. Oh my word. PhantomT get a hold of E. The overextension came through from Crisis to D. Now he's going to have to defend. We're in danger of being dominated here. Crisis is now going to have to back on up. Domination's starting to tick. Anybody from EXES Esports going to be able to get it? They're not. That's it. It's locked in. That's 4-3 PhantomT. What a round out of them. That's 3 in a row now.
Wow. And that was so close there at the end. You saw Vision just strafing away for his life so he doesn't get downed in the FL. And in fact, he did get downed in the end. He did just get downed at the closing milliseconds, but the triple cap is locked in nonetheless. And now PhantomT one map away from taking it to a map number 3 in the losers bracket final. And EXES Esport, they need to make sure, boy, do they need to make sure up top that they can win this team fight and they don't as consistently lose their home street. They'll have to be careful for PhantomT attempting that again.
Nobody concentrating on the home hill street at all now. Everybody is up top. Payne's now. Well, you would say it's his element, his team's element. They're all dead. Crims is the only one who can answer back. PhantomT now. A free run through to D. And is this a map 3 beckoning? If you're bouncers, you gotta run. You gotta get through a couple of them. You just gotta break. You're not gonna be able to get there. The swarm domination ticking. 4 seconds. Are we seeing a map number 3? Yes, we are. Oh my goodness, PhantomT. 4 rounds in a row to force it. And we head towards District. 5-3. 1-1. All on the line in map number 3.
Can you believe it? Vision, the MVP at the end as well. With 14 kills to his name. But Crimson's had 18 kills, mind you. The rest of them, 9 kills, 10. No one really standing out elsewhere. Payne's not his usual self. In fact, finishing bottom with 15 deaths. The most deaths on his team as well. My goodness me, you needed Payne to show up there in that game against PhantomT. You really did. As clearly PhantomT aren't giving up. They're showing up as best as they can. And they're playing like it's a loser's bracket final. 5-3 result in the end. I tip my hat to them. They deserve a map 3. They've deserved to get back to this loser's bracket final. And they've deserved every single performance they've come away with today in this entire tournament. Consistency pays off, Chris. It really does.
I mean, the thing is, they've just fought away consistently. They played Harbour so well. I mean, they've changed up their strats every single round. You know, they were going for the home hills, then there was 4 men in towards Stern, and they actually won the fight over towards it as well. So, I mean, crazy stuff from the boys on PhantomT, and we head towards District. I mean, who would have thought it, to be honest with you? I mean, it's an upset, the fact that PhantomT even taken a map here. We really have sort of went with that storyline of the fact that EXES, highly rated, they're kind of in a bit of a class of their own, but PhantomT showing up here, top 3 placement for them is something, again, that a lot of people would have said. You would have thought Champs OD would have been in here and in around that mix. It wasn't to be for them, but PhantomT fought and battled against everybody who's coming their way, and now find themselves with a map number 3 for a spot in the grand finals. I mean, I've been sort of lining up all the way through this series, the fact that we're going to see EXES and highly rated once again. PhantomT proving that may well not be the case. My word. What a map win that is for them as we head into District in just a second. I've got no words. I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't a clue.
I'm telling you what. I mean, compared to Harbour, Training Grounds, that up top fight, you know, when you think of map control, you think of Winch on Harbour, the Overlook on Training Grounds. They're all so similar, right, in terms of that 2-pronged attack that you can have. If PhantomT turn up top like they did in that previous 4 rounds in a row on Harbour, and be able to overextend at the right time and win through sheer points and force elsewhere on the map and do that the dirty work of rotating on time. You know, maybe just maybe we can see a repeat of Harbour, because we never saw PhantomT winning
Training
that.
Grounds. Sorry, Toby.
Yeah,
I haven't been seeing District. I do.
All good. I mean, and that's the thing, right? We didn't actually bet against XS on Harbour. Yes, it was PhantomT's pick, and yes, we know they're good at it. But XS likewise have been incredible on it as well, against top teams too. And so, you know what? If it happens on Training Grounds, it happens. If Harbour can be taken down with that much force through PhantomT success, then maybe it can come true in Training Grounds too.
Very possibly. Training Grounds, it's going to be interesting to see, because honestly, on Harbour, we've seen that home hill setup, as you mentioned so many times, coming out from PhantomT. And it's not a bad map for that kind of similar vibe, is it really? You know, for Training Grounds. And if PhantomT can keep switching it up, keep EXES guessing, then maybe they have a chance to go away and get into that grand final against Highly Rated. That would be something. Highly Rated, the only team who have actually defeated PhantomT so far this weekend, as far as I'm aware. So to find themselves now in this spot for another chance potentially to go up against Highly Rated, PhantomT, it's time to show up. Could you imagine Rowdy in a final? Toby, it could possibly happen. Training grounds coming up.
Could happen. Mr. Gears EU himself, Rowdy, could make it to a grand final. That would be an incredible sight, my friend. 5-3, 5-3, back and forth we go. Round count wise, both teams are even going into this final map and the loser bracket final. Oh, this is going to be great. I can see people in chat already saying this is going to be a close one, and this could be an upset. Wow. And just imagine as well how EXES are thinking right now. They probably thought that they'd be in the grand final by now, honestly. They thought they'd just be able to win the winners bracket final, as they've been doing against highly rated in community tournaments in the EGL, past 2 EGL weeks, in the cups, in the finals. Crazy. Crazy right now we're at this stage.
To training grounds we go. Did not expect to have to be saying that. The decider in the losers bracket final here. The winner of this map takes on highly rated in the grand final, and they will have to start a map behind in a best out of 5. But who's going to be the one to take this one away? EXES Esports really have not seemed like themselves today, and they could be punished for it here against PhantomT.
You say EXES. Even Champs OD as well, another top team, haven't seemed like themselves today. The Sunday pressure seems to be getting to teams you perhaps wouldn't think at first would be crumbling to it. But I'm not sure as well. I mean, give it to PhantomT and EXES, seed 4 and 5. Well, XENEX, PhantomT, they have been really, really good teams, but never really considered top 3. But now, both of those two teams in this tournament have had a fantastic journey. Now PhantomT, map number 3, looking for entry into the grand final.
Well, many are changing hands here. Also, there's going to be PhantomT on the COG side of things, with EXES on the Swamp. PhantomT, the ones with initial control, although EXES Esports, the ones with a very slight lead. See how it's set up, though. EXES quite happy to get bridge control and then work with it from there. Got some good angles to work their launchers with, and men over towards B as well. Vision, yep, probably needs to go out and help.
Oh, you're going to have some slow gears again. Some high pressure, slow gears from both these teams. Crimson's lit up completely. Bounces is going to get down just about. No, he's not. He does get to cover in time. Vision with the flank. That's map control gone. And that's access to the C-Hill provided.
B has to be won by EXES Esports. They're looking like they do have the number advantage over here. Stink's going to find Pains. I believe that would have been his 3rd down at least anyway. All they have is B now. A and C in the hands of PhantomT. Lead in the hands of PhantomT. 25-second win condition for them. Vision locking this one down. Oh, good shots on the Crisis, who's just walking into his bullets. Keeping a hold of C here as well. Vision and Rowdy dealing with Pains and Crisis. And Crimson's in the middle of nowhere. This is the first round of PhantomT. There's no conceivable way that Bouncers can do a lot apart from bounce around here, and except that they are going to go 1-0 down here on map number 3.
I'm telling you now, Chris, EXES Esport, they can't let any more rounds go just like that. They really need to shift into gear. Look at that, 2 kills only in that round and 3 downs. Got locked out of the map very quickly indeed. And PhantomT have come here to play. It's extremely clear at this point.
Yep. Crazy to see. And round number 2 then. There we go. Just interesting, isn't it? How EXES can seem literally unstoppable at times. PhantomT are the ones that are just forcing these fights and coming out on top of them just about. They're not cleaning through them, but the trades are coming in their favor. Pains is being forced away. I don't know if they're just catching them off guard. Mystiques finds one. Ricardo looking for the shots onto Pains, and well, Pains just doesn't play it well, and Ricardo deals with them very, very easily. In seeing the control of PhantomT. They lock this one in.
I tell you what, who is playing that well, that's Ricardo. That was really well played from him, dealing with that entire situation from start to finish. Pains is not going to be allowed to get the better of him there. Here comes the counter-attack straight off spawn. Good shots on the ball talk. Good damage as he goes in for the up A. Finds one. Pains does answer back. Crimson's with the flank, and that's a save of the home hill. Now for XENEX. And they do have control of B, but a very quick rotation from PhantomT. Their rotations are there.
Able to lock this in. XENEX Esports on hold, not quite. What's this could do with winning this fight? He's going to get closed out here as well. Crisis will find the Sean division. And B will be locked in for XENEX Esports. It feels like they're fighting from behind consistently here, Toby.
I think right now, PhantomT, their shotguns are just on point. Seems a lot different compared to what we saw in Vazgar. Harbor has really just built them up, and now they're not missing anything. All of these players. Mystiques now, pushing for that right hand, for that angle. Crisis running for the hills. Bouncer just playing for that revive chain. B-Hill was threatened for a second for a triple, but Vision not going to go for that. Honestly, perhaps he should have. Perhaps he should have gone for that 1v as Ricardo is still one on that home hill. Pain's trying to hold back. Great shots from him. Ricardo trying to break down that spacing, but it's not going to come through. Pain's wins there. Crimson's wins on B as well. PhantomT still with a score lead, Chris.
Yeah, a one cap's fine. Can they lock in C and keep a hold of it? So we a 2-0 lead. I don't even know what to say. What's happened next is Esport. What has happened? They have to check every corner for this secret man, but they know they only need one clean break. PhantomT have sat back here. They need to get rid of Ricardo, though, who's made the overextension. They aren't going to be able to drop him. Now it's a 3v4. 18 seconds. You've got to hold on if you're PhantomT. Dig the trenches. Get your gunnies up and see what you can do. Vision's the first to go down. The Mystiques falls, and this might be the start of the EXES Esports comeback. Only 1-0 down, but they will tie things up, and that is a painful one if you're PhantomT. Do you think they turtled too early? Because I think they did.
Potentially so. They didn't have many options.
That's a wonderful thing, I suppose, but...
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have many options either because there weren't any players really pushed up past the halfway mark. Ricardo tried to slip through the middle, but it was never going to work when Pains and co were that far up and in the towers that training grounds are known for towards the second half. Home Hill's ready to shoot down on them. Yeah, XENEX Esport, they made sure that was going to be a nice collapse for them at the end there. They had map control, they had control on the other side of the map as well. B-Hill already capped. It was simple for them, and now we're at 1-1.
Towards you now. Ricardo putting shots down.
Big 1v that.
Not much happening. Yep.
Let me overlook. Just go round and cross Crisis in the back. He's looking for it, but Pains is aware that he's being threatened. Vision will fall. Now 1v2 for Ricardo to deal with. Pains not going to push him until his teammate is by his side. Bouncing from Ricardo, trying to connect the shot. They're not letting him close, though. Pains will literally run to the other side of Gears 5 to ensure there is no Gib range coming near him. And as it stands, it's now advantage XENEX Esport, and they're even threatening the triple for a second.
It's a Crisis falling down. PhantomT can now get out. Are they going to be holding home straight? And now we'll make the push over towards B. Well, not quite. They'll be happy with the C. The home hill hold, I should say. Coming out here from PhantomT. The Mystiques could do with winning this gunfight. Pains getting some help from his teammates to close that one out. Looks like AMA potentially be in the sights of XES Esports here. Nobody's really had a clean hold of anything over these past, well, 2.5 rounds. Really been a case of having to fight tooth and nail just to get some sort of advantage and then hold on to it. Feels like it's frantic gears, isn't it, from both teams. XES Esports in the sense that they very much were favourites for this tournament and they could be bowing out on third. PhantomT from the sense of, well, we have a chance yet. Let's try and take it.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. EXES right now, they need to play to win rather than play to not lose. They need that aggression. They need their shotguns to be firing because PhantomT are not holding up. Here comes the last play for that home hill. Nestique's fighting. He gets one down. He will get the meat shield before Crisis can save it. There's the B hill push. He will fall as well. There's not enough players left alive for PhantomT to get back into this round. EXES Esport will take this one. The big score lead when we approach that final 250 mark. And that really is a story, right? Both teams try to push in, see if there's a triple cap on the cards, and usually there's just one team with a leading points advantage in the end. Indeed. I'm just wondering if either team is thinking about a drop shot on you. Go on, just do it. There we go.
Send. There we go.
It's been sent.
And it was PhantomT that put it down as well.
I'm not surprised either because of how they were playing on Harbor as well. Like the successful pushes on Stern, and look at where EXES Esport have been playing up top. They've not been going all out for those shotgun fights. It's just been head-to-head passive play. So this is going to force them into it.
Well, there we go. PhantomT happy to take this fight. Ricardo's the first one to find it. Bounces the first one to go down. Payne's just trying to survive here. Helping his teammate up top. Ricardo finds another. Vision with the down. This should be drop shot over to PhantomT, and it is. They know exactly where Payne's is as well. Can they pull him out? Yes, they can. Eventually, they will lose vision to it. But Rowdy with the drop shot. ANC in the hands of PhantomT. Dare I say it's their round? I mean,
it's not the spot to fire a drop from. It's not any angle. Will it connect to bounces? It does. It's a cross-map drop shot. He finds it. B hill is being capped, but the home hill is not looking defended by any stretch of the imagination. Nestique's realized it. He tried to go for the sneaky flank around the side, but that's not going to work out. And yeah, either way, I think Rowdy honestly should have been on that, pretty much on that home hill with a drop there if you were going to threaten that last hill. It was a 2v1 for them to deal with on the B hill. It didn't need a drop from literally across training grounds. It was not the place to be. You need to be closer.
He's sniping people with it. Yeah, I was just watching it back there on the stream. Yeah, I think his teammates probably would have cleaned it up.
You're never going to do well with a drop from there when you need to just look at the hills. It's just too far, unfortunately. But here we go.
Oh,
but almost connected.
For the wrap. Yep. This time around, though, a lot of people dropping. Who's actually coming out on top? Oh, Rowdy not in the best of spots. And Crimsons will find 2, and C will be decapped. But check out the lead that PhantomT have built up here. It's 100 points or so, just under. And that win condition on 1 will do. But remember what happened last time? They tried to lock this one in. Of course, this one at this point is B, so EXES Esports are the ones that have to defend. Ricardo's got to do a lot better with this flank around, and they will just about hold on to C. And Nestique's and Ricardo do the job. Internet is trying to stop this overextension from Ricardo, and he will delay it only. Bane's dropped as well. Home hill hold from PhantomT, you would think. The in send out to try and slow things down. The Steaks get to hold of the drop. This should surely be a PhantomT round. Surely.
Surely. They just need to stay alive. That's all they have to do. Don't make it hard for yourself.
Yeah, Ricardo's doing the right thing. He's distracting. Doesn't need to do anything silly. Has to be a crazy, crazy run over towards C, and well, I don't even think Paynes could do anything about this one. That's 2-2.
Good job. Again, PhantomT, right? Brill job. Straight off from the initials, they keep up the points, they keep up the score, they rotate for the hills. And they are really good at that. You really do have to give it to PhantomT. In any game we've seen from them this weekend, it just seems like they're always on point with the rotations, right? They're always of where the rings are. They know the situation. The only real lapse of judgment in terms of really managing the hills and points has been just turtling perhaps a little bit too early against these top teams. Other than that, you really have to tip your hat to them. They have been doing an excellent job of managing the objective and escalation. They really have.
This one could go either way. I have no clue. PhantomT have really played it well. They've really played well. Ricardo now going to make this push, and Paints is going to be dealt with again. He really has not been at the races for this XENEX Esports team, and I don't want to pin anything on him at all. But we're used to just seeing enigmatic performances time and time again from Paints, and well, maybe we come to expect a little bit much from him, I don't know, but hasn't necessarily been at his scintillating best in this series. Well, today, full stop.
It's true, right? You know, Pains is usually playing as literally the best player in Europe. That's the role he has, and if he's not doing that, then it's underperforming. And when Pains is underperforming, it's not bad, it's just not Pains, you know? It's not Pains level. Yep. He's still doing his job, you'd argue. But right now, he does need to perform as his usual self. It's too close to call.
XENEX Esports still end up getting control because of that. Crimson's went big and got the drop shot and found work with it as well. Now PhantomT going to have to try and make this push. Kills coming in there. Price is getting the job done. Bounce is going to be dealt with by Ricardo, but that should be a cleanup coming in from Pains. Rowdy, well, just surviving right now. As best as he can. Can he find anything here? Good movement by Rowdy, but can't quite find the shots. But it's allowing the Steaks to make his route through there. PhantomT are such a sneaky team.
It's their rotations.
They do a good job at just... I mean, they just do a great job at positioning themselves on the map well and find themselves in good spots. Positioning in that instance from the Steaks was not ideal, but he will get away thanks to Vision. And F is still very much on the cards here. XENEX Esports have had to defend this. They have built up a lead and they're about to take into 200 points and will get their home hill back. It's taking a lot of time for them to find their way around. Ricardo and their Steaks, Vision, Death. I mean, the kill feed all of a sudden lights up blue. PhantomT have got Crimsons exactly where they want them. This could be a domination about to tick in. I don't think anyone from XENEX is going to be... How does that happen? How does that happen? PhantomT have a 3-2 lead.
It was literally the drop of the hat, that kill feed change, wasn't it? It was kind of just like, oh, PhantomT are kind of contesting for the last hill, but they don't really have the kills necessary. And then all of a sudden, it just changes blue. And everyone seems to be getting kill on that side of PhantomT, and just Crimson's last one alive. Again, it was the positioning that set it up for them. They were ready. If they were to wipe the enemy team, they would be there for the triple cap, and they do it. And they do it really, really well. This is nuts. This is crazy. Pains and XENEX, they need to be doing better on the U now. PhantomT have really challenged them on this map. In this game, they need to be playing amazingly well.
That's a bit more like it. Finds the shots. Vision waiting for it, though. Can Vision find the second as well? Crimson's going to have to back down. He will win the fight, though. That's a big shot from Crimson's. Essential, you feel, as Ricardo drops down low as well. And there you go. Drop shot now in the hands of XENEX Esports, who are behind.
Pressure. There is pressure now for XENEX to perform. Especially given that they've won this initial. They were leading in points by at least 50 at the end of the previous round. PhantomT stole away from them. And you know what? They will be just thinking, hey, can we just hold on to 2 for now? Let's play a bit more textbook gears, right? Let's play more like XENEX, where they set up really defensively with the power weapons, with the 2 cap, and then only go for a triple cap. No crazy positioning, no holding close, no sneaky flanks. Just rely on this drop shot, and that's not going to connect.
Rushed it maybe just a touch. Ooh, has to deal with vision here. He's going to get pincered in here by Ricardo. It's big plays from Crimson's. He has help from his teammates, no doubt, but he has to make the shots land. Well, that's been going on, though. Mystiques is pushed over towards D, and well, he will have to back on down, but it's a welcome distraction for EXES now to have to push out, and Crimson's played that so well. D will be locked in. It's a good lead for EXES Esports. They're looking good to tie things up here.
That's up. The active was that. Now 30 seconds on the clock for EXES to win with just 2 hills. PhantomT have proven that they can get back into the game after being down by a lot of points. Incense in hand. One player sneaks through. That's Vision. So red, though. It should be a clean-up job for EXES. There we go. Vision's down. Numbers advantage goes the way of EXES, and Crimson's starts pushing on forward. Oh, it's close.
He'll get dealt with. Mystiques will fall, and this will be a round over towards EXES. We thought the last one would be as well. PhantomT turned that one on its head. Not this time, though. 3 apiece. Ugh.
The nerves. I'm nervous for them. I'm nervous for both teams right now. For all this work put in from either roster this entire season. With only minor roster changes. They both want to finish off in style. And PhantomT, honestly, if they win today in this matchup and give themselves a grand final position, they certainly deserve it. But likewise, EXES Esport as well. Things they've done in the past 2 weeks, they'll really be wanting to get into the grand final, and they'll be aiming to win the whole thing, if in fact. But you have to get to PhantomT first.
You have to, and it's really been a struggle. Haynes with some good shots, though. And he deal with vision. Had the cover on him as well, but he will go down nonetheless. And, well, Crimsons will get cleaned up by Ricardo. Far too much fire on the floor. Now, Ricardo's in a position to maybe pick up this drop shot. Bounces will be dealt with. Well played from Ricardo. And the rest of the team to deal with it. Giving it to Rowdy once again. He wants to see some more long-range drop shots coming on through.
It's a bit better of a position, I will say, this up top area, thanks to the home hill positions. And the hill just behind to defend, but let's see if he can do a better job than Crimson's, perhaps, in defending the hill with said weapon and get 2 kills or more instead of the 1. One player just flanking underneath as well on the X-ray. I saw that.
Send it, Rowdy.
He's holding
Chooses
it.
not to.
There's the active. There's Pains. Dead.
Yeah, they keep a hold of E, but they have lost their home hill. You would have thought that would have been a good moment to send it through.
Player just in the back. Now Rowdy's aware of that. Oh, it's not enough.
Rowdy's going to go down. Ricardo's going to follow. There's a good transition from EXES now. They lock in E. I'm not going to blame Rowdy solely for that one, but you want to see PhantomT maybe be a bit more proactive with that drop shot. It seems as if they're quite happy to sort of sit back and be reactive. I want to see them try and do something with it instead.
I think you're right. I think a top team there will have the drop shot a bit more proactively positioned, perhaps.
Yep.
At least one that is confident at this point in time. Would be looking for more, perhaps. Bounces. Very weak. Ricardo still fighting his way through. He's got support, though, getting crossed in the back. They have to push forward. They're getting pinched. Crisis weak. Crisis picks up 2. And trade out from Death Dancer. 1v1 now. Drop shot. Will be up soon.
Will be up very, very soon. Rowdy not in the best of spots here. Oh, he's going to get crossed out. The rest of the team now coming on through. Mystiques is going to go for the revive, and now Rowdy in a really rough spot. But here come the rest of PhantomT. They need to make this push. They need to make it work. Drop shot will be up very, very shortly. Flashes are out. Crimson's round the side. In a position, he's just dealing so much damage while taking none in EXES Esports. Whilst all this has been going on, the time has been ticking, and they are 1 round away from the grand final here, Toby. 4-3.
Again, I can't speak enough about this. The pressure right now on both these teams. A weight has definitely been lifted for EXES after that round, but PhantomT they will be believing in themselves. Remember, they won a really good initial in that round as well. They're proving to themselves every time that they can defeat EXES at their best game in the national department. Question is, can they win 2 rounds before EXES can win 1? PhantomT have literally won 5 rounds in a row going on Harbor into this one, so let's see.
Payne's going to drop on down. Ricardo getting the better of him. That's such a good series, Ricardo, and it's Death Dance around behind. He will fall there, and it's a team kill from EXES Esports. So drop shot should be going over towards PhantomT. I'd love to see them, as I said, be a bit more proactive with this. He changes his line on the D push. Go for it. You've got drop.
Yeah, it's a tough one because the drop wasn't going to be there quick enough either necessarily. So it's just like whether you try and hold out there and wait for your teammate and not get picked off in the process, or do you just go for that safe positioning with the drop? It's a team call, that one, and I'm sure someone called for him, for Nesteeks, to just come back and not play for it. Everyone had to be all in, all out. They chose all out in the end. And now the setup will commence.
PhantomT have had the better of them on these initials. They really have. It's deep. Oh, it doesn't land. Honestly, I think had PhantomT worked better with this drop shot, they'd be in a better situation in this game. They've had it so many times, but they haven't really been able to do a great deal with that. I mean, I have no idea how that's killed them.
It must have been just to the right of that top there and hit him across the corners, I'm guessing, with the active crisis. Meanwhile, big double as the triple cap is being threatened.
He had to win it. PhantomT in the driving seat in this round, but things are going to change around now with the home hills going over towards EXES Esports. Steaks kind of needs to win this against Pains.
That's a great flash.
Good shots. Steaks going to go down. Death Dancer defending over towards F. PhantomT are going to keep a hold of this one, but they need something else here. Swan win condition still there. 50 seconds. PhantomT have the lead. If they can get a 2-cap on the goal, that is not going to be a very long time that they have to hold on. D-cap comes through. It's now a COG team win condition. If it stays like this, we're on our way to a round number 9. The fight's though, which way are they going? You can see that XES Esport do get a hold of the drop shot. Death Dancer has to go big, as does Nesteeks. Rowdy drops down. But is F enough here for PhantomT? COG team win condition, 20 seconds. It is enough. But Vision's going to go down. Ricardo has to win these fights. Nesteeks is there to help him. 12 seconds. You've got to go if you're XES Esports. You've got to go now. Can they defend? Can they hold on? Here comes the push. Bounces is in. Nesteeks wins the first one. Which way is this fight going to go? Ricardo, last one. And he is the last one standing. The Swan win condition, is it still going to be there? No, it is not. Round number 9.
My goodness.
We go again.
We go again. Round number 9. And boy, does this match deserve it. The winner of this one more round will go into the grand final. And it's just too close to call. Remember, we were predicting a simple 2-0 victory for EXES earlier on, but now here we are. One final round. And boy, does this team fight seem as important as ever. And for this man to go off.
Right-hand side advantage to PhantomT here as it kicks off. They get aggressive. Payne's backing on down. He's taking a lot of damage. He's going to fall, but the rest of the team are here to help him up. Which way does this end on the other side of things? It's looking like it's going to be an EXES Esports initial win, at least anyway. One player having to back on down. That's going to be Nesteeks. He's going to go over towards F just to try and prolong this one or try and stay alive. Yes, they will lose the initial. They will lose the drop shot. You can see the difference. EXES very aggressive with it. They want to try and punish PhantomT as they have a hold of this one. That might be the bait for the double, and it is. Haynes gets a hold of it. Just staying alive. Don't need to do anything crazy here. PhantomT, they have time to set up, they have time to fight back, but it's a really good start to round number 9 for EXES Esport.
It's spot on. And Payne still has one more drop shot to work with to nullify any push that comes through for PhantomT here over at the EGL, and 3 players are throwing themselves in. Maybe even more.
Oh, shaky sticks. Ricardo's going to follow though, and he will get taken down. Paynes doesn't find anything with the drop shot, but nonetheless, EXES hold on. Shot going to go through from Death Dancer just to prolong this push that's about to come through. EXES Esports are looking for this domination. Where is everybody else? PhantomT, they need to get in. They need to push in. They've got 3 seconds. They need to get through. Are they going to get there from behind? As Ricardo, he finds one, has to back down. Where's the rest of the team? They need to get through the front door, but EXES saying no. The domination ticks in. The dream was alive, but it is now dead, and PhantomT drop out in 3rd. EXES Esports will just about get their shot in the grand final once again. 5-4 on map number 3. What a series. European Gears is alive and well. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Couldn't agree more. And even Payne's there at the end says, wow, GG, as he admits that was an incredible series. Look how close it was. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought he'd predict 2-0 in favor of either team in this one? Absolutely insane. I'm sure EXES will be super happy that they've been able to come away in the end, but boy, oh boy, PhantomT, gut-wrenching for them. After all that hard work, the incredible performances individually as a team, the initials they were winning. Remember, they won 5 rounds in a row when they went from Harbor onto training rounds and won the first round. Oh my goodness me. Nuts.
Let's have a look. It's devastating for them, because especially to come up against a team who have been so dominant the past few weeks. And PhantomT, in fairness to them, you know, like, we very much, you know, they're expected to potentially get to that semi-final and lose the highly rated. That's expected, but we thought EXES Esport cruised through. That's the difference. And I think if you're PhantomT, you're going into that game and you're sort of saying to yourself, right, okay, let's give it a go. And they really, really did. And I think everyone wants to give their hats off to PhantomT for offering up what was a phenomenal losers bracket final. EXES Esport will go through, but they will go through limping. It has to be said. They've got to be feeling it going in that grand final, and they are not playing their best gears right now, but let's take nothing away from PhantomT. They played that really, really well. I would have loved to just see maybe a little bit more proactive play with the drops, and maybe, just maybe, they could have been sitting in that grand final right now, but commiserations to them. They will fall out in 3rd. What a performance from them. EXES Esports will find themselves in a grand final against highly rated. They've got to come from 1-0 behind in the best out of 5 to do it. We're going to go to a short break because, I mean, we need it. I'd imagine you do as well. Let's set ourselves up for this grand final. Let's close out split number 2 in fantastic fashion. We will be back shortly with that grand final. Ladies and gents, welcome to the grand finals of the split number 2 of the EGL Open Series. My name is Tone, joined by Toby Campbell and, of course, Alex Frew in. Always get that wrong. I always think it's just Frew, and I'm just completely way off the mark. What a way to introduce you in the grand finals. But 10 weeks of play to get to this point, and it's the grand final we expected, but not necessarily the way we got here, of course, with XES Esports taking on Highly Rated. Highly Rated came through the winners bracket. Let's have a look at that first and foremost to have a look at their route to this grand final. And let's go from the start. El Pepititos first, and then against UDog, that semi-final up against PhantomT, who just crashed out in third place after a hotly contested game against XES Esports. We'll talk about that in a second. But that winners bracket final, Highly Rated taken in 2-1 fashion after losing 2 weeks in a row to XES Esports and finally bounced back. What a winners bracket final that one was. But then on the losers bracket side of things, let's see how XES Esports finally found themselves here in this grand final. Of course, it was PhantomT, the ones that lined up against them in that losers bracket final, and XES Esports just made it back to the grand final. So that's how we got here, but let's set it up. Let's talk about this grand final between these two and what they're playing for as well. Of course, $2,500 on the line. Through Toby, I mean, first and second yet to be filled in. But what a game this is going to be. And just for everybody at home as well, it's a 1-0 lead for the team that came through winners bracket, which is, of course, Highly Rated in a best out of 5. Through, first and foremost, let's go through it. How do XES Esports kind of recuperate here going into this winners bracket final? Because it was not an easy route through the loser side of things.
It really wasn't. I mean, I think everyone going into that game was expecting a tough game for XS, but not to that degree. You know, round
comfortable
9...
to a certain degree is kind of what we were sort of gauging, weren't we?
Yeah, I think, you know, that had an opposition against them for sure, and it wouldn't have just been the straight 30 seconds rounds, but I don't think we were expecting that round 9, you know, map 3, kind of tense right on the wire final of a loser's bracket. I don't think that at all. But they got through it. And that's the main thing. And that is such a confidence booster. Managing to win one of those close games to that degree, where you know, in the chat, everyone really wanted to see Rowdy come through and win that. But they were against it. They really were against it, both in game and just in general, against the kind of community wanting to see that upset. So, yeah, they've got through it. They'll be ready for this. Don't worry. They'll have taken 5 minutes to get a breather, to get some water down them. And they're no strangers to long Sundays. You know, these guys, they play every single Sunday. They're always in that final. They know what it's about.
Toby, if, on the other side of things, if you're XES, you sort of, I mean, could you be looking at, yes, okay, you clutched up and won that round number 9, but do you think they could be looking at it from the sense of that should have been easier? Could that be maybe their mindset if you're thinking on maybe the pessimistic side?
It's totally how you frame it, right? It's kind of it's something they need to think about and perhaps have a team talk about. It's like, yeah, you had a really difficult losers bracket final, which PhantomT definitely really put to them. But do you frame that as we're warmed up now? We've defeated PhantomT. We can come that close to defeat and then still come back. Apply that same kind of mentality to this final now. They haven't been losing rather against Highly Rated in the previous weeks, but they just lost against them in the winners bracket. Perhaps they can prove to themselves after that close losers bracket final that they can come back from adversity and take it back to them and go on to win the grand final. But yeah, I mean, in terms of their consistency, the performance right now, XS don't seem like their usual sharp selves.
Yeah, that has been very apparent over the past couple of games. But let's have a look at the maps to see how this grand final is going to go, and if we can maybe gauge which way we think it is going to go. As mentioned, Highly Rated will have a 1-0 advantage as the team who came through the winners bracket. Haven't lost a series yet, so they get that small advantage. It's a best out of 5 otherwise, though. But we're going to be heading into Exhibit first, which is a Highly Rated pick. No surprises to see that. Vasgar from EXES, very close in the winners bracket final. Asylum from Highly Rated. We haven't seen Asylum at all.
No.
At all. No. And then Training Grounds picked by EXES. That's what they just clutched up on to send themselves to this map. Makes a lot of sense that Asylum picks the only one that's a query round it. Highly Rated, obviously fancying themselves with that one through. Anything else in particular you see here that stands out?
I mean, just kind of interesting to me that the first 2 maps are the first 2 from the last series these 2 teams played against. Obviously, it was Vasgar first, Exhibit second in that one with District as that decider. I am surprised to see both of those maps come through again, to be quite honest with you. That said, though, District going this time around, Asylum as that third map, I think is a really interesting change up there from Highly Rated. And Highly Rated are good on that map. I've seen them play it a lot. They perform well. They can take both fights on the tracks and up top and do both simultaneously if they so wish. So I don't mind that at all. Training grounds, for XS is kind of an interesting one. PhantomT just ran them so close on that that I am kind of surprised to see that coming in late in the period. If I am XS, I kind of want to do this in 3, to be honest with you, and really kind of give it to Highly Rated that way. That last map for me is not a fantastic pick for them.
Well, let's talk about Exhibit a little bit more then, because I'm just going through the picks and bans here. Based on what happened in obviously that winners bracket final, I think it was 5-1 to Highly Rated on Exhibit. Obviously, they pick it. Crimson's actually banned out Foundation for XES. I mean, Toby, what would you rather play? I mean, for me, look, we don't know the inside of the team and what goes on and what the discussion is. But from the outside looking in, if I'm XES, I'd rather play Foundation against Highly Rated based on what happened in the winners bracket final, surely.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a matter of updating your belief system, right? Typically you think, all right, Foundation's a really good map for Highly Rated. It's been their go-to pick that they've defeated Champs OD a number of times on. I believe they've defeated XS back in the day as well, when they were previously called Maradona. But instead, they've stuck with the old. They haven't updated it, and they're sticking with Exhibit. They feel like they can do better on that map, perhaps because they haven't instantly banned it out, and it's come through straight away. Of course, it's the first map for sure. Vazgar we've seen as well. They haven't changed things up at all from map number 1 and map number 2. Both teams going the same way. And then it becomes a bit dicey for me on Asylum and Training Grounds End for XS. It really does. But XS, they do have to prove that they can do better. They do have to prove that they can be a little bit better in these first 2 maps to even set themselves up to play on Asylum and Training. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure.
It really is. And well, there's the maps, and all we have left to do now is get the teams ready and get them into the lobby. And just to sort of go back a little bit, go to that winners bracket final, Highly Rated performed very, very well. But we've mentioned that XS coming from that losers bracket maybe a little bit more warmed up. If you're Highly Rated before this grand final, are you sitting there waiting and watching to see what they're doing? Or are you just warming your shot up? Which, by the way, actually, guys, you can predict who you think is going to go on to win this whilst we do go in, obviously, in the Twitch chat whilst we go into this discussion. But if you're Highly Rated, what are you doing during that losers bracket final very quickly for?
I mean, I'm watching the stream. At least one person watching the stream, just in case there's something they pull out of the bag that perhaps isn't something that you've already noted down. I mean, Highly Rated XS, they played each other enough times to know what their bases are, to know what kind of things they bring out on a whim. But sometimes there's just that one thing up the sleeve of a team that they might save for a Sunday, and we've seen it from a few teams before. We saw it in PhantomT actually last Sunday, where they played that drop shot up towards the top of Training Grounds and then triple capped around them. This time around, I'd absolutely have at least one person watching the stream, because they knew they were going to be playing at least a couple of the maps that were seen in the losers bracket final. And XS, they needed to bring out everything they've got in that losers bracket final to win it. They'll have saved nothing for this grand final, to be honest with you. They've played everything, all the cards, and they've just got to see how they fall in the grand final. But yeah, Highly Rated, they'll be shooting for sure. But that's kind of something that can be done in the background. It's muscle memory for most of these guys. They just need to keep their hands warm. And make sure they're watching the stream and make sure nothing surprising is going to come out for them.
And I think, Toby, you look at the dominance of Highly Rated from weeks 2 onwards up until XS got Crimsons in. Do you feel as if they've found that form again a little bit more, or do you feel as if it's maybe a slight underperformance from XS that we're seeing this flipped around? Because I think many kind of had XS comfortably in that winners bracket spot from the winner, in that grand final spot from the winners bracket side of things. But as mentioned, do you feel as if it's maybe Highly Rated have stepped that level back up again, or have XS let it slip just a little bit?
I think XS have definitely let it slip based on what we just saw against PhantomT. I think that's a given, right? The question is how are we thinking about the winners bracket final? I would kind of frame that as more so both, really. A slight underperformance from XS and a big overperformance perhaps, or a bigger overperformance from Highly Rated, and just those guys showing up on game day perhaps as well. Just think about it. Crisis and Lil Bounces are quite new to this kind of arena of a major event, a 2-day event. They're used to community events and stuff and whatnot, but they don't have the Pro League experience and such that the majority of the Highly Rated players do. So maybe that was a factor in the winners bracket final, and maybe that experience factor will play a role here in the grand final today.
Well, have a look at the predictions in the chat. Obviously, it's just for map number 1. You've still got about 2 minutes or so by the time you hear this. Yeah, it'll be about 2 minutes. And there's a lot of channel points being staked on highly rated so far, with the votes going 19-10 in their favor at this moment in time to take map number 1. And I think that's very fair based on what we've seen for Exhibit. And, we had the discussion, like, partially there that they believe in themselves that they will obviously go on to win that Exhibit map and do a little bit better here, EXES. But what's the theory behind picking it though? Through I mean, it was 5-1. It's not like it was a close 5-3, 5-4, something along those lines. Yes, okay. Well, they haven't necessarily picked it, but they didn't choose to ban it out.
Yeah.
What's the theory there? Because I mean, Foundation is surely not a bad map for them. And at the top of my head, I can feel like we've at least seen it from EXES at some certain points. They must really just not enjoy going against EXES or highly rated in Foundation.
Yeah, it honestly must be that. It must be that they value Foundation as a bigger threat than Exhibit. And yes, they lost on it 5-1 earlier, but there were some close rounds in that. And you know what? They've played them today on it. They know how they play it. They know where their mistakes were made. And maybe they've been spending some of that time adjusting, ready for this grand final, knowing that it probably will come through. Because I think if you're on their opposite side, if you're on the side of EXES, you probably would have expected that to be banned out. Sorry, the other way around. You would have expected highly rated to have banned that. But they didn't. So, I mean, it's good for both teams. One team's prepared, one team's happy to go into a map that they've already won on.
Continue on the map pools here, Toby. Who's the more happy party, do you feel?
I would just say highly rated based on winners bracket final, right? They've had their first exact 2 maps, right, of this series, and they only need to win that. So, maybe highly rated are just thinking that's all we need. We need to repeat the winners bracket final, and we did very convincingly on the first on the map that will be first. That's Exhibit, of course, 5-1. I think they'll be happy with that. I think the pressure really is actually on EXES to prove that they can come back, not only avoid a 5-1 loss in Exhibit, but also win that out too. And it's map number 1 as well. If highly rated can just come in here and perform as dominantly as they did on Exhibit, just in this map 1 of grand final, it'll kind of just make up perhaps the warm-up time that EXES have had and highly rated to assert themselves as a huge victor or likely victor in this grand final.
Well, the teams are taking a little bit of a while to get in the lobby, as you so often do see, but they are on their way. I don't know if it's worth maybe just talking about some of the other placements that have gone on. PhantomT for them, a top 3. They're a team we can start with here. A really good performance. They're very unfortunate not to be in this grand final now through. And I think, you look at the guys on that team, and I think specifically Ricardo, you got to say, did really stand out in that roster, but a really good performance from PhantomT through.
Yeah, I mean, beyond good. It was fantastic from them. And you know what? They'll have come in absolutely practiced. Those guys have been a team for a long time. And yes, Ricardo was playing well, but he had to have a team with him as well. And as a 4, they've worked really well. And you know what? They're absolutely deserving of the position they found themselves in. They've played a fantastic game all weekend long, and actually all series long as well, through that 10 weeks of Open Series tournaments as well. They've looked fantastic. So not surprised to see them up in the top 6, top 4 even, but top 3 is fantastic for them. And I guess that kind of leads us onto that other team in Team XENEX.
Yeah, XENEX performing well, Toby, at the expense of OD champs, but we can maybe talk about that another time because the grand final is starting and the map is loading in. Everyone in the chat, you've put your votes in. You've let us know who you think is going to take map number 1. And it was mostly leaning over to highly rated. We'll be kicking things off with Exhibit. We will, of course, see Vazgar as well at a minimum. But if EXES can force a map number 4 and possibly a map number 5, we're in for a series here. It's a 1-0 win, or lead, I should say, for highly rated as we head over towards Exhibit. And it is the grand final of split number 2 here at the EGL Open Series. Thank you very much to everybody who has been hanging out all weekend long. And here we go, the final game, Exhibit to kick things off. It's going to be EXES taking on highly rated through. Toby, take it away.
Well, it's been an incredible season, hasn't it? It really has. Whereas crossplay came in, 4v4 as well for Europe, and changes to escalation across the board. It is not Champs OD in this grand final. They did even make top 4 in the end. And here we are after an incredible split, as I mentioned, as we start off this grand final. Highly rated, of course, 1 map advantage. We're into Exhibit.
We are indeed, and kind of a slow start here as both teams are just waiting to kind of figure out what each other are doing here. And it looks to be the side of highly rated making the move first, as they're going to drop down and try and play straight for the hill here. Mosh and get some Lancer angles coming in here, and looks like highly rated opening strong here as they find the first 2 frags. Bouncers and Pains will fall. Crimson's trying to get out of there as well, and this is a really good start here for highly rated. Good kill by Crisis. Good double kill by Crisis to shut down that push, and now triple on the cards. Is he going to hold his nerve though? Yes, he is. Waits for his teammate to come out of here, and Toby, that was a fantastic opening for highly rated, and an even better play by Crisis to hold on there.
Couldn't agree more. And now Slaps, 2v1 for him to deal with. He cannot survive. And instantly, he'll start coming back and forth between the 2 teams on B. Not much of a score difference. Pains will be caught out. No one near him to try and support. Meanwhile, Crimson's going to quickly Lancer Pain so he can come off spawn as fast as he can. Crisis back into the mix. 1 kill. Not going to find the second. Cougars is there. An individual who had an incredible time on Exhibit in the previous 2-day event we had all the way back during Pro League. Now he's back at it. Map number 1 here. You really expect big plays from him. You know, Pains, he was performing incredibly, all split long. I know I've said it, probably the top player in Europe, but it hasn't seemed like that today, has he, Fru? He's not been his usual self, and you need him to be going off against a team like highly rated, especially coming from the losers bracket.
Yeah, especially. I mean, it's not a position they find themselves in usually, is it? I mean, they're used to getting to these grand finals and being able to fight with the tournament on the line, essentially, but that losers bracket presence, that's not something they've been quite frequenting. And as you said, Pains, he has not really been to his usual self, but his usual self is absolutely fantastic, so we give him a little bit of credit here. First test here as well. And he's going to get taken out, and Marsh has just gone massive there. Just probably secure this round, actually. 3 kills on the bat. Bouncers will get lanced up. Has to go up the stairs. Highly rated, looking fantastic on this home hill. Domination going to tick in. They are going to get that first round of the grand final here. Highly rated, open up strong. Just where they left off last time they met.
I tell you what, Fru Exhibit is such a big launching pad for highly rated to take advantage of in this grand final. They're already a map in front, right? If they can just win Exhibit, especially in as confident fashion as they did in the winners bracket final, going into the remainder of the grand final should be smooth sailing for them. Given the map cycle, given that everything's going for them so well, and not so well for Axis either. Exhibit is the map for them to win dominantly, based on results so far. Crisis on our screen right now. Played very well in the first round. His team are not successful thus far.
Yeah, not this far. I think last time these 2 teams matched up on Exhibit, Toby, Slaps really did have the number of this 1v1 up top. Crisis was getting called out a little bit, actually, for his performance across the whole series. And he's really got to step up, I think, in this grand final. It's going to be on Bouncers, it's going to be on Crisis's shoulders, really, to start to carry some of that weight. You know, this is the point at which they start to really be, you know, asked questions of, are they that top caliber player? And so far they've, you know, absolutely been up there, but they need to be able to take it that one step. You know, they need to be able to reach that Pains level at some point. That Crimson's level. We saw Crimson's earlier, 35-10. That's what his scoreline was, with 8 deaths on that first map. In order to secure that Vaskar win. And that's kind of what it takes at this level, right? It needs someone to go above and beyond. Yet to see it from Crisis. Little Bouncers has had his days, as has Pains.
I agree with that. Pains taken down by Dragons. That's a second as well. Kill coming through. Cougars will find him. Now 3 members down and highly rated. Boy, are they applying the pressure in this final already. As soon as they can get a team wipe, all 3 players are there ready to go. Make that 4, and the emotes are starting to come out already. As highly rated start strutting their stuff. And despite the slow starts, Alex, highly rated are definitely all clued in as to how to play this map, it seems, and it's working out for them really, really well. Even Slaps, right? I saw a glimpse of the scoreboard for a second there, that he only had 2 downs and 0 kills. He's not needed to do anything up top. It's just been highly rated, as dominant as ever down bottom.
They have indeed. And I do wonder if we're going to see something different up top, perhaps, here from EXES Esports. They are hovering, they're thinking about it. And you can tell they are definitely discussing something a little bit different here. Long shot being placed. That looks like it's on the top side, was that? Or the bottom side? We'll have a look as we go into this. As we get going here. Scoreboard check. Payne's not doing too great. 1 kill, 2 rounds.
Well, he's joined side by side here with bounces. Paynes will jump back into the B hill. Cougars entering back on the right hand. Francis needs to hit that back A, needs to hit his shots, as they're accustomed to seeing. Paynes will trade out after the revive chain, going back in. Dragons holding his ground. Roll, is it going to help Dragons? See him do that a lot these days. Payne's not able to capitalize, and Marsh is going to find his kill. Dragons is going to pick up a sniper in the center. It's rare to see that weapon placed. And honestly, a little bit of a pickup of that weapon. You can see very quickly the heads of many players here on Exhibit, despite the tight corridors. Aim down on that center wall, right? You can keep the Lancers down, away from your team.
You can also
rotate motivation
it.
for a quick pick.
Yeah, you can also rotate it up top and get quite a few angles up top. Whereas, you know, usually you can't hit that with the Lancer. Scoping in with the snipe just gives you a few extra corridors of shots. Be careful though, Dragons. He's going to get pressured here, of course. They're not going to let him take 3 shots, that's for sure. Bounces down. Marsh will trade out. Payne's now going to flash the sniper. It's a good flash. Does allow EXES to move on in. And Crisis has found the head of Cougars as well. Payne's is down. 2v1 situation here. Good cleanup, really.
Ooh, nice.
Really good cleanup from Highly Rated. Just played it safe. Stayed together. There's the headshot we like to see from the sniper. Crisis loses it. Can Dragons find 2? You can find the down at least. That would have been flashy as hell if you'd have found that headshot, but we'll take the down. Looking for the 3rd here. Dragons, 1 shot left in the snipe. Does get the body check. That should be a down coming up if you can just move up. But the noob roll, and I am definitely calling it a noob roll in this one.
Yep.
Straight
the roll
into
again.
the hands of EXES. But look at the timer. Look at the timer, Toby.
5 seconds. Slaps will find 1. And now the overextension, of course, coming through from Krem, but it's not enough. They need the B hill as well. It was starting to be broken, but the time wasn't there. And Highly Rated are now 3-0 up in this map. And EXES have to start asking themselves questions. The kills are definitely not completely on Highly Rated side, but EXES Esport, they need to pick up the speed a little bit, I think. They just need to start hitting those shots, right? They need to start engaging in those shotgun battles. They need to start playing their usual game. It's very unfortunate to me, Alex. I'm not sure how you feel about this, but the fact that it's Exhibit Map 1 as well rather than Map 2, as we saw in the Winners Bracket Final, it presents such an opportunity for Highly Rated to get a big leg up in confidence over EXES. And EXES have to really overcome that, though, in this grand final. They have to play this map first, and they have to do well.
They really do. They have to do well here. I mean, it's going to be a 2-0 lead, right? As you said. Highly Rated. Getting this one locked in. It's essentially the second map that will go their way. And being 2-0 up in a final that is essentially 1st to 3. Huge advantage winning this first map. Absolutely huge. Sniper again in Dragon's hand. Let's see what he can do with it this time around. He's obviously aware of where this rotation is looking to come through. There's Bouncers. He sees him. Good movement by Bouncers just to dodge out that shot. Baits it a little bit and then bounces inwards. Gets the kill as well. Cougar's going to fall. Good play. Good push. Good play. I'm sure they're going to be able to lock in the B hill, though. That Incend is pretty well placed.
What can Dragons do with that snipe? Another body check comes through.
He just needs a little damage, doesn't he, from his
something.
team? That's
all he needs. Not going to connect either with that. There should be so much pressure being put on from that snipe, but unfortunately nothing's going to come through. Nothing of substance just yet. Score-wise, XENEX will take the lead. Seahill is being contested, though. Look at Slaps and his partner Cougars across the way. They are really going in for that Seahill, and no one else is moving on the map. Every team is just entrusting in their teammates' ability to win that specific fight. Dragons will push the right hand once more against Bounces. Another collapse comes on through from the center. Slaps getting taken down elsewhere. Kills start coming through as XES Esport win across the board, and now they start flying.
Yeah, 4
now
dead.
They start looking for it.
4 dead. Little Bouncers was in a real bad spot, Toby. Gotta admit it. He was in a real bad spot, but movement kept him alive. Big kill coming out, big back A, and not able to transition this over into that triple cap, but they should be able to find a couple of kills off it. We see some secret man. Pounds finding one. Crisis in a bit of a rough spot here. That's honestly not the best one anymore. A lot of people check that now. Crimson's trying to find damage here on Dragons. He's going to get flanked as well in a second. Has to pick up this kill pretty quickly. Double down here. Can he get Pains up? He can indeed. Good cleanup as well, and that is beautiful. That's a heads-up play and a half from Crimson's. And he gets a sniper for his reward.
You know, Pains might be the best player in Europe overall, but Crim could honestly be the smartest. The decision-making today has been absolutely on point from this individual. And that right there is just it, right? There was no hesitancy. Simply just run to the right and outrun his opponent in that 1v situation. Now he's just blind firing the snipe in a victory dance as they do get their first round on the board. And boy, did they need that. XES Esport cannot be going down 4 rounds in a row. They need to stop the bleeding, and that's it there. Pains 10 kills. First man to hit the double digits in the 4 rounds. That's a good sign. A very good sign for XES.
It's an even better sign if you think back just 2 rounds ago when I called him out for having 1 kill, no assists after 2 rounds. So he's done that in 2 rounds. He's had 9 kills and however many assists he had in just 2 rounds. So yeah, good contribution from Pains these last 2 rounds, stepping it up it seems. Back into it we go. No massive changes on the map here. See some Incendiary's going to get picked up this time around. See Dragons gets that in hand, as does Crisis here. Pains will delay just a second. Flashbangs are out. Gonna get crossed out though. Dragons has jumped down.
2 kills wiped. Crimson's has a kill though. In response onto Marsh on his side as well. Crisis wins his 1v. Cougar's not able to come away with a flank. And all of a sudden, an essential pinch coming in from Crisis and Crimson's. And even a snipe pickup as well. Well played, Crim. Well played as he wins his lane. And the reward is him with a snipe this time round.
Haven't really seen him much other than those blind fires in the last round with the sniper. Be interesting to see how good he is with it. I'm sure he's more than competent. You can hear that player moving around up top. Dragons almost gets fresh haircut there. Now he gets one straight in the face. Beautiful. No eyeballs left for you. Crimson's trying to find the second shot. Isn't able to get that one, but the back A will absolutely hit. He's on a little bit of a tear, is Crimson's, isn't he? Trying to find a 3rd kill now in quick succession. Will he get the up A? No, he will not. Slaps will return the favor, though. And he does get the kill.
Tell you what, Slaps, that was amazing from him. That skill and smarts right there, knowing the up A was coming and instantly wrapping back around for the kill on Crim. Awesome response. He still continues, though. Triple cap was blinking for the time being, but XES come flying off respawn. They do have the relative score lead. Should be lost relatively soon. Cougars just trying to delay his death right up top. Get into the corner. Make it difficult for these 3 players. Buying time for highly rated to overtake the score lead. Pains has been caught out, though, by a secret man, essentially. He walks into 2. No one close enough. Bounces does get a wrap back, though, to keep them in there. Marsh will not hold on for long.
You see that check?
Checking, yeah, instantly.
Yeah, that's the mark of someone who's been killed a few many times, jumping over that wall without checking, for sure. Good check. Good kills coming through as well. Incendiaries in hand for Pains. Bounces gonna get 2. Said that a few too many times this tournament. Dodge on the incend. That's the lock-in. Down at the E-Hill now. XES Esports. They do have that win condition. 35 seconds in hand. Highly rated. Probably got one more attempt at this, you'd think. They've not got that incendiary to use either. The incendiary's upstairs has been used. Pains will get the kill on Marsh.
Again, Dragon's rolling, but he will recover. He finds the kill on Crim. Bounces. The composure is clear, holding the shot on the left hand there. Snipe picked up. Cog win condition. and they do see it out. Bounces wins his 1v yet again. EXES are here to play, it seems like. I was expecting a blind fire in the end, I will not lie. But no, it's not necessary at all. They've done the hard work. 2 rounds in a row now for EXES. They're building. They are building. They are here to play. And they've done better already than they had in the winners bracket final through, so the heads seem to be there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, we chatted a little bit about it in pre-game, right? They will have absolutely learned from their mistakes on this map, and they will not have let this one slide through without realizing that there must be some kind of sliver of hope for them as they come into this one, first map. They have to come in hard. They're doing just that. They're trying to get back into it. Flashbang by Pains comes out. It looks like it went backwards. Incense is going to come out now as well, and that is Hollows completely guarded off. Pains should be able to move in and get the cap here. Got to be careful though. A lot of damage going to come out from Dragons in that Retro Lancer.
Oh, Dragons hasn't timed that too well. Not going to connect with anything. Pains, the meat shield destroyed. Cougars flown over from his lane to Pains in the center. Pains is getting flanked as well. He had to move. Crimson's is going to try and save the day. Just about. He'll get a kill, and Slaps will be the last man standing. He'll get the E-Hill, and he'll get the snipe. It's a very unique weapon placement, isn't it, the snipe? It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, and I'm kind of... I'd like to actually just ask the players why they dropped that down there, because it seems... You know, it doesn't seem like it changes the fight too much. It just means whoever gets down there and wins that initial ends up really well set up with it. Very difficult to push into the snipe, right? Especially with the damage that gets put down. Oh no, interesting placement for sure.
How it influences things as well. Dragons are just going to be continually scoping out the lanes and trying to keep heads down and, of course, look for those headshots. Dragons again, rolling into a wall. Grim could have been right around that again with the right hand. Up A. He has to be so careful with the snipe in his back. Instead, both teams really just favoring the shotgun battles oftentimes instead of the play the distance with the snipe, right? It's an interesting decision. Numbers and hills before the power weapon. Pains lancering down. Dragons can just aim back at him. Check. Not going to be the headshot he was looking for. Nonetheless, the score lead is in favor of highly rated. So we approach the 30-second mark with 2 hills to hold.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult to hold. Now Marsh is dead here. Sniper looking for a shot, but Slaps is getting pushed here. 2v1. Has to back up, getting crossed as well, it seems. There's the hill. There's the headshot. That's beautiful from Dragons. Good shot coming through. He's getting crushed from upstairs. The push is on. Can the revive come in? No, it can't. XS Esports on the prowl here as they've got a couple of kills. They're going to make haste towards this home hill. They've got to do this carefully. Swarm will still win on the 2 cap, on the 1 cap even. The D cap has to come in here. Crisis trying to make the play. Gets that up A. E-Hill still, though, in the hands of highly rated, and it looks like out of all that, Crimson's is not being able to get the D cap down there. Here comes the D cap. This is back and forth. Toby, highly rated, look like they've won it though. They are going to lock in it. Highly rated will go up 4-2 here.
Slaps holds on. Composure from this relatively new teammate for highly rated. He's turning up, it's safe to say. A really big deal this weekend for him, isn't it, Slaps? He's not been a top 2, top 3 team for really ever, right? If you consider, split number 1. In fact, we should mention that at least sometime this weekend. XENEX winning that, he was on that team, but that was never considered a top 3 team permanently throughout Pro League and stuff, right? When he was back on Obey. But now he is literally in what is seed number 1. Slaps has come a long way. I remember it was almost like yesterday that I was saying he was the biggest up-and-comer, right? Up-and-comer in Europe, and now here he is performing in a grand final. It's been a really, really great storyline for Slaps. It's almost like he's been fast-tracked to success. So fast has he come up.
Yeah, he's playing really well, to be honest with you. He has fit into this team. He's proved himself on Sundays now as well. That's the question we were asking, right? Was whether or not he'd be able to. Great crossfire here from Pains, though, and co. Look at this. Fish in a barrel, Toby. Fish in a barrel. There they go. Both of them are dead in the end.
This is what we call angles, right? In Gears.
Yeah, that is exactly what we call angles.
Get an angle, go wide. What more do you want from that example? Pains this time, though. He has a snipe. Hills are changing rapidly. Highly rated pushed up. Marsh, is that? No, slaps. He's going to choose to run all the way back.
Ooh.
Pains not going to find the head. Slap still alive. Nice. It would have indeed. Question is, can Pains do anything with a snipe now?
Here's a question, isn't it? He's been close a couple of times, but quite honestly, only really Dragon's having massive success with it, if you ask me. Big shots coming in, but Pains is going to get crossed out. Has to be careful here. Goes for the wrap shot, loses his life, loses the sniper. Cougars gets 2. And this is scary now, isn't it? 2 hills in the hands of highly rated. Bounces trying to do his work here. Isn't able to get the up A. Cougars backsteps that one, and look at this, Toby. All the way over to the D hill. This is a huge fight for Pains. Can he get this kill down, or is he going to choke? He's going to choke. The roll backwards is not good enough. The domination stopped for just a second. Now Crim has to do something about it. Has got Crisis in hand. A secret man is on its way for Crisis, but Crimson spots him and saves his life. XES Esports maybe one last attempt here at the triple.
Crimson's might be the most unlikely player to get Secret Man in Europe at this point. He's just so smart. He's always going wide on corners. Even just mid-round where he's nowhere near them, he's going wide. He's kind of testing corners constantly, I've noticed. I've noticed it a number of times here in this, in today alone. Really does.
Sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes you got to do it. You know what your opposition are like.
Yeah, the score is mounting for highly rated. 15 seconds to go. Are they going to turtle this entire time? Definitely possible on Exhibit, perhaps more so than other maps. Slaps going off, though. 2 kills. That will surely be it. It will. 4 members down. Highly rated will take map number 1 in this grand final. With that 1 map advantage, they go 2-0 up.
5-2 scoreline as well. You know, we credited XES Esports when they got that second round in saying, well, they've done better than last time. Maybe they can keep on going here, but highly rated, shutting them down completely in that second half. Obviously, Exhibit, it seems to be their map, and look at that. Who's at the top there? Cougars leading the way, 20 kills. A lot of deaths across the board, to be quite honest with you, but it slaps that I'm looking at Toby there as one of the players that's done a real good job. 17 kills, but only 11 deaths. Less than you know, most of the other players in the lobby, if not all of them. And a really good performance just in general from highly rated. And as you said, 2-0 up now. Such an uphill battle for XES to come.
And that's a big shout out for Slaps as well, because he's playing up top in the 1v position in a high pressure grand final. You're not supposed to be getting many kills, especially on Exhibit of all maps on home street, but there he is hitting 17. Incredible stuff from him, of course, saving a round at one point as well for his team. For a second, I thought, honestly, XS were going to get back into the swing of things and perhaps go on a round streak on Exhibit. You know, they were looking pretty decent at times. But unfortunately, they just got one more round that they did over how they did in Winners Bracket Final. It really does seem like a highly rated map that. You know, it reminds me of the rated R of old, right? When they would perform a lot better on an Exhibit than perhaps, you know, Elevate back in the day, also known as Champs OD now.
Yeah.
I think that's just a highly rated map. Honestly, I just, you know, just set it to one side. It's 2-0. We've been talking about the fact that XS really need to do well on Exhibit, but, you know, it just seems like perhaps it's just impossible at this point in time. And they now need to look to Vazgar. They need to win 3 in a row at this point to XS. And the question is, can they do it? They don't look like their usual selves today, and highly rated seem to be performing.
Yeah, they really don't. They really don't. But highly rated, they look on form. They are hitting those shots. They are finding those kills. Those initials are going their way, and they're shutting down those main slayers of XS, which is hugely important to the success of this team. They're, you know, really reliant essentially on kills. XS. They play the map well, but not fantastically when you compare it to a lot of other teams. And I think, quite honestly, if the kills aren't going their way, you know, they've found a flaw. Really, have highly rated, and they really are just pushing that advantage. As you said, Exhibit definitely is the map for highly rated there. Probably should have been banned out, let's be honest. But Vascar's going to be an interesting one. We saw it in the winners bracket final. It was a 5-4 win for XS, but it wasn't easy for them at all.
It wasn't as easy as Exhibit for the opposition, that's for sure. I agree so much with the Exhibit ban. It should have been just gotten rid of totally, and I would much rather see them on Foundation, especially with this new team, by the way, as well. They've had some really good times. Have had XS on Foundation in the past, but the question is, map number 2, can they do it? I believe the prediction is open in chat now for map number 2. XS, they won it before, but it was close, wasn't it? And it was close against PhantomT as well. It was really close, that map that they had too. So it's just a matter of, can they keep it up, or is this going to be the final map of the grand final for everyone if highly rated can take it?
Yeah, it may well be, right? It may well be exactly that, and I'm kind of interested to see how these teams play it, because, as you said, 5-4 last time was very, very close. It was kind of, I'd say at least, kind of traditionally Vascar, right? Incense built up on one side, some power weapons down at the tank, but nothing really too crazy. And I am kind of wondering if things will be changed up at all, or if they will just kind of settle back into that, that kind of base Vascar that we usually see, where teams do opt for those early incendiaries. They do opt to try and play that on the strong side, and they defend with that incendiary on the weak. It's going to be interesting to see how they play it, for sure. I just hope it's close. And you know what? It'll be great either way. If we see highly rated come out and they're able to turn the cards here on XS, and that essentially losing streak. I don't want to call it losing streak, because they've been second in the tournaments for the last 3 weeks. But that streak of just having a real hard time of it against XS in those finals, that seems to have been broken now. And XS, if they come through, they've got that uphill battle, right? They really do have a long road ahead, as I said, and I think it's not against XS to come back, 3 maps in a row. It really isn't against them, but it's gonna be tough.
It's gonna be very, very tough indeed. Map 2 just about starting. Get your predictions in on chat. Who do you think's gonna take this one? Of course, it's XS Esports pick. Exhibit didn't go all that better compared to the winners bracket final, which highly rated ended up winning. I'm telling you, through, if we can get Asylum, which we haven't seen today, perhaps XS can get themselves back into the swing of things. Perhaps they can take that one and take us to a final map. Despite, perhaps, of course, highly rated picking that one. It could go either way, honestly. As XS have been perhaps inconsistent at times on Asylum, but they have improved, that's for sure on that.
They have improved indeed. I'm just looking at the prediction points in the channel as we get into Vascar here. It is currently 63% highly rated, 37 XS Esports, even with that victory earlier from XS. So chat seems to be very confident highly rated are going to close this one out and go for dinner early. Quite sure I'm as confident, but we'll see as we get into it here. First down is going to go the way of Marsh, and we're going to see 2 downs actually, as it looks like a bit of a revive train coming through. Crisis cleaned up, Pains cleaned up, Marsh gets a double, and what a way to start off Vascar, right?
That's for sure. I think chat is favouring momentum right now in this grand final rather than the historical results. They aren't happy with what they're seeing from XS's, as I think most fans are currently, from what we've seen in the past 2 weeks. Bear in mind, XS have won perhaps more community tournaments with a lot of the top teams entering than they have in the EGL weeks as well, that they've been dominating it. XS really have been the top team in Europe for the past 2 weeks. Absolutely. Maybe even more since the roster change came in. They've been used to winning, flawlessly winning, since the roster change of Crimsons. And now highly rated are just changing that up completely on the most important day of the split.
This is the time to do it. This is absolutely the time to do it. Dragon's in a bit of a rough spot here, going to get shot in the back. Is able to get that kill on bouncers though, that's kind of big. Cougars can get this revive, they might be able to take this 2v1 here, they've got to be careful. Dragons has to reload. Playing well, a highly rated. Trying to take this one back, but Crisis comes back off spawn, so weak though. Will go down himself. Cougars has support in Marsh. C-Hill going to get locked in, the B-Hill. Still completely under XS control. But good round so far for XS. 50-point lead as we go into the second half of this one.
C-Hill ripped back from highly rated. Access regaining it. Now Crimson's bounces and everyone is flying for these kills. Cougar so red will get dropped. Can Marsh clutch up in the very same location as earlier? No, he cannot. The XS train has left the station of Asgard. They're all meeting up on the A hill. They need the B hill too. I think it's a 1v1 down there. Number 6 and number 4. Crisis versus Slaps. It's the 1v that we saw earlier on Exhibit. Pains will come to the rescue to ensure there are victors there. But look at the... Oh, look at the hills. They're going to come through. No one is close enough. Cougars are challenging the 1v in the middle. No one is near a hill. As a result, Access will take the first round of Asgard.
Pounced on that, didn't they? Really did. Great job by EXES Esports locking that one in. That's exactly how they want to start this map off. They don't want to give highly rated that momentum. They want to make sure they can get ahead. Always have that round lead. Boltok's getting placed here. Totally expect this to go the usual way in terms of those first 3 rounds of placements. Boltok's down. Probably a Retro on one side, a Talon on the opposite side, and then Incendiary, Retro, Boltok on the other. 4th round will be matched up. We'll be back to those Boltoks and Incendiaries locked in, but we'll see how it progresses. If the team places an early weapon, we might see something change up a little bit there, but these two teams so close. Really doubt that'll come through just yet.
Crimson starting off strong.
The flash.
That was spot on. Pains has just been destroyed as he tries to push there, immediately trying to escape, but no hope for him. Clinical from highly rated over at the B hill. Marsh taking advantage, running past the spawn, looking for that pinch. And Cap potentially on the A hill falling, but no, Marsh is not quick enough. He'll get dropped off spawn as players come from the XS camp.
That's the most Lantern I've ever seen Cougars do. Even up close. Even up close. Held his ground, held his composure. Going to move up now and just getting control of this mid side here as Bouncers has to roll off here. This is a dangerous spot. Teams will have drilled this one. This push so often. They know they have to bounce back a little bit here and just give highly rated a little bit of space, else they're in a bad spot to get crossed out from middle. Here comes a push. Cougars is going to lead that charge. Apay coming through, full spread. Slaps is able to clean up on the back of that one. Will go down though. Trade is out. Hill is broken though, and that's important. Both teams going to come back into it. Crimson's going to push across a roll. We'll get him behind the cover, and actually the FA comes through. That's big. Should be a quick clean up here, but Marsh, he should have one more shot, and he's going to get the double kill. We'll get the clean up. Now looking for the triple. Can Marsh get it? He's got a big spread there, and now looking for the 3rd. He's managed to get that one, and that is a massive play off Marsh. A huge play that's going to give his team this dual hill setup once again. The point lead will stay in his favor once again. The B hill is going to go to highly rated here, and if Marsh can do this again, a double kill will secure the round. He's going to back off. He's not going to back off. He's going to go back in. Baiting me, baiting the team.
Oh, Dragons is here to play as well, but players are falling. And Dragons pull something out of the bag. Pains tries to go for the wrap. It doesn't connect, but that next shot will. Dragons will fall. Highly rated with the points advantage and the 2 hills. All they need to do is make sure they stay alive for 20 seconds. But XS Esport are flying. Crisis down. Teammates to the left as well. Highly rated could actually make this work off this one down. Oh, C hill has been contested as well. Kills coming through. 1v1 on the B hill now. Bounces with the meat shield. It's huge. Bounces down. And Cougars letting him know. I'll be highly rated taking this round. After a series of fights. Marsh is turning up. That's for sure. Slaps flying in with a reaction shot to finish off the round in style. With the moat to close that one out. Highly rated here to play. I think we could be in for another close with Asgard.
I think you might be right. I think you might be right. So far it has been neck and neck, hasn't it? Back and forth. What's Cougars thinking of here? Going to go to that arrival spawn. That'll be Talon placed probably on that side. Love to see the trash talking, and this is going to be interesting to see what Pains does here. See if they opt for the usual upgrade or if they try and match. They are going to go for that usual upgrade. Business as usual on the weapon slots. But yeah, a little bit of bad blood there at the end, perhaps from Cougars.
Trying to get in the heads of their opponents, perhaps a little bit. I mean, maybe there's been some trash talk from EXES over the last 2 weeks we're alluding to, right? There's a lot of losses for highly rated to deal with, and not been one to stare at chat for each of these tournaments, but I don't know, maybe, just maybe, there's been some trash talk from the EXES camp, and Cougars seeking revenge for that in the most opportune moments in this grand final. Here's Pains, lurking through the middle, instantly spotted as we can see. Quickly coming all the way back to see where he can strike next on this map.
Got a lot of time of EXES Esports, but they're not going to need too much here. Flashbangs are out. Good placement from both. Crimsons will get that. Oh, wrap back A, whatever you want to call it. There's not enough names for that one. That was beautiful. A-Hill, very, very well contested here, and EXES Esports having to start to rotate here. Marsh now getting the decap on the C-Hill. Will push forward, trying to get a kill, but will roll, and that'll be the end of his life. Back to the respawn queue he'll go. A-Hill back in the hands of highly rated, just doing the better job, really, of rotating around and getting themselves that second hill. See now, over in the distance, the B-Hill will be contested in just a second. Highly rated have to start to make a push, and they're going to make that push around towards the C. I was going to say the C side, but not a droplet of water in sight on this map. Pure desert. As we continue, Pains gets out. Look at this. This is a wolf pack, a steam train, whatever you want to call it. But Pains is going to shut it down for now.
Good job from Pains. Dragons tries the push, not going to come true. And he kills that. Points advantage still for highly rated, but EXES will take the win condition now with 2. And this has been a relatively slow Vazgar, I want to say, at times. There has been a lot of slow down moments, right? It's not been your constant action in this grand final so far. Both teams have been super respectful, highly rated, stealing back the hill. As we approach the 250 mark, Slaps will be the one lurking round the right. He has been spotted, as has Crimson's. He will get dropped as well. Pressure building. 3 members down for EXES. Pains, the last man alive. That push is not going to come through at all. No strong shots. B-Hill captured. Slaps playing out of his mind when his team need it most. He wants to be a champion, as does this man. He's having a fantastic grand final himself.
Definitely so. 2-1 highly rated now, Toby. Just 3 rounds away from potentially sweeping this grand final and crowning themselves champions. Cougars leading the pack there. Upgrade to Retro coming in probably on this side, and then expect the Incendiaries perhaps on the opposite. But no, they're going to change things up a little bit, our EXES Esports this time. They've decided to go with that Boltok, a little bit more presence in those long-range fights is maybe preferable.
Yeah, couldn't agree with that. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Ooh, lovely shot. Crimson's back on the Boltok. A weapon he definitely favors. Look at this aggression from highly rated. Dragon seeing if he can actually sneak around the back and continue that pressure. Cougars there, close enough with the chain revive. If needs be. Dragons, again he tries it, not going to connect. Coming back into cover, will get caught out though. Bounces, pushes in. Slap says no, shuts him down. The revive is there. The fight continues. Cougars now pushing on the left. Crimsons will fall.
Oh.
And Cougars will find another as well. Highly rated are just spreading themselves across Vazgar now, looking for every fight they can. And succeeding there. Pains will fall. He's not going to win that 1v either. Highly rated are doing amazingly well.
Fortunate wrap shot from Cougars there. Yeah, that fadeaway shot was beautiful, wasn't it? Just on his way out, took another one. Here's Dragons now trying to repeat some of that success. Got 2. Will get lanced out, was on his last life, so dies out straight away. No DBNO for him. What's Marsh up to on this opposite side? He's got that retro. This should be a down coming through. Beautiful fire from him. It's going to be his 10th kill, going into double digits now. Will have another kill, perhaps, if he can land a couple more shots on Crisis, but Crisis with the Ape shuts him down. B-Hill will go the way of EXES, and they really needed that decap. They're losing a lot of points here. Cougars will push this, absolutely. Should have gone down, but Crisis does miss that shot, and that's big. Cougars going to lock up this hill. He leaves Crisis down. Advantage highly rated here in these fights as Marsh maybe now able to get another one. Will get taken down in the end. 2v1 scenario. Good play by EXES on that hill. Very back and forth. Very back and forth.
Highly rated after a really good round start. I built this score lead, and Cougars again just trying to stay alive. Pains will close it. That fight has concluded. Now looking over towards the Sea Hill. As highly rated stack up. The score difference is not too substantial. There is time left yet for EXES. Let's get themselves back into this. Win condition currently, of course, for them, but there's the push again from highly rated. 3 players over towards the A hill. Worked out really well for them last time. Dragons with the flank. It works this time really well. 1 kill. Still up on the flank. It's a pinch coming through for them as Slaps does find one down. Can he find a second? Payne shuts him down. Cougars will get taken down as well. And that's 4 members down for highly rated. As EXES Esport, again, regain the win condition.
This is going to be a huge turtle, isn't it, coming through from EXES if they manage to win this round. You see the flashbang is going to go out here. Marsh is going to try and make the play towards the A hill. Dragons has got in behind them, though. That's huge. The decap there will be enough, I think, to turn it around, and that is massive from highly rated. They might do it at the wire here. The decap on the B hill, the kills are coming through. The domination is going to tick in as well, because I don't think there's anything they can do about it. EXES Esports, they were so close to that round, but highly rated, just kills after kills after kills, and that's the danger that they do provide. 3-1 now, highly rated. They go up a long round, a long tournament in general. Highly rated, they're trying to get this one done quick for us.
I tell you what, that is a knock to confidence, if anything. EXES Esport, the lengths they went to survive the onslaught from highly rated on their home. Coming back from the huge score deficit, and they just lose out at the end there. Thanks to one final awesome play from highly rated. My goodness me. And just looking at the kills as well. It's definitely a lot closer than a 3-1, isn't it?
It is close, but you know, Crisis not having the best of games here. Needs to step up a little bit if his team are going to come back. And, you know, step up into this one. Good cap coming in, though, on the east side of things. D-Hill is going to go the way of highly rated in just a second, though, assuming they can lock that one in. It is going to go uncontested for a little bit. Dragon's just waiting, really. Doesn't want to go into the hill. Slaps is going to get that headshot, though. That's big. Payne's backing out as Crisis goes forwards, and that's a misstep, really. They should have both backed out at the same time. They might have been able to survive this, but now Crisis going forward, Payne's going back. That's just solidified their demise, and the domination is going to tick in. Oh, fantastic play coming through to save the round there from Bouncers. Fantastic play. Dragons almost had that domination locked in. 71 to 50 points here. EXES Esports against it again. Cougars picking up the ball top, looking for some headshots perhaps as they move over towards the tank side here. Toby. Here come the shots coming through with that ball top. This is a blue kill feed if I ever saw one. Highly rated. 3-1 up. Looking towards the D-Hill. Good flank coming in from Cougars. Good positioning as well. This is exactly what you want to be doing on Vasgar. Get that angle. You don't need 3 people pushing through the choke. You need the damage down, and this is exactly what this man is providing with the Boltok. Long-range weaponry, domination, 5 seconds out. Toby Campbell, this might be series point we're going on to. It is indeed. Highly rated, 4-1 up. 4-1 up on a map they took so close in the winners bracket final.
I think it might be all but certain through that EXES have faded. This is crazy. As EXES won 5-4 in the winners bracket final on this map, and now they are 4-1 down with no maps to their name and highly rated on championship point.
Let's keep an eye on what these teams do off the bat then, Toby. As we do get into this next round, it looks like 2 towards the E-Hill, potentially 3 on one side. Highly Rated bringing out something special for us, it seems, as they've put all 4 towards the home hills. It's going to be a home hill setup here for Highly Rated. And I highly rate that attempt as they come into this potentially series winning round.
Kane's going to try it. The nerves of XENEX right now must be unbearable. After all its work that they've put in.
Oh no!
Send going in, not going to find even a single kill. It could have been a double. That could have been the trophy right there. Cougar's getting taken down. Kane's picking up a retro. Still pressure. Still going for it. It's Dragons. Highly Rated. They're holding up really far ahead. Highly Rated are knocking.
Oh, they are. Oh, they are. They've got the E-Hill as well, Toby. This is a huge fight for XENEX. This is tournament on the line. They need to get these kills. They've got to. Can they get 3? They can. They're going to secure their home hill just in time as well. Highly Rated. They won the 1v1 over towards the E-Hill. Let's look over there. It was Cougars putting the pressure on, and oh, not with a second to spare, XENEX. They managed to get that home hill back. Now they put the pressure on Cougars. They will get the B-Hill. But look at the points, Toby. This is a huge, huge point lead. All Highly Rated do now is just play the hills. Play the hills, play the numbers. Keep one hill alive at all times. Swarm will win off 2, but a decap coming in will end that for sure. And this is the decap here coming through now onto the F-Hill. Flashbangs in hand. All on out. Big warfare here in the XENEX spawn.
Slaps dropped. Potential ticket for XENEX to push up on. A Crisis was downed as well. Deep into the spawn. Keeping the numbers alive. E-Hill as well being broken. Could this be it? It comes down to this final push. 3 seconds. No one's going to get there in time. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Your EGL Split Series Open Series champions, Highly Rated.
What a performance by Highly Rated. Split 2 champions after what seemed like a lull in form. They come screaming into this grand finals with a 3-0 win. What a performance from them. Absolutely flawless when it mattered. And there you go. We have our Split 2 champions. And this is how they took it. They had 1-0 advantage in the winners bracket. 5-2, 5-1. And that is comfortable. The 7 weeks that they went undefeated only got stopped by XENEX, but when it matters, when it comes down to it in the finals with the chips on the line, they get it done emphatically through. Toby, thank you very much for the casting. What was a really, really good series out of Highly Rated. Not the grand final we envisaged or necessarily wanted, but Toby, what a performance by Highly Rated.
Simply incredible. I mean, in the end, to win it in that fashion, 3-0 on equally strong maps as well for XENEX. My goodness me, to finish off 5-1 on Vazgar, what more can you say? They've proven now that they are the best team in Europe, right? After a formidable split, they won 7 weeks in total, did Highly Rated. Mind you, second place today, they won the other 3. So it's kind of a fitting grand final. But boy, oh boy, Highly Rated coming back from 2 weeks down of tournament loss after tournament loss to win in that fashion. Fair play to them. What a statement that was.
It's got to feel good through, hasn't it? For the team that, as mentioned, 7 weeks in a row, they were looking dominant. All of a sudden, XENEX changed the roster up, and it was looking like they were going to be the ones to dominate themselves. But if you're a Highly Rated player or fan, it's going to feel nice to get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. Back on form, back on top. They really have deserved it, to be honest with you. That was 2 really fantastic maps from them. They were super strong on both. And you know what? Vasco, we thought it was going to be close after the last time we saw them play. It wasn't. It really wasn't. Highly Rated looked amazing on it. They looked amazing on Exhibit as well prior. They absolutely are deserving winners. And, commiserations to XENEX. They've looked really good the last few weeks. But I just think that loser bracket final and the winners bracket final before it probably took it out of them. They've had a really long day, a really arduous journey to the grand finals. And it's got to take its toll. So, yeah, I think congratulations. Definitely deserved, Highly Rated. Looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just isn't your day. Let's have a look at that really long run that EXES did have to make with the bracket to finish things off. First and foremost, let's concentrate on highly rated, other than anything else. Flawless all the way through. Looked fantastic in that winners bracket final. A very, very closely contested series against EXES. Then that grand final was super, super comfortable. Highly rated. Take a 3-0 on a technical, at least anyway. Of course, had that 1-0 lead going into that best out of 5. Let's have a look at the losers side of things. Of course, as mentioned, EXES really did have a long day of things after that winners bracket final that went all the way to round 9. They had another Mat 3 round 9 against PhantomT to eventually send themselves there, and it feels like they ran out of steam, but they will still walk away as second place in the Open Series split 2 finals. Let's have a look at everybody else and where they finished. Top 8 for Zero Cells and UDog. Champs OD and Nuked will come in 5th, 6th. XENEX with a very respectable 4th place. PhantomT, has to be said, 3rd place. Absolute hats off to those guys, played phenomenally. EXES in 2nd, $750. And of course, for highly rated, $1,500 for their weekend's work. What a performance from them. And it was nice to see them bounce back. You know, I mean, we talked for week on end every single week about how we didn't necessarily want to see that dominance consistently every single week. They had the challenges came through, and then eventually they adapted, they overcame new man on the roster as well, and did the job this evening. Just so well played by highly rated for.
Yeah, so well played. As I said, absolutely deserving winners. They've played some really good gears today. Honestly, they've been fantastic in the lane department. They've made the right calls as a team. And all in all, they've tied that together in a package that can beat every team ahead of them. They've not lost a series all weekend long. And quite honestly, they deserve to come out as that #1 team. A really, really good performance.
100%. And just one thing to note as well, obviously, this is not just running in Europe. We've had the South American tournament running all weekend along as well. Huge shout out to that massively passionate community. The 3-1 win for Team Enemies, who have been ridiculously dominant in that region. They look incredible. Congratulations to them on the South American side. But that's going to close it out for split number 2 of the EGL Open Series. I want to give a big shout out to you guys for joining me every single week and joining us, obviously putting this on every week. You know, the broadcast has been fantastic fun. I want to give a huge shout out to all the guys who are in the chat every single week, whether you're trolling each other or whatever. We don't really care. It's just fantastic to have you guys join along for the ride. And just a big shout out to both communities, big numbers in both, 64 teams in Europe. As I said during the losers bracket final, who says European gears is dead? Not a chance, mate. Don't believe it for a second. Anyway, let's just close out split number 2. That's going to be it. But do not worry, there is news coming on split number 3 very, very shortly. But nonetheless, very much a huge, huge congratulations to highly rated. They are your split 2 finals winners. Who's going to be next time? Who knows? Who knows? Congrats, guys, and see you tomorrow for the announcement. We'll see you then.